In class, Guche had just been dumped by his girlfriend. She said her first love had returned, and he was nothing more than a substitute. Everyone assumed Guche would be left humiliated. But soon, Shen Zhining, the legendary campus beauty from the university next door, appeared with a heavily pregnant belly and called out his name in front of everyone. Guche, the babies are almost due. They need their father. Guche was stunned. So was the entire class. Only after the system bound itself to him did he confirm that the babies were indeed his, and there were triplets. While other college students were still dating, he had already begun raising his campus beauty wife and their 3 children. Meanwhile, the woman who dumped him could only watch and regret as he rose to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1. The stunning campus beauty shows up pregnant to find her husband. Guche, our relationship has run its course. Let's break up. In the silent classroom, He Mingming suddenly ended the phone call with an excited tone. Completely ignoring the fact that it was study period, she brazenly announced the breakup to Guche right in front of everyone. The entire class turned around in unison, their faces filled with shock. After all, in everyone's eyes, Guche and He Mingming were absolutely a match made in heaven. A handsome guy paired with a beautiful girl, they had always been lovey-dovey. They often showed off their affection in public and had long been the celebrity couple that their classmates loved to follow. Nobody had expected He Mingming to dump Guche right there in front of the entire class. This was truly explosive news. Why? Guche was caught completely off guard. If I gave you some lousy excuse like, we're incompatible, our values are different, or I don't feel anything anymore, you wouldn't believe a word of it. So what's the point of coming up with some reason just to break up? I simply don't want to date you anymore. Oh, so you heard that my ex came back and wants to get back together with me? Guche asked in surprise. In truth, his emotions were churning inside him, and he was even so upset that he felt like banging his head against the wall. What the hell was this? Just this morning, she had been clinging to him and saying he was the one she cherished most. At noon, they had just kissed, and now she had suddenly turned around and asked to break up. What man could possibly take that? But Guche wasn't someone who would just let himself be bullied. He immediately fired back. In reality, he didn't even have an ex-girlfriend. He had only ever dated He Mingming. He had said that purely to piss her off. After all, 50 pairs of eyes in the classroom were staring at them. He Mingming froze. Guche's old flame had come back for him. What was this? How had she not heard a single thing about it? Damn it. For a moment, she actually felt like she was the one who had been cheated on. There was no way she was going to swallow that humiliation. She immediately shot back. It has nothing to do with whether your ex came back or not. My first love has returned from abroad, and he wants to get back together with me. At most, you were just a stand-in. The moment those words landed, the entire class was once again stunned by the bombshell. Some of the male students even felt slightly better about their own lives. So even the campus heartthrob couldn't escape the fate of being a substitute or a backup. Looks like there was finally some hope for guys like them who were born to be backup options. After hearing this, Guche sneered inwardly. So I'm just a replacement, huh? Fine. Then let's hurt each other. He calmly smiled and said, oh, what a coincidence. Back then, I happened to be unlucky in love and was going through a lonely period. You insisted on chasing me. I thought you looked pretty decent, so I accepted. Thanks for helping me get through that lonely period. I think I found my motivation to fall in love again. He Mingming's pretty face turned pale with rage. At that moment, a student sitting near the classroom door in the front row suddenly called out, Guche, someone's looking for you outside. As he spoke, the student's eyes were filled with envy. His expression practically screamed. Asterisk bro, you just got dumped, and now an even more gorgeous woman has shown up at your door. You must be blessed by the heavens. Asterisk. Guche wondered who could possibly be looking for him at a time like this. But he didn't want to look at He Mingming for another second. He immediately got up and walked out of the classroom. The moment he stepped outside, he saw an unbelievably beautiful pregnant woman standing there. The instant she saw him, her originally cold and aloof expression transformed like winter sunlight breaking through the clouds. A brilliant smile spread across her face. Guche, I finally found you. She smiled brightly and jogged toward him. Seeing that she was pregnant, Guche hurriedly called out, Wait, slow down. Don't get so excited, miss. He searched through his memories, but couldn't remember ever knowing this stunning pregnant woman. Meanwhile, the gossip-hungry students in the classroom had all crowded around the doorway to watch this even more explosive drama unfold. Someone in the crowd recognized the beautiful woman. Holy crap! Isn't that Shen Zhining, the most legendary campus beauty in the history of Manhua University, the top university next door? How did she become a mother? Her belly is already this big, as expected of a goddess. Even with such a huge pregnant belly, she hasn't lost any of her beauty. If anything, she looks even more mature and charming. She's absolutely incredible. She practically radiates the aura of a loving mother. She actually knows old Gu from our class. Could it be? Gu Che stepped forward first and firmly supported the stunning mother-to-be. Gu Che, I finally caught up with you. This is wonderful. Once the babies are born, they'll have their biological father with them. The moment she said this, the entire scene erupted. Gu Che himself was no exception. My God, Brother Gu is seriously incredible. The babies in Shen Zhining's belly are actually his. That's insane. I'm so jealous of old Gu. He just got dumped by He Meng Meng, and then a goddess who's even more beautiful, and a top student to boot, immediately showed up carrying his babies. My heart is breaking from jealousy. I'm so jealous I'm practically turning purple. Gu Che looked completely bewildered. Miss, you really shouldn't joke about something like this. I have no intention of raising someone else's child, and I have absolutely no experience taking care of kids. You'd better find someone else. First of all, he didn't know Shen Zhining at all. Second, he was certain he had never had any intimate contact with Shen Zhining. He was still as pure as crystal. How could he possibly have gotten someone pregnant? And this was the belly of such an astonishing campus beauty. If he had really done something like that, he would definitely remember it. Shen Zhining was indeed far more beautiful than He Meng Meng. Her delicate features were almost unreal, as though Manhua herself had carefully sculpted every inch of her face. Her skin was fair, smooth, and seemingly translucent, radiating a fresh, luminous beauty. Perhaps because she was pregnant, her complexion looked even softer and healthier, with a rosy glow that made her breathtakingly beautiful. Even so, Gu Che was a man with principles. He absolutely refused to become a father out of nowhere. The students were completely dumbfounded. Damn, that's Brother Gu for you. He actually dared to reject the offer to raise the children of the goddess from the university next door. If it were a campus beauty of this level, I'd gladly become her baby daddy. Hell, I'd even take her surname. You're such a hopeless simp. With your looks, keep dreaming. At that moment, the stunning pregnant woman took out a photograph and handed it to Gu Che. Gu Che, this is a keepsake from that night. Gu Che stared at the photo. It only showed the faces of him and Shen Zhining, but anyone with eyes could tell that the two of them were lying side by side on a hotel bed, with Shen Zhining taking the selfie. His mind exploded with a thunderous roar. Only then did he suddenly remember. He had gotten completely drunk during the joint social event between the two universities. The next morning, he had woken up in a hotel room. At the time, when he opened his eyes, he had found himself alone in the room. Although he had noticed a faint smear of red on the bedsheet, he hadn't thought much of it. He had assumed it had been left behind by a previous guest. Who could have imagined that he had actually spent that night with Shen Zhining, the goddess of Manhua University? And he had even taken her first time. Ding. Target detected. The host has reunited with Shen Zhining, the mother of the babies. The system has confirmed that the fetuses are biologically related to the host. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Super Daddy system. System loading. Loading complete. The adorable babies in the mother's womb have sensed the host and are greeting him. The host can respond by touching Shen Zhining's belly to receive a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Hearing the notification ringing in his ears, Gu Che was completely familiar with the concept of systems. As someone who usually spent his free time reading online novels when he wasn't dating or studying, he knew all about systems. In novels, systems were practically standard equipment for protagonists. He had never expected that one day he would actually receive such incredible luck himself. This was awesome. But at the moment, he had no time to study the system rewards. Instead, he stared intently at Shen Zhining's round belly. Those were his own children growing inside her. He was really going to become a father. Moreover, the system had said that the babies were interacting with him. Could this be the mysterious bond between father and child? A connection that made them recognize their biological father at first sight? The power of blood really was incredible. The feeling was simply too amazing. He couldn't find the right words to describe his emotions. So he immediately put down the photograph. His attitude changed completely. With a gentle expression, he softly said to Shen Zhining, "These really are my children. I'm going to be a father. Zhining, let me say hello to them." With that, Gu Che carefully placed his palm against Shen Zhining's belly. The next moment, he clearly felt one of the little babies kick him. Then he felt another soft little movement, as if the baby were affectionately rubbing against the base of his palm. Was this what it felt like for a new father to communicate with his own flesh and blood? It was so magical, so mysterious. The sensation was impossible to put into words. If he had to describe it in just one word, amazing. He was overwhelmed by happiness, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop curling upward. The healing power was absolutely maxed out. Chapter 2. It's actually triplets. Ding. Congratulations, host. By touching Shen Zhining's belly, you have completed an intimate interaction with the babies in her womb. As a special reward, you have received 20,000 yuan. The 20,000 yuan cash reward has been deposited into the host's account. The source of these funds is completely legitimate. Hearing the notification, Guche finally realized that even playing with his babies could earn him rewards. He hurriedly pulled out his phone. Right on cue, a notification from the bank popped up on the screen, clearly stating that 20,000 yuan had just been deposited into his account. But to make absolutely sure the system wasn't messing with him, he cautiously logged into his banking app and checked his balance. Sure enough, his savings had increased by a full 20,000 yuan. The transaction record showed that the money had been transferred from an overseas fund organization. Seeing the result, Guche was instantly filled with uncontrollable excitement. He had truly awakened a cheat ability, and it was an insanely powerful system that could make him rich with practically no effort. Now that he had his cheat ability, children, and even a campus beauty wife who had practically delivered herself to his doorstep, this heaven-defying fortune had landed straight in his arms. Guche was definitely fate's favorite son. Amazing. Thrilling. Absolutely exhilarating. System, you just said I was playing with the babies. You used the plural babies. Could it be that there's more than one little life inside Shen Zhining? That's right. There are 3 little ones inside. 3 at once. Guche was so delighted that he almost shouted for joy. This gift had come at exactly the right time. Triplets. Haha. Nowadays, the country was encouraging people to have more children while also emphasizing healthy births. Other people had to go through 3 pregnancies to have 3 kids, but he had settled everything in a single shot. Haha. This was incredible. Guche, the real reason I came looking for you is actually, I'm running short on money. The due date is approaching, and there are still so many things I need to buy for the babies. So. Shen Zhining gently stroked her belly as she looked at Guche with embarrassment. Her voice was so low that even Guche's classmates, who were sneakily watching from the doorway, couldn't make out a single word. In reality, she had intended to ask Guche to lend her some money to get through this difficult period. After all, she had already borrowed money from every generous friend around her. As for her parents, she didn't even have the courage to tell them that she was pregnant out of wedlock. She was afraid they would be furious enough to collapse on the spot. At first, when she had just become pregnant, she could still make some pocket money by taking on odd jobs. But as her pregnancy progressed, the nausea and discomfort became increasingly severe, and her belly became more and more cumbersome. Eventually, she had no energy left to work. She spent most of her days resting in bed. A normal pregnancy was already physically demanding enough, but she was carrying 3 babies at once, and her belly had grown so large that she could barely even look down and see her own feet. Given her special circumstances, there was no way she could continue staying in the dormitory, so she had found a place to live off campus. After becoming a mother-to-be, her expenses skyrocketed. Not only did she have to pay rent, but toward the later stages of pregnancy, even walking a few steps had become exhausting. She had no choice but to hire a woman to help with her daily needs. Medical examinations were another major expense. Because she wasn't married and her registered residence wasn't local, she wasn't eligible for the free prenatal screening programs provided by the government. She had to pay for everything herself. By now, she had completely lost track of how much money she had spent. All the savings she had accumulated over the years, every bit of her childhood New Year's money, the financial help she had borrowed from her closest friends, and even the available credit from various lending services had all been exhausted. She had truly reached the end of her rope. That was why she had gone through so much trouble to track down Guche. But now that she was actually standing in front of him, looking at Guche, the request for a loan was stuck in her throat. She simply couldn't bring herself to say it. Guche suddenly took her slender hand and declared with great confidence, "Your man has savings. What supplies do you need? Let's go shopping right now. You just focus on giving birth to our babies. I'll cover all the expenses from now on." That was the confidence of Brother Che. a man with money in his pocket. Especially when he saw Shen Zhining's trembling eyelashes and the look in her eyes as though she might burst into tears at any moment, his heart instantly melted. Although he had absolutely no experience raising children and had never even imagined what his future family life might look like, seeing Shen Zhining carrying such a heavy burden made him realize just how difficult her days must have been. Whenever he drank a little too much in the past, his stomach would stick out slightly, and his waistband would become painfully tight. He would have to loosen his belt and pull his pants down a little to give his belly some breathing room. His discomfort lasted only a moment, and his stomach barely protruded. But Shen Zhining's belly was on an entirely different level. It was so enormous that whenever she stood, she had to support her lower back with both hands just to maintain her balance. And this suffering wasn't something that lasted for 3 or 5 days. She had endured it for months. Anyone could see how much hardship and pain she had been through. Before he had even finished speaking, Guche moved to protect Shen Zhining's back with one arm, while carefully supporting her belly with the other. All right, let's find somewhere quiet and let you rest for a while. Sit down properly, and we'll talk slowly. Okay, Shen Zhining answered softly. Her eyes were glistening with tears, but she stubbornly forced them back. Guche helped Shen Zhining walk away, leaving behind a group of stunned classmates who immediately began whispering among themselves. My God, Brother Gu really became a father. The babies in the goddess's belly are actually his. Old Gu is seriously incredible. Both of his girlfriends are top-tier campus beauties. I can only envy him. I bet he Ming found out ahead of time that the goddess from the university next door was pregnant. Knowing she couldn't compete, she dumped him first so she could save face. He Ming is pretty tragic too. He Ming had remained hidden in her seat, too embarrassed to show her face. She could only listen to everyone's discussion through the wall while stealing glances at Guche, escorting the pregnant woman away. At this moment, she was practically furious. The level of frustration and defeat she felt was impossible to measure. She had clearly been the one who initiated the breakup. Yet somehow, things had turned around completely, making it look as though she were the loser who had been kicked out. How humiliating. She was so frustrated she could barely breathe. When she and Guche had been passionately in love, she had never once heard him mention an ex-girlfriend. Who could have imagined that his so-called ex would actually be Shen Zhining, the legendary goddess from the university next door, who surpassed her by miles in both looks and talent? That shameless bastard Guche. He already had hard evidence proving he and Shen Zhining had been together, yet he had still shamelessly pretended to be some innocent virgin in front of her. What a liar. Meanwhile, Guche had already escorted Shen Zhining into an elegant restaurant near the school entrance. It happened to be lunchtime. Guche reserved a private booth. After helping Shen Zhining sit down comfortably, he picked up the menu and began ordering. Since he came from Chu, he preferred bold and spicy flavors. And now that he had money to spare, he simply ordered every expensive delicacy he had always wanted to try. These dishes were all highly nutritious, and he figured they would be perfect for helping Shen Zhining replenish her energy. After finishing his selections, he handed the menu to Shen Zhining so she could look it over and add anything she wanted. You ordered so many dishes. There's no way the two of us can finish all this. I ordered them specifically to nourish you. All right then, I won't add anything. I'll just eat whatever you ordered. Seeing Shen Zhining put down the pen, Guche picked it up again. We have to add another serving of braised pig's feet. They say pig's feet are especially nutritious for women. Guche, I can't eat pig's feet. They're too high in fat. Consuming too much fat right now could cause excessive weight gain and other problems, which wouldn't be good for the delivery. Guche froze. Apparently, being a mother-to-be came with all sorts of restrictions. She couldn't even eat pig's feet? No problem. Then we won't have pig's feet. If any of the dishes we ordered are things you shouldn't eat, we'll replace them with whatever you like. My stomach capacity is limited right now, so I need to eat smaller portions throughout the day. I'm fine with everything you ordered earlier. There's no need to trouble yourself. Okay. Guche waved over a waiter and instructed him to send the order to the kitchen. After the waiter left, Guche took a sip of tea before staring seriously at the breathtaking woman sitting across from him. When exactly is your due date? And once these 3 little guys are born, what are your plans for raising them? Hashtag Chapter 3. About 15 days left until the due date. Once the babies are born, I plan to raise them by myself. You're going to raise them alone? There are 3 babies. Can you really handle raising 3 children all by yourself? Although Guche hadn't fully stepped into the role of a dad yet, The moment he heard that Shen Zhining intended to shoulder the entire burden of raising the children alone, he immediately felt uncomfortable. No matter how he looked at it, these 3 babies were his own flesh and blood, carrying his genes. There was absolutely no way he could stand by and watch. Besides, he had now bound himself to a childcare system. He firmly believed that supporting 1 mother and 3 babies would be a piece of cake for him. After all, just now, he had merely touched Shen Zhining's belly and interacted with the 3 little ones inside, and he had effortlessly earned 20,000 yuan. There would definitely be plenty more opportunities to make money in the future. At first, Shen Zhining was extremely surprised that Gu Che somehow knew she was carrying multiple babies. Then she became puzzled by his tone. He seemed rather unhappy with her plan to raise the children on her own. Was he worried that she wouldn't be able to take good care of them? Her feather-like eyelashes trembled slightly, while her slender fingers nervously intertwined beneath the table. She said softly, I've already hired a nanny to help me, and I'm still in pretty good physical condition. I'll definitely be able to raise the children. Gu Che couldn't resist reaching out to flick this silly girl lightly on the forehead, but she instinctively leaned her head backward to dodge him. So Gu Che simply reached farther and changed from flicking her forehead to gently pinching her pretty cheek. Her cheek was soft and full, with a warm, healthy glow. The sensation beneath his fingertips was incredibly smooth and springy. Gu Che almost became addicted to the feeling. But he quickly withdrew his hand and said seriously, My point is that as the biological father of these children, I have to be involved in raising them. Shen Zhining froze. Her large, limpid eyes stared at Gu Che in confusion, as if she had never expected him to make such a promise. Seeing her innocent, slightly dazed expression, Gu Che's hand became restless again and brushed against her cheek. He really was getting into the habit of pinching her. He continued, Are you surprised? Or were you planning to find a stepfather for my 3 kids later on? Absolutely not. I never had any intention of doing that. I just didn't expect you to take responsibility voluntarily. After all, you're still only a sophomore. Are you not a sophomore? I am too. By this point, Gu Che had filled a cup with warm water. With an authoritative tone, he pushed it in front of Shen Zhining. Stop stammering. Drink some water first. Shen Zhining's thick eyelashes fluttered nervously. Overwhelmed by Gu Che's commanding presence, she became unusually obedient and obediently picked up the cup, taking small sips. Her throat really had been getting dry. Watching her obediently drink the water, Gu Che thought to himself that perhaps life like this in the future wouldn't be so bad. He wondered what the 3 little prodigies would look like after they were born. Would they take after him or their mother? As their father, he was handsome and charming, while their mother, Shen Zhining, was an absolutely stunning beauty. No matter whom the children resembled, their looks would definitely be top tier. And then there was their intelligence. Thinking about this, his gaze fell on Shen Zhining. Although his university was separated from Shen Zhining's Lanzhou University by only a single wall, he attended an ordinary private college. There was no way he could compare himself with Shen Zhining, an outstanding student from one of the country's top universities. People often said that a child's intelligence was largely inherited from the mother. Well, that was great news. With a mother like Shen Zhining, his 3 children would surely grow up to be exceptionally intelligent and top-performing students. They'd better take after her. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Che realized that he was already looking forward to the arrival of the 3 new lives. Once the waiter began bringing out the dishes one after another, Gu Che asked Shen Zhining where she was currently staying. Shen Zhining ate very elegantly. Only after swallowing the food in her mouth did she put down her utensils and answer. I'm renting a place off campus right now. I live in Bachin community near the university. It's a small 2-bedroom apartment. I share it with the nanny who takes care of me. We each have 1 room. All right. After we finish eating, I'll go to your place with you. You take a nap first. Once you've rested, the 2 of us can go shopping for the things we need. Shen Zhining nodded. I'll listen to you. About 10 minutes later, Shen Zhining stopped eating. I'm full. Gu Che glanced at the pile of empty plates in front of him, then at the dishes in front of Shen Zhining, which she had barely touched. Looking at all the delicious food still left on the table, he frowned. Eat a little more. With that, he directly picked up a large chicken leg and placed it in Shen Zhining's bowl. She was about to refuse, but when she met his stern glare, she immediately lowered her head and began dealing with the chicken leg. Only then did Gu Che narrow his eyes in satisfaction. This new mother-to-be, Shen Zhining, was truly completely different from his former girlfriend, He Mengmeng. Because He Mengmeng was a native of Lanzhou, She was both delicate and strong-willed, always insisting on keeping control in her own hands. Although he had shared plenty of tender moments with He Meng, he had always felt that his natural masculine confidence was being suppressed with nowhere to go. But with Shen Zhining, everything felt incredibly smooth. This pure sense of masculine dignity was being tremendously satisfied. Refreshing. Apparently, this was what a proper relationship between a man and a woman was supposed to feel like. After the meal, Gucci was so full that he kept burping. Having money really did give a person confidence. Ever since he had left home and started college, he had never enjoyed such an extravagant feast. It was incredibly satisfying. Gucci was just about to wave for the waiter to bring the bill when Shen Zhining spoke first. Could you please pack up all the food left on the table for me? After all, Gucci had ordered extremely generously. 12 large dishes had filled the entire table, and a huge amount of food was still left. Several dishes had barely been touched. Shen Zhining couldn't bear to watch so much good food go to waste. Before becoming pregnant, she might not have cared even if an entire untouched table of food had been thrown away. But ever since becoming pregnant, she had experienced the pressure of everyday expenses. And with 3 little mouths about to be added to the household, she had finally learned how expensive everyday necessities could be. She had learned to live carefully and budget wisely. Gucci didn't think packing up the leftovers would hurt his pride at all. Instead, he readily agreed with the waiter. Bring a few extra containers. No problem. The waiter politely turned around to prepare them. In fact, the staff at the restaurant fully supported this kind of frugal behavior. That was why the restaurant made it extremely convenient for customers to pack up leftovers. Even the containers and packaging materials were provided free of charge. Once the waiter efficiently packed all the dishes into containers, Gucci paid the bill and prepared to leave with Shen Zhining. Gucci stood up and said, "Let's go." Shen Zhining placed one hand against her waist while using the other to support the underside of her belly as she struggled to stand steadily. Seeing this, Gucci immediately moved closer and firmly supported her. At the same time, he silently reminded himself, as someone with absolutely no experience in this area, from now on, whenever we move around, I have to protect the mother of my children first. But the instant he helped Shen Zhining to her feet, her expression suddenly changed. She couldn't help letting out a soft cry. It hurts. Where does it hurt? Gucci, who had never encountered anything like this before, immediately panicked. Could the little ones be in a hurry to come out? But didn't she just say there were still 15 days until the due date? He seemed to remember hearing somewhere that multiple pregnancies had a particularly high risk of premature birth. Chapter 4. Her water broke. She really is going into labor. Gucci, my abdomen feels so uncomfortable. I think I'm going into labor. Oh my God, the amniotic fluid is leaking. Gucci stared at Shen Zhining, who was clearly in pain and gritting her teeth as she endured it. His heart was filled with both anxiety and confusion. Amniotic fluid? What exactly was that? Ding. Congratulations, host. You're about to meet your babies. For this first meeting, the system has prepared a maternity preparation gift pack and a labor support guide for you. The labor support guide can be activated in real time. The maternity preparation gift pack will be delivered to the hospital where the babies are born. Activate the labor support guide. The system was practically a lifesaver, solving his immediate crisis at the perfect moment. In an instant, Gucci felt as though the boundaries of his mind had suddenly expanded. A huge amount of unfamiliar information flooded into his consciousness, including knowledge about amniotic fluid, the Lamaze breathing method, contractions, labor pains, and more. With the labor support guide in his head, Gucci suddenly felt completely confident. He now understood that leaking amniotic fluid meant the babies were about to be born. He immediately called an ambulance. While waiting, he patiently tried to calm Shen Zhining. "Zhining, don't panic. I'm right here with you." Shen Zhining's pale face was covered in fine beads of sweat. She gripped the back of Gucci's hand tightly, as though she were clutching the only lifeline left in a vast ocean. Although this was only their second time meeting, perhaps because of the connection created by the 3 little lives inside her, or perhaps because Gucci had just promised to raise the children together with her, she instinctively developed a sense of reliance on him at this critical moment. Multiple pregnancies often come with a higher risk of premature labor. Besides, your water has only broken, which is a normal part of the process. Don't panic. Just breathe deeply along with me. It'll help ease the discomfort. Gucci's voice was remarkably calm. The warmth radiating from his palms seemed endless, and Shen Zhining found her anxiety gradually easing. She obediently nodded. Following Gu Che's example, Shen Zhining slowly breathed in and out. After several rounds, the pain in her abdomen really did seem to lessen considerably. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said weakly, "It really does seem to be helping." Gu Che's tense heart finally relaxed. He smiled and gently stroked her soft hair. "Of course, with me here, everything will be fine." The ambulance arrived at the scene within 8 minutes. Gu Che stayed by Shen Zhining's side as they rushed to the hospital. After entering the lobby, the nurse beside them said, "We'll take the mother to the maternity ward first. Family members can go settle the payment." Shen Zhining was about to say that she would contact her mother and ask her to bring money for the delivery. But Gu Che spoke first. "Zhining, go inside and wait for me. I'll take care of the payment. I already ordered the maternity bag while we were on the way here. It'll be delivered shortly, and I'll bring it up with me. I'm here, so just relax and wait for the delivery." You bought a maternity bag? And you're going to pay? Don't worry. Wait for me in the room. I'll be back soon." The corners of Gu Che's mouth lifted slightly, and the determination in his eyes made him seem exceptionally dependable. The nurse pushed Shen Zhining away. She turned her head and looked back at Gu Che, feeling slightly surprised. She had only managed to contact Gu Che today. Even she herself hadn't anticipated that labor would suddenly begin. Yet Gu Che had managed to handle everything so quickly. He had even arranged the maternity bag in advance. He seemed far more thoughtful and reliable than she had expected. Gu Che walked to the cashier and used the bank card that had just received the 20,000 yuan transfer to pay a 10,000 yuan deposit. By the time he finished all the procedures, the package had also arrived. It was an enormous bag, but Gu Che carried it effortlessly in his arms. However, instead of immediately heading upstairs to the ward, he walked into the stairwell and lit a cigarette. Amid the swirling smoke, he glanced at the maternity bag, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This feeling was truly impossible to describe. He was about to meet 3 little lives for the first time. He was actually becoming a father just like that? Thinking about it, Gu Che became so excited that even the fingers holding his cigarette trembled slightly. After finishing his cigarette, Gu Che went to the restroom to freshen his mouth. Then he picked up the maternity supplies and headed upstairs to the ward. Shen Zhining was lying on the hospital bed. Because of the contractions, her complexion looked increasingly pale. Her black hair was soaked with sweat around her forehead, making her look incredibly delicate and vulnerable. A wave of sympathy washed over Gu Che. He walked over, took Shen Zhining's hand, and smiled. "I've finished all the procedures, and I've brought everything we need. From now on, I'll stay with you and the babies through every step." The moment Shen Zhining saw him, her eyes immediately grew moist. A pregnant woman's emotions were already extremely unstable, and combined with the physical pain she was experiencing, she was especially sensitive and vulnerable at that moment. "Gu Che, is giving birth this early really dangerous? Will something happen to the babies? They've been with me for 8 months. I'm really worried about them. Gu Che, if anything goes wrong during the delivery later, you must tell the doctor to save the babies first." Gu Che couldn't help laughing. He raised his hand, initially intending to tap her forehead at her peculiar way of thinking. But after lifting his hand, he ultimately softened his gesture and merely touched her forehead gently. "Miss Shen Zhining, what era are you living in? Doctors can't make that kind of choice nowadays. That would be against the rules. Besides, it's quite common for multiple pregnancies to arrive early. But they're still half a month ahead of schedule. I'm scared. Ding. The system has detected that the mother is anxious. The host can complete challenges to increase the natural delivery success rate for both the babies and their mother, ensuring a safe delivery for mother and children. It could actually increase the chances of a safe natural delivery? This was incredible. Gu Che verbally continued reassuring Shen Zhining, but deep down, he was anxious too. 3 babies were no joke, and they were arriving early. The risks were extremely high. If he could guarantee a completely safe delivery, only then could he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Activate it. Activate it now. Gu Che immediately followed the system's instructions and began raising the various values one by one. Congratulations, host. You have completed the challenge of holding hands and communicating with the mother. The natural delivery success rate has increased to 20%. Congratulations, host. You have completed the challenge of massaging the mother's body. The natural delivery success rate has increased to 40%. The final challenge has been activated. The host must teach the mother the Lamaze breathing method. Upon completion, The delivery safety rating can be increased to 100%. The Lamaze breathing method? Gucci knew about that. The guide the system had just given him happened to include instructions for it. Gucci first took out his phone and played a gentle prenatal music track. Then he looked at Shen Zhining. Zhining, I'm going to teach you a very useful breathing technique. Once you master it, I guarantee that everything will go smoothly, and the babies will all be born safely. Shen Zhining looked at him suspiciously and asked softly, Is there really such an effective method? Of course. Come on, follow me. First, we'll start with chest-expanding breathing. Then we'll move on to slow, shallow breathing. After that, we'll practice short, contraction-style breaths. Then we'll try an exercise where you pretend you're blowing out a candle. And finally, the babies will safely come into the world and meet their mother. Shen Zhining patiently followed his instructions. Only after hearing his final step did she suddenly realize that he was guiding her through prenatal breathing exercises to prepare for labor. Although she knew this wasn't some magical secret technique, Shen Zhining's emotions gradually calmed down throughout the practice. Outside the door, two young nurses watched the scene with envy in their eyes. This young couple has such a wonderful relationship. The new dad is incredibly considerate. He's staying by her side at such a crucial moment and constantly finding ways to make her smile and reassure her. This expectant mother really has fallen into a jar of honey. Shen Zhining finally felt much calmer. Although the pain was becoming increasingly intense, she was no longer as panicked as before. She looked at Gucci, and somehow, simply having him beside her made her feel an extraordinary sense of security and belonging. Her eyes accidentally landed on the large bag of supplies nearby. It looked like everything needed for childbirth. She asked, Gucci, is that the maternity bag you prepared? Yes. As he spoke, Gucci pulled the bag closer, unzipped it, and began showing Shen Zhining everything inside in detail. Chapter 5. They're here. 1 boy and 2 girls. I prepared the maternity bag very thoroughly. So put your mind at ease. After the babies are born, we have everything they'll need. Baby bottles, portable formula packets, baby clothes, quick-dry bath towels, changing mats. And for you, I got cotton loungewear, flexible straws, an insulated cup, maternity pads, disposable toilet seat covers, a maternity-specific dental care kit, soft-soled slippers. Gucci introduced the supplies one by one, leaving Shen Zhining dazzled by the sheer amount of stuff. In such a short time, Gucci had actually managed to prepare all of this? It even went far beyond the list she had originally planned at home. Shen Zhining's nose began to sting, and a warm feeling swept through her heart. She felt unusually emotional today. Perhaps it really was because of the intense hormonal fluctuations during pregnancy. Not wanting Gucci to think she was the type of woman who cried at the slightest thing, Shen Zhining hurriedly suppressed her tears and picked up a small package beside her that Gucci had skipped over. What's in this bag? The moment Gucci saw what she was holding, his expression became slightly awkward. Before her brain could react, Shen Zhining had already read the label on the package aloud. Disposable change of under. Her voice abruptly stopped. Her pretty face instantly turned bright red. The bag containing the intimate garments in her palm felt like a red-hot coal. Throwing it away would be awkward, but holding on to it was even more embarrassing. Gucci was the first to recover. He coughed awkwardly and explained, I bought everything according to guides I found online. I figured you might need them. Shen Zhining lowered her feather-like eyelashes, feeling extremely embarrassed. Thank you. You really thought of everything. The awkwardness quickly disappeared as waves of contraction, pain swept over her. In the end, Shen Zhining didn't even get the chance to inspect the entire bag of supplies before the medical staff wheeled her into the operating room. With triplets, a C-section was necessary. A natural delivery was simply not an option. Gucci was kept outside the sterile operating room and had no choice but to wait. Throughout the hour-long surgery, Gucci never moved from his spot outside the operating room. Even though the system had already guaranteed that both mother and children would be safe, his nerves remained tightly wound. Perhaps every first-time father waiting outside an operating room experienced the same feeling. There were several delivery rooms on this floor, and the other expectant fathers looked just like Gucci. They all stood anxiously in the hallway, waiting. Nobody spoke to anyone else, but their anxious expressions seemed to have been carved from the same mold. Every so often, someone would become too restless to sit still, get up, pace around near the door for a while, and then dejectedly sit back down. Gucci found this state of mind incredibly strange. As he stared at the tightly closed operating room door, He desperately longed for his first meeting with his little ones. After 90 minutes, the door finally opened. 3 nurses walked out one after another, each carrying a tiny newborn in her arms. Guche shot to his feet. At that moment, his sixth sense became extraordinarily clear. These were definitely his 3 babies. Which one of you is a relative of Shen Zhining? That's me. I'm the baby's biological father. Guche's voice trembled slightly, but no one laughed at him. Everyone present, including the nurses, looked at him with congratulations. Both mother and babies are doing very well. Congratulations, sir. You've just become the father of triplets. The oldest is a boy, followed by 2 adorable little girls. My God, she gave birth to 3 at once. Having twin daughters would already be incredible luck. But he even got a son to go with them. He has all 3 now. What unbelievable luck. Congratulations. Congratulations to you all. Guche smiled and looked around at everyone, offering his thanks. Thank you, everyone. At that moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. It was as if the whole universe contained nothing but the 3 tiny lives nestled in the nurse's arms. The newborn's skin was still slightly wrinkled, and it was difficult to tell what their facial features would eventually look like. But in Guche's eyes, they were unbelievably adorable. They were the most precious treasures in the entire world. Wah, 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 wah. One loud cry after another rang out. The 3 little ones seemed to be greeting Guche through their cries, as if they were saying, Asterisk, Dad, look at us. We're full of energy, asterisk. The little ones couldn't wait any longer. Looks like they want their daddy to hold them, the nurse joked. But Guche didn't dare take them immediately. The 3 babies were simply too tiny. His upper arm was probably wider than their entire bodies. He had no problem going to the gym and lifting weights like a strong man, but when it came to such fragile little lives, he genuinely didn't know what to do. He was terrified that one wrong move might hurt them. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed your first photo opportunity with your offspring. The beginner childcare module has been awarded, covering essential knowledge such as proper baby holding techniques, formula preparation, diaper changing, and more. Awesome. The system really was unbelievably considerate. Just 1 second ago, he had no idea what to do. The next second, the system had handed him a complete beginner's guide to childcare. Once the module finished loading, Guche suddenly felt enlightened. As he looked at the 3 soft little bundles of flesh, textbook perfect techniques immediately appeared in his mind. He carefully took the babies from the nurses. The little ones were incredibly light. Each one was only a tiny bundle nestled in the crook of his arm. They were unbelievably cute. Strangely enough, the moment the 3 babies entered his arms, they stopped crying. Their eyelids weren't fully open yet, only revealing narrow slits. Yet their tiny gazes seemed firmly fixed on Guche's face, completing their first ever exchange with their father. Guche felt his tough guy heart melt completely in an instant. The baby's vital signs are all excellent. The eldest weighs 2.5 kilograms, and the 2 girls each weigh 2.25 kilograms. Although they arrived a little earlier than expected, they've already reached a full 38 weeks, so they aren't considered premature. Their organs are all well developed and healthy. They don't need to stay in an incubator and can be transferred directly to the maternity ward. We'll take the babies there now. Would you like to come with us? The nurse asked. Guche's entire attention was focused on the babies. He was stunned for a moment before replying with a brilliant smile. No, I'll stay here. I'm the only one who's been waiting outside, so I need to stay here for their mother. She's just gone through childbirth, and I don't want her to come out and find herself all alone. The nurse's opinion of Guche became even more favorable. I understand. We'll take good care of the babies. The mother will be transferred out shortly. A few minutes later, Shen Zhining was slowly wheeled out toward the doorway. After exhausting herself during the delivery, her face was completely pale. The moment she appeared, she anxiously began searching for someone. She knew perfectly well that Guche had probably gone to take care of the babies after they were born. Yet deep down, she still hoped that when the door opened, she would see a familiar face. After all, she had just endured the most difficult and important moment of her life. Just as Shen Zhining was about to look away in disappointment, that familiar figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. He seemed to be bathed in starlight, dazzling enough to make her eyes blur. Zhining, you've been through so much. Guche gently held her fingertips and whispered softly. Shen Zhining's expression was like the first ray of dawn. In an instant, it pierced through the darkness, and a radiant smile blossomed across her face. She weakly shook her head and asked in a faint voice, Are the babies okay? Gucci nodded. They're all doing great. The doctor said their vital signs are fine. One boy and two girls. They've already been taken back to the maternity ward. You'll be able to see them in a little while. Once they entered the ward, the baby's specialized bassinets were already nearby. But Gucci first carefully helped Shen Zhining settle down before pulling the row of bassinets closer. Even though he had already met the babies moments ago, seeing those three tiny faces again still left him unable to calm down. Zhining, the two girls are identical twins. They look exactly alike, like they were carved from the same mold. They're incredibly adorable. The little boy is cute too, though he doesn't look much like his sisters. Do you want to hold them? Shen Zhining had already heard about it while she was on the operating table. But hearing Gucci tell her personally now made the feeling completely different. Her heart was filled with warmth, and for the first time, life seemed full of hope. I'm scared. I'm afraid I'll hurt them. Shen Zhining spoke honestly. As a first-time mother, she really didn't know how to handle these three tiny lives. She was constantly worried that her clumsy hands might accidentally hurt her babies. Hashtag chapter 6. 3 babies in one go. Brother Che is absolutely insane. Gucci was beaming as he said, relax. I'll teach you step by step. Step? You actually know how to do this? Shen Zhining looked astonished once again. Of course. While you were in surgery for those 90 minutes, I crammed in a ton of childcare knowledge. As he spoke, Gucci carefully took his eldest son into his arms. His movements were incredibly gentle. He deliberately lowered himself so Shen Zhining, who was lying in bed, could see everything clearly. Watch closely. The key is right here. When you hold a baby, make sure the back of their head is securely supported in the crook of your arm. Use your left hand to support their back and lower back, because a newborn's bones are still very fragile and need extra protection. Then place your right arm underneath their legs and bottom. That's the proper way to hold a newborn. See? The little guy seems to be enjoying it. He's even closed his eyes and gone off to dreamland. Shen Zhining watched extremely carefully, her eyes filled with tender affection. She had never expected Gucci to be so devoted. Even more surprising was how quickly he had slipped into the role of a new father and mastered so many professional childcare techniques. Coming to find Gucci today had probably been the wisest decision she could have made for these 3 little lives. You just got out of surgery and haven't recovered your strength yet. I'll handle the hard work of holding the babies for now. I'll bring them over one by one so you can take a good look. These 3 little cuties are absolutely adorable. With that, Gucci carefully moved the 3 little heirs onto the bed, placing them beside Shen Zhining. Looking at the 3 tiny, wrinkled faces, Shen Zhining couldn't bear to dampen his enthusiasm, but she still gave him an honest assessment. Gucci, I think you should tone it down a little. They're still so tiny that their facial features haven't even fully developed yet. Honestly, they're nowhere near what you'd call pretty. Gucci burst into hearty laughter, his eyes overflowing with affection. Even if they look a little different from what I imagined right now, I did my homework. Newborn babies generally look like this. Besides, their soft, chubby little bodies are already incredibly charming. Indeed, in the eyes of parents, their own children were always the most beautiful in the world. After all, they came with a powerful parental love filter. Shen Zhining lowered her eyes and gazed at the 3 little babies, a heartwarming smile spreading across her face. After giving birth, Shen Zhining had very little energy and soon drifted off to sleep. The 3 newest members of the family were also sound asleep. Gucci stayed in the room. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass window and fell across his shoulders, filling the room with warmth. He casually drew the curtains, picked up his phone, and walked out of the room to contact his roommates. Hey, Lao-Du, is anyone at the dorm? I need you guys to do me a favor. He had left in such a hurry that although he had arranged everything Shen Zhining and the babies needed, he had completely neglected his own necessities. Going out to shop now was obviously impossible. Someone had to stay at the hospital, so he had no choice but to ask his close friends to make the trip for him. The moment Lao-Du answered, Han Sheng and Lu Jing immediately leaned their heads over from the side. Lao-Du simply switched to speakerphone. Yo, Brother Che, where did you and that top goddess from the neighboring university run off to have fun? Lao-Du teased with a mischievous grin. Gucci's eyebrows lifted slightly, and his voice was filled with unconcealed delight. I've got some earth-shattering news to share. I've officially become a dad. I'm stuck at the hospital right now. Pack up my toiletries and whatever else I need and bring them over. I'll send you the list on WeChat. The moment he finished speaking, the other end fell completely silent. Half a minute later, the 3 idiots erupted into thunderous screams. Holy crap. Holy crap. Gucci was startled and immediately hung up. He then sent Lao to a list of things to bring through their social app. Taking a bus with transfers would have taken more than half an hour, but his three friends were so excited that they immediately hailed a taxi and somehow made it to the hospital in less than 20 minutes. On the way there, the three troublemakers were beside themselves with excitement. I never saw this coming. Brother Che's move is absolutely legendary. Not only did he win over the top beauty of Manhua University, he even got her pregnant. With Brother Che's face, he's definitely going to be a winner in life. Ha ha ha. Wait a second. Did you guys hear him clearly? He said the babies. Do you think he just accidentally let the plural slip because he was too excited, or did he actually double the surprise this time? Lu Jing's speculation instantly left Du Heng and Han Xing dumbfounded. Thinking back to Shen's waistline earlier today, yeah, she really did look pretty big. Even though they had already begun to suspect that Gucci might have more than one surprise waiting for them. When they actually entered the hospital room and saw the three newborns, all three of them were still completely stunned. Lao Du hurriedly covered Han Sheng and Lu Jing's mouths with both hands to stop them from shouting. All they could do was stare at Gucci with wildly excited expressions. Gucci glanced at his sleeping wife and children, then waved his hand, signaling the three guys to get out. Once they reached the hallway, Du Heng grabbed Gucci's hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Che, you're incredible. You're literally my idol. 3 kids in one shot. Brother Che, you're absolutely the undisputed GOAT. Brother Che, are they boys or soft and cuddly little princesses?" Han Xing asked eagerly. Gucci happily explained, "The one in front is my nephew. I mean, my son. The 2 identical ones are my daughters. A boy and 2 girls. Oh my God. Brother Che, you just completed the ultimate goal of having both a son and daughters in one go. And you even got twin little princesses. Your luck is absolutely insane." Han Sheng had officially transformed into a jealous lemon. Du Heng patted him on the back and teased, "Give it up, little Han. You can't replicate those genes." Han Sheng was bitter inside, but after glancing at Gu Che's flawless handsome face, all he could do was sigh helplessly. The gap is just too huge. Brother Che, you're awesome. Brother Che, your secrecy game is absolutely ridiculous. You kept something this huge completely under wraps. When exactly did you and the goddess Shen start sneaking around together? How did you suddenly become a dad without telling us anything? Although the brothers were genuinely happy for Gu Che, this surprise attack had truly caught them completely off guard. Seeing right through their curiosity, Gu Che replied frankly, "There are quite a few details involved, but the blood relationship is undeniable. They're 100% my kids." The guys immediately burst into laughter. "That's our brother Che, quietly making a huge move without anyone noticing. Forget about winning over the goddess of Manhua University. You haven't even finished your sophomore year, and you've already completed the entire life progression. Brother Che, all of us brothers sincerely congratulate you. But seriously, Brother Che, triplets may sound amazing, but raising 3 kids isn't a joke. Those 3 little money-eating beasts are going to cost a fortune. Can you handle the expenses right now? We talked it over in the taxi and pooled together some spare cash. Don't be shy. Use it to get through the immediate expenses." Gu Che smiled and waved his hand, putting an arm around their shoulders. "Relax. I'm a family man now. How could something like this possibly stump me? I already have enough money to support my family." Seeing how confident he looked, the 3 finally relaxed. "Looks like Brother Che has been hiding his wealth all along. Ha ha. Fine, then we won't worry about that. You don't need the money, but you absolutely have to accept these red envelopes. This is a little gift from the 3 of us uncles for the babies." The 3 of them each pulled out a thick red envelope and stuffed it into Gu Che's hands. "No problem. I'll take the red envelopes. When we hold the baby's full-month celebration, none of you are allowed to miss it. Come over and have a proper drink." After chatting for a while, Gu Che urged them to leave. Even though Shen Zhining was still asleep, she could wake up at any moment, and he really didn't feel comfortable being away from her for too long. After seeing the 3 brothers into the elevator, Gu Che hurried back. The moment he pushed open the door, an ear-piercing ringtone suddenly rang out. He quickly stepped forward and was about to mute it, but it was already too late. Shen Zhining had opened her eyes. Still groggy with sleep, she murmured instinctively, "My phone's ringing. Who's calling?" Gu Che glanced at the screen. "Someone named Yi Tang. Do you want to answer?" Shen Zhining gave a faint nod. Gu Che swiped to answer and casually turned on speakerphone, placing the phone beside her pillow. Although the doctor hadn't forbidden her from using electronic devices, given Shen Zhining's current physical condition, even lifting her arm to hold the phone was simply too exhausting. Hashtag Chapter 7. From now on, we're family. The moment the call connected, before Shen Zhining could even say a word, an anxious female voice came from the other end. Zhining, where did you run off to? The nanny said you went out all day. How come you still haven't come back? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? You're already 38 weeks pregnant, and you're carrying triplets. You're walking around with that huge burden on you. How are my 3 godchildren supposed to handle that? Where exactly are you? I'm coming to pick you up right now. Tong Tong, I'm in the maternity ward. The babies have already been born. Shen Zhining lowered her voice. After speaking, she secretly glanced at the 3 little babies beside her. They were sleeping soundly and didn't seem to have been disturbed by the noise. What? They're already born? But your due date was still half a month away. And you're all alone right now. Yi Tang was practically shouting in alarm over the phone. Shen Zhining awkwardly raised her eyes toward Gu Che. Understanding the situation, Gu Che thoughtfully said, I'll step outside for a few minutes. I'll wait right outside the door. Just call me if you need anything. He realized that the person on the phone was Shen Zhining's best friend. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to sit beside them and listen to the private conversation between the 2 girls. What's going on? Why do I hear a man nearby? Yi Tang immediately sounded suspicious and concerned. Shen Zhining gently reassured her, don't worry. She then patiently recounted everything that had happened that day. Because she was still weak after giving birth, her voice was extremely soft. She also had to be careful not to wake the sleeping babies, so her account was somewhat disjointed. Meanwhile, Yi Tang was burning with anxiety. As she listened, she had already hailed a taxi and was speeding toward the hospital. By the time Shen Zhining finished explaining everything, Yi Tang had arrived at the hospital. So the person who stayed with you through the entire delivery today is the biological father of your children. The guy who disappeared for more than 8 months without a trace. There was a hint of hostility in Yi Tang's voice. Shen Zhining understood perfectly well why her best friend was angry with Gu Che. As her closest friend, Yi Tang had been the one helping her through most of the past several months. Although Shen Zhining had repeatedly emphasized that she had never actively contacted Gu Che, in Yi Tang's eyes, once something like this had happened, Gu Che had no excuse for disappearing without a word. Tong Tong, don't be so hard on him. If Gu Che hadn't stayed with me today, I probably would have had no idea what to do. He only found out about becoming a father today. The fact that he managed to handle everything so thoughtfully and properly already surprised me. I'm genuinely grateful to him. I'm about 2 minutes away from the hospital entrance. We'll talk face to face. Not long after Yi Tang ended the call, Gu Che returned to the room. That was my best friend. She's taken care of me a lot throughout my pregnancy. She got pretty worked up after hearing that I'd given birth, so please don't take anything she said personally. Gu Che had thoughtfully prepared some warm water and brought a paper straw to Shen Zhining's lips. Her throat was indeed parched, so she leaned over and took several sips. I understand. You two must be very close. My buddies were pretty excited too. Everyone genuinely cares about us. Shen Zhining stared at him in surprise. Your roommates came to visit? Yeah. They saw you were sleeping, so I kicked them out. Before leaving, they even left some gift money for the babies. It's the first red envelope our 3 little ones have received. Gu Che placed the red envelopes beside her pillow, his eyes filled with tenderness. Let their mother keep them safe for now. Shen Zhining stared at the 3 bright red envelopes on the cabinet, momentarily lost in thought. Gu Che had actually handed the money his friends gave him over to her to manage? There was something strangely intimate about it. It felt as though, without either of them realizing it, they had already become a family. While Shen Zhining was still spacing out, the door suddenly flew open. Yi Tang rushed inside with an anxious expression, heading straight toward the bed. Gu Che reacted quickly and stepped in front of her, stopping her. Yi Tang looked up and saw an exceptionally handsome face. But remembering Gu Che's long absence, she still couldn't help frowning. Zhining, let me introduce you to my best friend, Yi Tang. Tang, this is Gu Che. Che. He's responsible for. I know who he is. He's the biological father of those 3 babies who disappeared for more than half a year, right? Yi Tang's words were sharp and loaded with sarcasm. Gu Che didn't take offense. Instead, Shen Zhining anxiously gestured at her best friend, signaling her to tone it down. Ms. Yi, Zhining just came out of surgery, and her incision hasn't healed yet. You'd better sit beside her and take your time talking. After saying that, Gu Che walked toward the baby carriage. The The third baby had probably been awakened by the commotion. Her little mouth immediately puckered, and she burst into loud cries. That single cry instantly tightened the hearts of everyone in the room. Yi Tang turned around and saw Gu Che expertly scoop up the baby, cradle her in his arms, and gently rock and soothe her. It was rare to see such a rough-looking guy display so much patience and tenderness. Shen Zhining had initially been anxious as well, but seeing how quickly Gu Che reacted, the stone in her heart finally dropped. The third baby was quite cooperative too. After snuggling into Gu Che's arms for a short while, she stopped crying. The little one's awake. I'll take her out into the hallway for a walk. Understanding that the two best friends needed some privacy, he thoughtfully left the room. The moment Gu Che stepped outside, Shen Zhining immediately advised, Tong Tong, be a little nicer to Gu Che. He's actually been doing a really good job. Yi Tang glared at her in exasperation. You silly girl. He's only been around for a few hours, and you're already taking his side? Did you just forget all the grievances you suffered these past several months? But he genuinely didn't know about the children before. You really can't blame everything on him. Yi Tang cast another sideways glance toward the hallway. Gu Che was holding the third baby, looking down as he gently played with and coaxed her. He actually looked pretty competent. She decided not to press the issue any further. After asking about Shen Zhining's recovery, she found an excuse to leave the room. When Yi Tang approached him again, Gu Che looked remarkably calm, as though he had expected it. Gu Che, Zhining and I have known each other for more than 10 years, so I'll get straight to the point. I don't care where you've been fooling around these past few months. Now that you've finally shown up, I need a straight answer. What are you planning to do about the mother and these 4 children from now on? My children and my wife are obviously my responsibility. Do you even need to ask? After hearing that, Yi Tang's expression remained cold. She reached into her handbag and pulled out a thick stack of banknotes. Take this for now. Zhining hasn't had an easy time lately. I just got my bonus, and you're going to have expenses coming from every direction now. Ms. Yi, thank you. Zhining told me how much you've helped her these past few months. But from now on, whether it's money or effort, I'll shoulder everything myself. You can rest assured. Yi Tang hadn't expected Gu Che to reject her so firmly. Her expression froze for a moment. Still, she stubbornly shoved the cash into his arms. Take it. Consider it a welcome gift for my godchildren. I'm leaving for now. I'll come back to see her later. With that, Yi Tang turned and left without hesitation. Gu Che watched her retreating figure, then glanced at the cash in his hand and shook his head with a helpless smile. Holding the baby, he carried the money back into the room. Zhining, Ms. Yi left this gift money for the babies. Shen Zhining glanced at the thick stack on the table. Her eyes flickered as she estimated that there had to be at least 5,000 yuan. It was probably the bonus from one of Yi Tang's cases. She had only just received her hard-earned money, yet she had immediately handed all of it over to her. That kind of life-and-death friendship was something Shen Zhining would carry in her heart for the rest of her life. Gu Che carefully placed the sleeping third baby back into the crib. The moment the little cutie touched the mattress, her tiny mouth curled downward, as though she were about to start crying again. Gu Che's heart immediately jumped into his throat. He quickly freed one hand and gently rubbed the little princess's belly. After patiently soothing her, the tiny pout finally disappeared. Seeing his daughter fall asleep again, the new father Gu Che let out a long sigh of relief. His face was filled with pure satisfaction and happiness. ##### Chapter 8. 3 Little Angels, Super Healing Smiles. Just then, the system notification suddenly rang out in Gu Che's mind. Ding! The host's children's mother needs to replenish her energy. The host exclusive postpartum confinement meal cooking skill has now been unlocked. Huh? Was Shen Zhining's stomach growling? Gu Che turned his head and happened to see Shen Zhining staring down at her now settled stomach, looking a little dazed. When she realized he had noticed, 2 shy blushes immediately appeared on her cheeks. That adorable little expression was simply irresistible. Gu Che couldn't help curling his lips into a faint smile. What was there to be embarrassed about when she was hungry? He slowly walked over to the bedside, gently pulling the blanket higher around Shen Zhining before saying considerately, Zhining, it's about dinner time. Since you're still feeling okay, I'll go downstairs and get us something to eat. Shen Zhining had never expected him to be this attentive. The moment she felt even the slightest hint of hunger, Gu Che had noticed it immediately. She obediently nodded and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Thank you, Gu Che. Gu Che lightly brushed a fingertip across her forehead and smiled indulgently. Why are you thanking me? From now on, You're forbidden from saying that to me. I'm heading downstairs. The moment Guche stepped out of the hospital room, he activated the skill the system had just awarded him with a thought. In the span of a single breath, an enormous amount of knowledge about postpartum confinement meals and nutritional diets flooded into his memory. It felt as though his brain had undergone a second round of development. The sensation was unbelievably exhilarating. Which foods postpartum mothers should avoid, which trace elements they needed most during confinement, how to prepare nutritious meals. Guche now knew all of it by heart. He was already itching to put his new skills to use. Since he had mastered this special ability, naturally, he had to personally prepare nutritious meals for the mother of his children. He simply borrowed the hospital kitchen. When the chef on duty heard that this handsome young man wanted to personally cook a postpartum meal for his wife, he immediately vacated a stove for him without hesitation and couldn't help sighing sincerely. Young people these days really know how to love each other. Shen Zhining's digestive system was currently only suited to liquid foods. Even so, Guche was determined to turn a simple bowl of porridge and a few light side dishes into something extraordinary. Half an hour later, he carried a tray of beautifully prepared food upstairs. At almost the same time, Yi Tang returned from her shopping trip, her hands filled with bags of essential supplies for both the babies and the new mother. In her other hand was an exquisite insulated food container. As soon as she entered the room, Yi Tang and Guche almost simultaneously placed their respective postpartum meals on the small table beside the hospital bed. Zhining, I went all over half the city to find this top-quality postpartum meal for you. It has the perfect combination of meat and vegetables, and it looks, smells, and tastes amazing. Hurry up and try it while it's hot. Yi Tang quickly opened the container. Inside was an assortment of delicate dishes and utensils, including meat, vegetables, soups, and porridge. The selection was incredibly abundant. However, the moment Shen Zhining saw the thick layer of oil floating atop the pig's trotter soup, her stomach suddenly churned, and a wave of nausea rose within her. Yi Tang's gaze shifted to the dinner Guche had brought. She couldn't help frowning and complaining. Guche, Zhining just came out of surgery. She's extremely weak right now, so her diet needs to be highly nutritious. How could you just settle for ordinary hospital cafeteria food? Without the slightest hint of panic, Guche lifted the lid of the small clay pot he had brought and explained, "This isn't cafeteria food. I borrowed the kitchen and made it myself. Zhining, you can only eat easily digestible liquid foods right now, so I specifically made lotus root and oatmeal porridge to help restore your strength. I also prepared a stewed black-bone chicken soup to help with recovery. For the side dishes, I mashed yam and pumpkin into purees. Since you can't handle solid foods yet, just make do with these for the next couple of days." The moment Guche lifted the lid of the clay pot even slightly, a rich and fragrant aroma instantly filled the entire room. Shen Zhining didn't even need to comment. Yi Tang already knew her store-bought meal had been completely defeated. After all, this was a homemade meal made with love. Shen Zhining raised her beautiful eyes in surprise and stared at Guche. "You made all of this yourself?" Guche gave her a handsome wink. "Of course. Didn't I already promise you? I'll take good care of all four of you. From now on, I'll personally prepare your postpartum meals. I won't leave it to anyone else." Yi Tang looked at her best friend's pretty face gradually turning from pale to rosy, then at the blazing, star-filled affection in Guche's eyes. Suddenly, she felt like a giant light bulb in that tiny room. She awkwardly glanced at the two dinners, then picked up a disposable spoon and tasted the pig's trotter soup she had bought. After that, she took another sip of Guche's black-bone chicken soup. Her eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. "This is incredible," Yi Tang blurted out instinctively, unable to hide her genuine reaction. Then she curled her lips and muttered, "Zhining, just focus on finishing Guche's food. I'll take care of mine. Mine really is a little too greasy." Hearing this, Shen Zhining couldn't help raising her eyes to meet Guche's gaze. The two exchanged a knowing smile. "You two take your time eating. I'm taking the three little ones to the mother and baby room. It's feeding time for them too." Guche pushed the row of baby strollers out of the room. Shen Zhining took small bites of the dinner Guche had personally prepared, and the sweetness and happiness in her eyes were impossible to hide. Seeing how completely immersed she was in the moment, Yi Tang couldn't resist teasing her. "One meal, and you're already this happy? Think about how hard you had it during the past 8 months, carrying that belly while renting a place alone. You can't switch sides this quickly." "Tang Tang, I just think the soup tastes really good," Shen Zhining replied with a coquettish smile. All the words Yi Tang had been preparing to say instantly got stuck in her throat. She glanced at the chicken soup in front of Shen Zhining, recalled the flavor she had just tasted, smacked her lips, and sighed. I have to admit, the flavor really is incredible. Guche's cooking skills are no joke. Let me have another taste. The moment the little spoon in Yi Tang's hand reached toward the soup, Shen Zhining hurriedly raised her delicate hand to shield the plate. Stop right there, Tang Tang. I just came out of surgery, and I'm a weak patient. How can a perfectly healthy person like you have the nerve to steal food from a patient? Seeing her fiercely guarding her food, Yi Tang teased her helplessly. Fine, fine. I won't touch the delicacies your Guche specially prepared for you. Happy now? Shen Zhining lowered her head and took another sip of the fresh soup, the curve of her lips deepening. Guche's cooking really was something else. Meanwhile, in the mother and baby room, Guche was carefully mixing formula while occasionally turning his head to look at the three little ones. The eldest and third babies had already woken up and were staring curiously at their daddy as he prepared their milk. Only the second baby, the little sleepyhead, had slept soundly all afternoon and still refused to open her eyes. Looking at those three tiny lives, Guche's heart filled with an indescribable sweetness. The events of the day had been incredibly dramatic and overwhelming, but there was no denying it. They were also wonderfully mysterious and blissful. Quite a few family members were gathered in the mother and baby room, but someone as young as Guche, bringing 3 newborn triplets in by himself for feeding, was definitely a rare sight. Several women who were there with their babies couldn't help approaching curiously. When they saw how skillfully and professionally Guche handled everything, they were all stunned. Oh my, young man, you really know how to shake that bottle and check the temperature. Did you actually get some kind of childcare certification? We've heard of professional confinement nannies, but I've never seen a young man doing this kind of work. Auntie, you've misunderstood. I'm not a caregiver. I'm the biological father of these 3 little ones. Their actual father. As he said those words, Guche's voice was overflowing with the pride of being a father. Huh? You're already a father at such a young age? So you mean all 3 of these babies are yours? That's right. All 3 carry my blood. They're triplets, a boy and 2 girls. My goodness. 3 babies in one go. That's incredible. Young man, you must have quite some stamina. And you're such a model father. Look how evenly you mixed that formula. These babies are going to live the good life with such a careful dad. Listening to the waves of praise around him, Guche smiled as he looked at his precious babies in the stroller. He gently held the bottles as he fed them, lowering his voice as he chatted softly with the 3 tiny lives. My little babies, you must really like having me as your wonderful daddy, right? You were so eager to come out early just to meet Daddy. Daddy loves you guys even more. The little ones were sucking diligently on their bottle nipples. As if they could somehow understand Guche's whispering, all 3 babies blinked their big eyes at him. Then, one after another, they opened their toothless little mouths and silently smiled. That single smile instantly melted the heart of the normally tough, straight-laced Guche. His entire heart softened in an instant, becoming as gentle and smooth as velvet. Hashtag chapter 9. From now on, we're family. After the 3 little ones had eaten their fill, Guche patiently stayed in the mother and baby room for a while, playing with them and keeping them company. The events of the day had also caught Shen Zhining completely off guard. Now that her best friend had come to keep her company, Guche deliberately wanted to give the 2 women some private space to talk. He wanted Shen Zhining to be able to confide in her best friend without any reservations. The mother and baby room was filled with newborns. Most of them were just like Guche's triplets, having been born only a few days earlier. Every parent's face was filled with unmistakable affection. Nearby, an Annie was playing with a wooden rattle. Its bright red paint and crisp, pleasant rattling sound instantly attracted the attention of several babies around her. At that moment, Guche was holding the last of the 3 to wake up, baby 2, and gently patting her back to burp her. The little cutie noticed the commotion and kept staring in that direction through her barely opened eyes. Guche immediately noticed his daughter's unusual reaction and followed her gaze. Ding! The system has detected that the child has an extremely strong curiosity toward parent-child interactive toys. The host has been granted the miniature carving skill. After unlocking the skill, the host can complete daily tasks involving personally crafting handmade toys for his children and earn a bonus of 50,000 yuan. He could actually earn money simply by making little toys for his children himself. This system really knew exactly what he wanted. Activate. The attribute has been successfully granted. A specialized handmade carving materials package will be delivered to the hospital via same city express delivery. In the blink of an eye, Guche clearly felt a subtle transformation taking place in his palms. His fingers, which were already naturally well-proportioned with prominent knuckles, became even longer and more powerful. At the same time, his mind was suddenly flooded with vast amounts of professional knowledge regarding bone carving, jade carving, miniature wood carving, and various other forms of craftsmanship. He stared at the workbench in front of him, and a highly detailed, three-dimensional miniature carving blueprint had already been completely reconstructed in his mind. That feeling of having absolute mastery over everything was simply incredible. When Guche pushed the three little babies back into the room, Shen Zhining and Yi Tang had already finished eating. Not a drop of the liquid food he had painstakingly prepared remained. Seeing this, Guche smiled with satisfaction. "I'm going downstairs to pick up a package." The specialized materials package had already arrived. When Guche returned a moment later, he was carrying a large, old-fashioned wooden box with a sturdy, elegant appearance. Shen Zhining and Yi Tang both stared at him in confusion. "Guche, what are you carrying?" Shen Zhining asked curiously. "These are some wood pieces and tools for miniature carving. When I was in the mother and baby room just now, I noticed that our three little ones were really interested in those rattling toys. So I ordered some materials through same city express delivery. I'm going to make a few toys for them myself. The materials are all natural and free of harmful substances, so they'll be safe for the babies." "You're actually going to carve wooden toys for the children yourself?" Both Shen Zhining and Yi Tang looked stunned. Guche merely gave them a mysterious smile without answering. He efficiently laid out all the different tools from the box. Since the toys were for newborn babies, he deliberately chose wood with moderate hardness. Both its weight and hardness were ideal for babies, ensuring their safety while playing. For the next full hour, Yi Tang stayed beside the hospital bed chatting with Shen Zhining. The three little ones slept soundly in their specially designed stroller, while Guche sat alone on a small sofa in the corner, his fingers moving rapidly as he worked various tiny carving knives over the wooden blocks. Shen Zhining's gaze kept drifting toward him from time to time. Guche was completely absorbed in his work. His expression was intensely focused, and the way he slightly lowered his handsome profile made him look unbelievably attractive. Yi Tang followed her best friend's gaze and quietly muttered, "I have to admit, Guche really is putting his heart into taking care of these babies." Shen Zhining gave a barely perceptible nod. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. 3 exquisite handmade toys were finally completed. Guche held the little wooden rocking horse, white rabbit, and tiger in his palms and presented them to Shen Zhining. "Zhining, the babies are still sleeping. As their mother, you can inspect these handmade toys for them first." Shen Zhining carefully took the 3 delicate pieces and brought them closer for a thorough look. All 3 toys were carved with astonishing lifelike detail. Even the tiniest textures of fur had been carefully reproduced. A tiny little bell had been attached to the rocking horse's neck. A clear Chinese character Xinghao Xinghao, Wag, Xinghao Xinghao had been carved onto the tiger's smooth forehead. As for the little white rabbit, it was even more adorable, with a round little tail that was almost unbearably cute. What was most impressive was Guche's meticulous attention to detail. Every wooden toy had been repeatedly polished with ultra-fine sandpaper. Their surfaces were as smooth as glass, so there was absolutely no need to worry about them scratching a baby's delicate skin. Shen Zhining sincerely praised him. "The craftsmanship is so exquisite. Forget the babies. Even I can't bear to put them down. Guche, you're really talented." Guche gave her a handsome, confident look. "Just routine stuff. If you like it, I can make you a larger and more unique doll tomorrow." Yi Tang had been waiting nearby for quite a while. Once Shen Zhining had finally finished admiring the toys, she eagerly took the 3 wooden sculptures and examined them repeatedly. "This craftsmanship is insane. Guche, your carving skills are practically at the level of a master craftsman." Shen Zhining was somewhat confused. Although she also thought the pieces Guche had made were incredible, she had no idea what qualified as professional-level craftsmanship. "My grandfather has always been obsessed with carved collectibles and antique handicrafts," Yi Tang explained. "I've seen quite a lot because of him. These pieces Guche made could absolutely be considered master-level works if they were sold on the market." The surprise in Shen Zhining's beautiful eyes deepened. "Guche, don't tell me you actually studied this craft before?" Guche spread his hands and answered honestly, "Not at all. This is genuinely my first time ever touching a carving knife. The moment those words fell, Shen Zhining and Yi Tang both stared at him strangely. Shen Zhining trusted Gu Che completely. To her, her man was simply gifted beyond belief. Yi Tang, on the other hand, absolutely refused to believe him. She firmly believed Gu Che was shamelessly showing off. Judging by the muscle memory and precision he had demonstrated, she thought he must have spent decades immersed in the craft like an old master artisan. As she lovingly examined the 3 pieces in her hands, which were practically one-of-a-kind collectibles, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. She began thinking of a brilliant way to help her best friend's family make money. She knew that both Gu Che and Shen Zhining were still college sophomores. Now they suddenly had 3 babies to raise, and their finances were bound to become extremely strained. Even though she had a salary, her modest income would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket for a family with 3 newborns. Now that she had discovered Gu Che possessed such an extraordinary skill, she immediately thought of a way to help Shen Zhining's family improve their financial situation. She turns to Gu Che. Gu Che, if you can handle miniature wood carving this well, can you also carve patterns into walnuts? My grandfather is really into that kind of thing. Your craftsmanship is obviously incredible, so if you're also good at walnut carving, I'd like to commission 2 pieces from you as birthday gifts for my dad. The miniature carving module granted by the system covered every form of carving in existence. Walnut carving was naturally no challenge at all. I can do walnut carving too. Then why wait? Can you finish one tonight? Definitely not. We don't have the specialized tools here, and walnut carving requires extremely precise workmanship and is very time-consuming. The walnuts themselves also have to be carefully selected. There's no way I can start tonight. All right, then it's a deal. When you have time, make them and let me know. I'll pay top dollar for 2 collectible carved walnuts. Yi Tang happily stroked the handmade pieces in her hands, already imagining the delighted expression on her grandfather's face when he received such a masterpiece. Time quickly passed, and it was already 9:30 p.m. The hospital ward corridor gradually began switching off the main lights. Since Gu Che would be staying overnight to personally care for Shen Zhining, Yi Tang had no choice but to take her leave. Before bedtime, the 3 little ones had another full feeding of breast milk and soon drifted into deep sleep. Shen Zhining, however, had spent too much time resting during the day, so she was surprisingly wide awake and not sleepy at all. The spacious room was illuminated only by a wall lamp casting a warm orange glow. Gu Che was lying flat on the long sofa beside her. In the silent private hospital room, Shen Zhining could clearly hear his steady breathing. Being alone together in such a confined space, so close to each other, made the new mother instinctively tense up. For some reason, her heart began beating faster. Gu Che, are you asleep? Not yet. What's up? Gu Che, you're not going back to the dorm tonight. Won't the school give you trouble? Don't worry. I already got my leave approved by my instructor. Even if he hadn't actually filed the paperwork in time, he would insist that he had. His wife and children's safety was far more important. Oh, Gu Che, Zhining, are you too wide awake to fall asleep? Without warning, Gu Che threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and walked toward the hospital bed. Shen Zhining instinctively gripped the pure cotton sheet beneath her. As the handsome face suddenly drew closer and closer within her field of vision, her beautiful, narrow eyes widened in surprise. A large hand carrying a warm sensation naturally settled against her forehead. Gu Che compared the temperature with his palm and guessed, "Your temperature seems normal. Is your incision hurting badly, or is there pain somewhere else?" And no, nothing like that. Shen Zhining lowered her lashes guiltily and gently shook her head. Gu Che looked at her delicate cheeks, which had instantly turned as red as ripe apples. Then, all at once, he understood. This silly girl was probably just too shy and didn't know where to put herself. The hospital room was only so big. Although there were 3 little sleeping angels between them, this was still the first time the 2 of them had ever been alone together in such close quarters. It was perfectly natural for Shen Zhining to feel awkward and nervous. The mischievous side hidden deep within Gu Che suddenly became impossible to suppress. He abruptly lowered his upper body, moving aggressively closer to Shen Zhining's breathtakingly beautiful face. He watched as her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her cheeks heated rapidly, and even her soft, rosy lips began to tremble almost imperceptibly. At first, Gu Che had only intended to tease her, but as he continued staring at her, he suddenly found himself unable to look away. He was beginning to fall completely under her spell. Chapter 10. The kid's dad knows how to pull his weight. Wah! A newborn's cry instantly shattered the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Gucci quickly got to his feet, cleared his throat, and hurried over to the crib. Which little one woke up? Shen Zhining asked shyly. Number 3. Gucci had already scooped the baby into his arms. This little girl seems to have more energy than her brother and sister. She doesn't sleep quite as much. Over the next 48 hours, Yi Tang showed up almost every day like clockwork, keeping Shen Zhining company and helping Gucci look after the 3 babies. Shen Zhining's strength had also recovered considerably. Over the previous 2 days, she had even started trying to get out of bed and take a few steps. Around noon, warm sunlight filled the private hospital room, making all the adults feel somewhat drowsy. Just then, number 3, who had only recently fallen asleep, suddenly woke up again. Her loud cries instantly startled Gucci awake, and he rushed over to pick her up. Shen Zhining had only just closed her eyes. Worried that the baby's cries would disturb her and the other 2 sleepyheads, Gucci quickly carried the baby out of the room. Even so, Shen Zhining was still awakened. Seeing this, Yi Tang lowered her voice and said, Zhining, honestly, Gucci really is putting his whole heart into taking care of the babies. A gentle smile appeared on Shen Zhining's face as she nodded. Yeah, I really have to thank him for being here these past 2 days. If I had to handle everything by myself, I probably really couldn't. Before she could finish, Gucci had already returned with number 3 in his arms. There was a hint of tension in his expression. Gucci, what happened? Shen Zhining asked anxiously. Gucci carefully settled number 3 into her baby carriage, then immediately opened the swaddle and meticulously examined the baby's skin from head to toe. A moment later, he frowned and said solemnly, Number 3 seems to have developed newborn jaundice. Shen Zhining and Yi Tang's hearts instantly jumped into their throats. How could she get that? Jaundice? Is it really serious? Gucci, number 3, she won't. Zhining, don't panic. I just carefully checked her skin. There's only a faint yellowish tint all over her body, so her levels should still be quite low. Besides, jaundice is extremely common among newborns, especially premature babies. Number 3 is the smallest of the 3 and has the weakest resistance, so some physiological reactions are unavoidable. Gucci patiently explained the situation to Shen Zhining, then reassured her. I'm going to talk to the doctor right now. We're in a proper hospital, so there's no way anything will go wrong. He pressed the call button beside the bed. Within moments, the attending physician and head nurse arrived. They took number 3 away for further examinations. Shen Zhining struggled to get up, wanting to follow them, but Gucci patted her shoulder reassuringly. Zhining, I'll handle everything over there. Leave number 3 to me. You stay here with Yi Tang and take care of number 1 and number 2. Jaundice is not some incurable disease. Most newborns can metabolize it naturally. I've practically memorized all the relevant medical data. Everything will be fine. His voice carried an unmistakable confidence that made it difficult to doubt him. Shen Zhining tightly clasped the back of Gucci's hand. Gucci, don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Gucci gave her a firm nod. After they left, Yi Tang comforted Shen Zhining while searching online for information about newborn jaundice. To her surprise, the medical information she found matched Gucci's explanation almost word for word. Only after the 2 women had read through everything did the enormous weight in their hearts finally lift. Zhining, your earlier assessment was absolutely right. Yi Tang sighed sincerely. Gucci really does seem reliable when it comes to taking care of the kids. Number 3 will definitely be fine. After all, he's handling everything. Before long, Gucci returned with number 3. The little one had already fallen asleep again after all that fuss. Gucci gently placed her back into the baby carriage and carefully tucked the blanket around her. Zhining, the attending physician, ran a blood test on number 3. She does have physiological jaundice, but her current bilirubin level is extremely low and well within the safe range. It should naturally clear up in about a week. So relax. Hearing the good news, Shen Zhining finally relaxed and let out a long breath. She gazed at number 3 sleeping peacefully, her eyes filled with a mother's tenderness and affection. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Tang was suddenly assigned an out-of-town business trip, leaving Gucci to devote himself completely to taking care of Shen Zhining and their 3 little money-devouring babies. Number 3's jaundice had now entered its peak stage, but fortunately, Gucci had a complete set of top-tier parenting skills. He had been taking meticulous care of her over the past 2 days, keeping her total serum bilirubin levels under excellent control. The little one didn't even need phototherapy. Aside from occasionally crying because of minor physical discomfort and eating slightly less than usual, there was practically nothing else to worry about. As for number 1 and number 2, those two were as sturdy as little calves. Their daily routine consisted almost entirely of eating and sleeping. Even when number 3 occasionally threw a tantrum and cried, it barely affected their rock-solid sleep. Near noon, the triplets woke up from a long, satisfying nap because they were hungry, and the hospital room instantly turned into another, high-volume, crying competition. After 2 days of battling wits with the three little beasts, Gucci was already an expert. He confidently grabbed a row of baby bottles and headed straight to the nursing room to prepare their formula. When he returned, he and Shen Zhining divided the work, each holding one of the babies and feeding them. Watching number 2 suck vigorously from the bottle in her arms, Shen Zhining couldn't help letting out a wistful sigh. "My babies, I'm sorry. It's already been 5 days, and mommy still hasn't been able to give you even a sip of breast milk." Her voice was filled with guilt. Under normal circumstances, new mothers generally need several days after giving birth before their milk supply gradually comes in. Shen Zhining still hadn't shown any signs of lactation, and seeing her babies rely on formula every day made her feel terribly anxious. Gucci noticed her dejected expression and comforted her. "Zhining, what you're experiencing is completely normal. Even after a natural delivery, it usually takes 3 to 5 days for colostrum to come in. Since you had a C-section, it can naturally take a little longer. Don't get yourself worked up. The babies are growing quite well on formula for now, and I had someone buy the best brands available." Shen Zhining forced a small smile at his thoughtful reassurance, but the guilt in the depths of her eyes remained. So when the nurse came for her routine rounds that day, Shen Zhining once again couldn't resist asking in a very soft voice about ways to stimulate lactation. The nurse immediately reassured her. "Mommy, what you're experiencing is completely normal. For now, just keep doing what you've been doing these past few days. Let the babies nurse frequently for stimulation, and you should gradually see results. I've been following your instructions and letting them try whenever I have the chance, but it's already been 4 days. I completely understand why you're anxious. But milk production varies from person to person. Honestly, if you're really eager to get your milk flowing, you could have the baby's father help out a little." "How could he help? What exactly is he supposed to do?" Shen Zhining asked in confusion. Gucci, who was standing farther away, instantly turned bright red around the back of his neck when he heard that. His mind involuntarily conjured up some rather inappropriate images. The nurse covered her mouth and giggled. Obviously, he'd do it the same way a newborn does. The baby's suction strength is practically negligible, while the baby's father is obviously much stronger. If you're really desperate to get your milk flowing, you can try this traditional method. That way, the little ones can get off formula as soon as possible." After saying that, the young nurse left with a knowing smile. Just before stepping out, she deliberately added, "I'll lock the door for you too." Only then did Shen Zhining finally understand what the nurse had actually meant by stimulating lactation. Her pretty face instantly turned crimson, as though blood might drip from it. She desperately wished she could sprout wings, fly away, and crawl into some tiny hole where she could hide forever and never face Gucci again. Gucci was somewhat embarrassed by the situation himself, but when he saw Shen Zhining's adorably flustered expression, he couldn't resist teasing her. "Zhining, how about I do it for you?" Shen Zhining clenched her delicate little fist and protested angrily. No, absolutely not. You stay away. How could I stay out of this at a time like this? I'm their legitimate father, after all. Helping the babies switch to breast milk as soon as possible is part of my responsibility." Gucci spoke with righteous conviction. Shen Zhining bit her thin lower lip, so embarrassed that she could barely form a coherent sentence. Seeing her completely mortified expression, Gucci burst out laughing. All right. I was just teasing you. Stop biting your lip. If you bite any harder, that delicate skin is going to bleed. I'll go make your dinner. Starting today, you can finally unlock some normal meals again. I'll prepare a special, milk-boosting postpartum nutrition plan just for you. Don't worry. It won't be long before our little beasts can enjoy all the breast milk they want. Chapter 11. Gucci, leave it to me. With Gucci's 3 high-quality postpartum meals a day and the diligent suckling of her babies, Shen Zhining finally successfully started producing milk on the 6th night after giving birth. She couldn't help but let out a surprised "ah" in the bathroom. She straightened her clothes, stepped out, and excitedly announced to Gucci, who was looking up at her, "Gucci, the babies have food to eat." Upon hearing this, Guche's gaze instinctively fell on Shen Zhining's chest. Shen Zhining hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover herself and glared at Guche with a shy expression. Where are you looking? You're the one who said you started breastfeeding. So where else do you think I should look? Guche asked with a mischievous smile. Just then, the sound of a baby crying came from the stroller. The two hurriedly returned to the bedside. It turned out that the second child had woken up. Guche scooped up the second baby and gently placed her in Shen Zhining's arms, teasingly saying, the second one is truly a little foodie. She's always the most eager when we're feeding her formula, but now that she's realized there's natural breast milk, she's the first one to wake up. Shen Zhining was overjoyed that her children could switch to breastfeeding. She held her second child in her arms, just about to feed him, when she suddenly looked up and stared at Guche. Guche was gazing at the mother and daughter with a tough guy expression, and it took him a while to react before meeting Shen Zhining's probing gaze. What's wrong, Zhining? Hurry up and feed the second son something warm. Shen Zhining's face flushed red, and she looked at him awkwardly. You turn around first. Why? I've never actually witnessed breastfeeding in my entire life. Guche replied without batting an eye, sounding completely justified. He longed from the bottom of his heart to see the heartwarming scene of his wife breastfeeding her child. Shen Zhining's pretty face turned completely red to the roots of her neck. Guche slowly turned his back and muttered, Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities for the rest of my life. Not only should we watch it openly and honestly, but we might also need to watch it sometime. Hee. Shen Zhining shyly fed her second baby colostrum. Ding! The offspring has successfully enjoyed its first taste of breast milk. As a reward, the host is hereby granted a VIP luxury experience at the top-tier postpartum care center in Manhua for a total period of 56 days. Professional postpartum care center service lasting up to 56 days? This is exactly what Guche needs right now. These days, he's been fighting alone in the hospital taking care of Shen Zhining and those three money-devouring beasts. Occasionally, he can get a little help from the nurses, which is barely enough to keep him going. But Shen Zhining will be discharged and go home in the next day or two. At that time, all that will be left is the ordinary nanny that the young couple hired. She's not a certified professional nanny. In addition, the children are growing up day by day, and their waking hours are gradually getting longer. If the three little monsters start crying at the same time, he will be completely helpless all by himself. Specialization is key, and such troublesome matters must be handled by professionals. A postpartum care center is undoubtedly the best choice right now. After Erbao had eaten and drunk his fill and fell into a deep sleep again, Guche settled his daughter in a safe place and then discussed the arrangements for the postpartum care center with Shen Zhining. But upon hearing that they were going to such a high-class place, Shen Zhining subconsciously lowered her head. Guche, in my opinion, we should go back to that rented room to recuperate after childbirth. She knew perfectly well that those high-end institutions always charged extremely high fees, and staying there for a month would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. And that was just for a standard package. All the expenses for her recent hospitalization were to be borne by Guche, but he was just a sophomore in college, and Shen Zhining couldn't bear to see him carrying such a heavy financial burden. I feel that my physical condition has recovered quite well these past 2 days. Once I move back home, there will be a nanny to help me. We can definitely manage to raise the child together. Shen Zhining raised her pretty face again and stated her statement with certainty. Guche shook his head firmly. That won't do. Postpartum care is crucial for a woman's physical recovery. During this special period, not only do the babies need the most meticulous care, but your own recovery is also of utmost importance. Going to a postpartum care center is the only reasonable choice. But no need to go through with it. I've already made a full reservation there. I'll ask the attending physician for his opinion first thing tomorrow morning, and we'll move over as soon as the discharge slip is issued, Guche said decisively. A hint of astonishment appeared in Shen Zhining's beautiful eyes. She really hadn't expected that Guche would arrange even such a large rear area so well without making a sound. She had initially thought that Guche had been busy for most of the week because of the three innocent children, but she never imagined that Guche would also consider her, the new mother, so thoroughly. Shen Zhining immediately felt a lump in her throat. She hurriedly lowered her gaze and murmured in a low voice, Guche, thank you. Guche's temples throbbed as soon as he heard those two words. Zhining, didn't I already tell you that we don't need to use those two words between us? Don't mention them again. If you continue to be so distant with me, I'm really going to lose my temper. Shen Zhining was instantly amused by his serious expression and burst out laughing. Okay, okay, I won't say it again. Looking at her adorable appearance, as docile as a soft and cute little white rabbit, Guche happily reached out and ruffled the top of her hair. The touch from his fingertips was delicate and fluffy, and it was so easy to ruffle that he couldn't stop. Fortunately, he managed to control his strange feelings in time, and reluctantly kneaded her hair a few more times before withdrawing his hand. Haste makes waste. The child's mother will eventually be registered in his household register, haha. On the morning of the 8th day after giving birth, Shen Zhining met the discharge criteria. Just as dawn was breaking, the special care team and the private nanny car assigned by the postpartum care center came to a stop downstairs at the hospital. Guche quickly completed the checkout process and then, as if by magic, pushed a wheelchair out from some unknown corner, insisting that Shen Zhining, who was wrapped up tightly and protected from the wind to the extreme, sit in it. The mythical creatures were held and cared for by professional nurses, while Guche single-mindedly pushed Shen Zhining from behind. In the direct elevator, Shen Zhining, who was enjoying state guest-level treatment for the first time ever, felt extremely uncomfortable and murmured softly, "Guche, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? I can clearly get out of bed and walk a few steps by myself." It's no exaggeration to say that you can't afford to be exposed to any danger at this critical juncture. The van is already parked at the designated location on the underground level. We'll use the internal passageways the whole time, and the wheelchair will save you more energy. Although the wound on your abdomen has closed quite well, it's always good to be prepared. His meticulous and thoughtful care made Shen Zhining's lips involuntarily curl upwards slightly. Upon arriving at the postpartum care center, Shen Zhining looked up at the extremely luxurious high-ceiling decor and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. She cautiously tugged at Guche's sleeve and whispered, "Guche, this decor is way too high-end. Is the cost astronomical? Guche, how about we?" Guche gently patted her fair hand and helped her up, explaining, "You can rest assured about the financial situation. Since I made a promise, I will definitely share the responsibility of raising our children with you. I will take care of all your and the baby's food, clothing, and daily necessities." The resolute look on his face left no room for argument. After all, with the system at his disposal, he naturally had no need to compromise his principles for a meager living. This prestigious spot is thanks to the system's full grant. During Shen Zhining's hospitalization, she spent more than 15,000 yuan. Combined with the food expenses these days, the initial 20,000 yuan survival fund has been almost completely depleted. Fortunately, thanks to the exquisite handmade crafts she had made for the children, another 50,000 yuan reward has been successfully deposited into Guche's account. Even though he knew full well that supporting 3 money-devouring beasts would be an astonishing expense, Guche, backed by a golden finger, remained as steady as Mount Tai. He firmly believed that with his skills, he would be able to earn a fortune every day and create a better material life for the children and Shen Zhining. The agency provided them with a dedicated VIP suite, a large single-level apartment with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It also thoughtfully included a separate, exquisite kitchen. In addition to the spacious and luxurious master bedroom that belonged to Shen Zhining, Guche was also assigned a private bedroom with excellent privacy. It also included an office and study. The remaining secondary bedroom was reserved for the nannies who would stay overnight. Given that they were top-tier VIPs and their special circumstances as a family with twins or triplets, 3 experienced nannies and 5 shift nurses were directly assigned to the suite to be on standby around the clock, and every detail was handled impeccably. As soon as they settled in, the head nurse in charge of special care personally visited them to explain the upcoming schedule, which included daily care for the 3 little ones, postpartum rehabilitation and recovery classes for new mothers, and even a complete set of specially made postpartum medicinal meals, with an average of 6 meals a day. Upon hearing this, Guche abruptly interrupted, saying, "I'm quite satisfied with the rest of the items, but there's no need for your kitchen to deliver the postpartum meals. This room has a separate small kitchen, and I will personally cook all the medicinal diets from now on." Chapter 12. Show your skills and completely conquer the experts. The head nurse responded, "Mr. Gu, do you not trust our catering standards? You can rest assured about that. All the postpartum meals provided by our center are prepared by a top-notch catering team. They not only pay attention to the flavor, but are also extremely strict in terms of dietary conditioning and calorie control, which can perfectly meet the physiological needs of postpartum women during their recovery period. I don't mean to belittle you. It's just that I want to cook for my wife myself, Gucci said firmly. The head nurse looked troubled and said with a forced smile, Mr. Gu, I'm just an employee, and I really can't make a decision about this special case. Perhaps I should call the manager over. Ultimately, the catering service of postpartum care centers is a golden brand. If they really let guests cook their own meals and the nutrition is not up to par, it will ruin their own reputation. Then go and call them. I'll show you my skills later. Gucci was understanding of the other party's responsibilities. After saying this, he quickly wrote out a list of ingredients and handed it to the head nurse. He then turned around and busied himself at the kitchen counter. The head nurse had never encountered such a customer before. Considering the other party's high-level VIP status, she did not dare to object. She hurriedly told the receptionist to go to the warehouse to retrieve the raw materials that Gucci had specified, while she herself rushed off to fetch her supervisor. When the female manager pushed open the door, she happened to see Gucci skillfully slicing vegetables with a knife. His slightly lowered eyes and focused expression were comparable to those of Michelin-starred chefs. No matter what kind of fish, meat, or vegetables they were quickly and neatly cut up on his cutting board. The female manager's eyelids twitched, and she lowered her voice to instruct the head nurse. This Mr. Gu is a skilled practitioner. His technique is absolutely professional, but I don't know how well he handles the medicinal diet. Go and call our specially hired nutritionist over. We'll evaluate him together later. In less than 40 minutes, Gucci's lovingly prepared medicinal meal was successfully completed. A clay pot of Christian carp and tonchao soup. Shen Zhining has started trying to breastfeed her children these past 2 days, but the appetites of multiple babies are extraordinary, so it is essential to add nourishing herbs that can effectively promote lactation to their meals. The main course was brown rice, which is rich in dietary fiber, and the side dishes included braised prawns with tofu, sauté beef, corn with pine nuts, and a plate of stir-fried creamy bok choy. It has a balanced diet of meat and vegetables and is extremely nutritious. Before we even touched our chopsticks, the rich aroma of the food had already filled the entire hall. Seeing this, the female manager already had a good idea of what was going on, but she still spoke very politely. Mr. Gu's cooking skills are pleasing to the eye, but there is one thing we need to ask you to understand. In order to ensure the experience of the mothers staying here, we need to have the resident nutritionist supervise the food to ensure compliance. I'm sure you won't mind, right? Gucci nodded slightly and casually gestured for him to proceed. The professional dietitian from the postpartum care center quickly stepped forward, picked up the serving chopsticks, and carefully took a small sip of each dish to taste it. The nutritionist had barely put down his chopsticks when his face was filled with astonishment. He exclaimed repeatedly, "The flavor is absolutely amazing, especially this sauté beef. It's so tender and melts in your mouth in such a short time. The cooking technique is simply incredible. Mr. Gu, you are truly a man of great talent." Upon hearing such high praise from their own expert, the manager immediately expressed his apologies. "Mr. Gu, we are truly sorry. We underestimated you. Since the meals you personally prepare are even more authentic than those provided by our center, from now on, you will have complete control over your private kitchen, and we will provide you with the top quality fresh ingredients you need every day free of charge." Gucci nodded approvingly and steadily carried the plate into the master bedroom. Shen Zhining's face was full of pride. These past few days, Gucci had spoiled her appetite. If it were someone else's communal cooking, she might not be able to eat it. The nutritionist on the other end was still reeling from the stunning performance. She stared at Gucci with fervent eyes and asked, "Mr. Gu, would you be willing to serve as the chief dietary consultant for our postpartum care center? With a top expert like yourself providing guidance, the prestige of our center's brand will definitely rise to a new level." Gucci's mind was completely focused on watching Shen Zhining eat, and he didn't even lift his eyelids when he heard this. "No interest. My cooking skills have only ever served my wife." He refused without leaving any room for negotiation. Seeing this, the manager quickly glared at his subordinate and scolded, "Have you lost your mind? Mr. Gu is our honored guest. He cooks to take care of his wife and children, not to cook for outsiders." The nutritionist shrank back and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I was just being petty and judging you by my own standards." The staff members quickly and tactfully left the suite, not disturbing Shen Zhining's meal any further. To make up for this little incident, the manager specially approved a top-level postpartum yoga shaping private training course as an apology. After lunch, Shen Zhining quickly fell into a deep sleep. Since switching to exclusive breastfeeding, Shen Zhining has been waking up frequently at night, so she naturally has less energy during the day. Now that the babies are being watched over by medical staff around the clock, Gucci has actually freed up a lot of free time. He secluded himself in his study, making final, meticulous adjustments to the pair of walnuts. In the past few days while in the hospital, he would take them out and polish them whenever he had a spare moment. After these days of slow and careful work, the two collectible walnuts were now basically finished. Today he only spent half an hour finishing up and clearing the silt. After he finished, Gucci neatly put them into a small brocade box, preparing to let Shen Zhining see them when she woke up. Although the postpartum care center has all the necessary facilities, parents still have to purchase personal consumables such as diapers, which the children go through very quickly. Gucci decided to take advantage of this free time and go to a nearby maternal and infant store. It's rare to see a young man shopping alone in a maternity and baby store, let alone a handsome guy with striking visual appeal. As soon as Gucci stepped through the door, the young girls behind the counter immediately started whispering among themselves. "Wow, we have a super handsome guy at our store today. A handsome guy shopping alone at a baby store. He's probably picking out clothes for his little one. What a waste. Such a good-looking guy is already taken. You've got a distinguished guest. Why aren't you going to greet him? You don't want your performance bonuses this month, do you?" The store manager scolded them irritably, then greeted Gucci with a standard professional smile. The young shop assistant behind him playfully stuck out her tongue and muttered, "Manager, he's so young. Even if he's a dad, he probably only has one money-devouring beast at home. His spending limit isn't high." The store manager completely ignored the gossip behind him and smiled politely at Gucci. "Hello, how can I help you?" Gucci stood in front of the dedicated shelf for diapers, looking at the wide variety of packaging labels, and was indeed a little overwhelmed by the choices. "I want to buy some diapers for my baby, who is only 8 days old. They need to be breathable, made of skin-friendly and non-irritating fabric, and have a large absorbency. Could you please help me find a few brands? We only import top international brands here, so the quality is guaranteed. If you prioritize breathability and a great skin-friendly feel, then Pampers Premium Care and Cow are our top choices. Mamie Poco also has a great reputation, and these brands have always been the most popular among high-end moms." Gucci casually picked out the 3 brands she recommended and began to compare the material ratios on the back with extreme care. Seeing his hesitation, the store manager assumed that the price she had recommended was a bit higher than he expected, since even the top-of-the-line diapers weren't exactly budget-friendly. So she added, "Sir, we also have some other products on the lower shelves that offer better value for money. Let's choose this one. I think its weight and absorbency are quite outstanding." Gucci pointed directly to the most expensive Pampers Premium Care diapers in the room and expressed his opinion. The store manager was slightly taken aback, then smiled broadly. "No problem. Would you like to take this big bag with you first?" "No, I want 20 packs directly." Chapter 13. Gucci, you can't afford my special skill. Huh. The store manager was taken aback. "Isn't 20 large packs a bit excessive?" This is because newborn babies grow very fast, so diapers come in different sizes. If you stock up on too many of the same size, they might not be able to keep up with the baby's growth, and it will be a waste. "No way. I have 3 precious children at home. Sometimes we go through 20 or 30 packs a day. 20 packs won't last long. Pack these for now, and I'll come back to restock if needed," Gucci explained with a smile. The store manager exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, you've been blessed with triplets? Congratulations. You and your wife are truly blessed." She led Gucci to the cashier to pay. Behind him, carrying 20 bags of diapers, were the same young female shop assistants from before. Upon learning that Gucci had taken 20 bags in one go and that he had multiple children at home, they immediately regretted that they had been so busy looking at the handsome guy that they had missed out on such a large sale. "Sir, your total spending here today has exceeded 2,500 yuan, so you can directly receive VIP status at our store. Although today's expenses cannot be entered into your original points account, there will be no problem next time. This time, we will bring you some extra baby gifts." Gucci nodded in acknowledgement, then carried 2 heavy bundles of diapers and a large bag of free gifts out of the store and left. The young sales clerk immediately stepped forward and asked, "Manager, Isn't the threshold for our VIP membership a minimum purchase of 5,000 yuan in a single transaction? Also, the gift package you just gave away was quite generous. It must have cost almost 1,000 yuan to produce. The store manager glared at her, annoyed, and said, "You're so clueless. This customer has triplets, and she chose the most expensive and top-of-the-line product in the store. She's definitely our most valuable potential customer. By giving her a VIP spot and 1,000 yuan worth of free gifts, we're securing a potential core customer. We're making a killing." When Shen Zhining was woken up to breastfeed, it was already 3 p.m. After feeding the babies, her belly felt a little empty. The nurse standing nearby smiled and murmured, "Mrs. Gu, you're living such a comfortable life." Mr. Gu just went out to buy things for the children, but before he left, he specially prepared afternoon tea and stored it in the insulated container over there. "He's so considerate of you." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining's cheeks flushed slightly, and a sweet smile appeared on her delicate face. "Mrs. Gu, we have a special afternoon tea hall on the first floor. It has a very nice ambience, where you can bask in the sunlight and gather with other new mothers to watch feature films on scientific parenting experiences." Shen Zhining was somewhat moved. After spending the past few days together, she found that Gu Che was extremely successful in embracing the role of a new father. He had taught her many little-known facts about raising children. In comparison, I, as the biological mother, seemed to lack common sense. Now that she was staying at the postpartum care center, Shen Zhining planned to learn more skills. So, she instructed the nurse on duty to bring down the extra meal that Gu Che had prepared for her. The afternoon tea hall downstairs is decorated in a very girly style. The soft padded chairs are very comfortable to the touch. A huge electronic screen hangs in the center, playing parenting lectures. Many new mothers and elderly people are there enjoying tea and snacks, watching videos and chatting. Shen Zhining's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Both being new mothers, Shen Zhining's skin and figure are simply outstanding, enough to arouse envy among other women. Shen Zhining was already used to this kind of focused attention, so she didn't feel awkward. She strolled to an empty seat, sat down, and then opened the snack box to start eating. To the mothers around, "Oh my God, it smells so good. Her extra meal seems to be different from what we provide." "Indeed. All we got was white fungus soup and cookies. How come hers has such a generous portion? There's even blueberry yam and corn pancakes. And is that peanut and walnut shortbread on the plate next to her? It looks so delicious." "Nurse, why is this mom's afternoon tea so high-end?" The moms couldn't help but gather around, asking with envy. The nurse beside Shen Zhining explained with a beaming smile, "New mothers, the meals at the postpartum center are all delivered in a standardized manner. There's no favoritism whatsoever. However, this lady's afternoon tea was personally prepared by her husband. Did the baby's father cook this himself? That's so enviable. This exclusive, lovingly prepared treat looks so much more upscale than our ready-made meals." Gu Che returned to the suite and found that Shen Zhining was not in the master bedroom. The three little monsters were fast asleep. He moved to the bedside to take a look at the triplets, and then asked the nurse on duty about Shen Zhining's whereabouts. Hearing that she was having afternoon tea downstairs, Gu Che took his exquisitely carved walnut ornaments and went downstairs to keep her company. As soon as he arrived at the lobby on the first floor, Gu Che spotted Shen Zhining sitting in that spot from afar. The new mothers at the postpartum care center were all wearing the same pink cotton loungewear, but Shen Zhining stood out from the crowd. Absolutely stunning. She truly is the woman who bore his child. Gu Che strode over with a beaming smile, but before he had taken more than a few steps, he saw a middle-aged woman swaggering up to Shen Zhining. "Hey, new mom, my daughter-in-law just saw your plate of postpartum snacks, and her mouth is watering. Could you be generous and share some with her?" "With her? Look at the portion. It's quite generous. She definitely can't finish it all by herself. So could you share half with my daughter-in-law?" Shen Zhining raised her beautiful eyes, her words revealing a cold and aloof demeanor. "Excuse me, I've already touched this tea and snack. It's unhygienic to share it with outsiders." Moreover, she was truly reluctant to share the desserts that Gu Che had specially made for her with unrelated people. "It's all right. My family doesn't mind," the other person replied with a shameless grin. Shen Zhining gave the other person a cold glance and replied indifferently, "I mind very much. TSK, how can you young man be so disrespectful to your elders? I'm not making this request on purpose to make things difficult for you. My wife thinks the food here is too bland and tasteless. She can't even swallow it normally. She's very picky about her appetite, But today she actually likes your afternoon tea and has a bit of an appetite. So please, have some with us, or I'll just pay for it myself. I'll pay cash for your half." A hint of anger flickered across Shen Zhining's pretty face as she prepared to retaliate. Suddenly, a tall and imposing figure blocked her path, his strong arms sweeping around her with an extremely domineering air, firmly shielding her behind him. Gu Che stared at the unreasonable middle-aged woman in front of him, his tone icy. "Sorry, we don't do takeout." The middle-aged woman looked Gu Che up and down, then quickly realized what she meant. "You must be the man of this house, right? You're the one who put together this afternoon tea. Your skills are certainly impressive. My wife has taken a liking to it. Don't worry, we're not taking advantage of you. We'll pay you in cash. You two look like complete strangers. You're so young and already raising a child. Your lives must be pretty tough. And postpartum care centers are a bottomless pit of expenses. Staying here is just burning money. Wouldn't it be better to find a chance to earn some extra cash?" Gu Che glanced at the unreasonable old woman and retorted directly. "My unique skills are beyond your means." Chapter 14. Stunned. Those little trinkets are priceless. Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately lost face, put her hands in her pockets, and said, "Why can't I afford it? Let me tell you, my eldest son works for a large company. His salary is high. You name a price, and I'll order a meal for every day of his postpartum care. I won't sell it for any amount of money. The nourishing meals I prepare are only for my wife to enjoy." "Hey, you young man, how can you not distinguish right from wrong? You're turning down a business that's practically handed to you." Gu Che ignored her and turned around to block Shen Zhining. He took out 2 miniature walnut carvings and placed them in front of her, saying with a smile, "Look, the walnuts I carved for your good friend are finished. I'd like to trouble Zhining to give them a critique first." Shen Zhining was amused by his appearance. She lowered her eyes, picked up the 2 walnuts, and began to examine them carefully. "Wow, Gu Che, you're amazing. How did you manage to carve such a beautiful and impressive design on such a small micro-carving medium with so many intricate patterns?" Shen Zhining's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. Although she didn't know the market price of antique nut carvings, she could tell at a glance that the carving technique was indeed ingenious and could almost be regarded as a work of art. Gu Che raised an eyebrow with a dashing air and teased in a low voice, "The dexterity of my fingers is far beyond your comprehension." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining instinctively looked at Gu Che's hands. They were slender, well-proportioned, and had distinct knuckles. They were indeed extremely beautiful fingers. But upon closer examination, these words seem a bit strange. After all, these skillful hands are not only useful for carving. Shen Zhining quickly looked away, lowered her head, and her fair face instantly flushed red. "Do you even respect me, an old woman? Let me tell you, my son is very capable. If you don't share your postpartum meals with us today, I guarantee my eldest son will have 100 ways to make sure you can't stay in this sanatorium." Seeing that Gu Che completely ignored her and only joked with Shen Zhining, the old woman's anger flared up and her shouting voice rose even higher. As luck would have it, at that moment, the old woman's eldest son walked over. He had heard about the dispute in the lobby and rushed over to support his wife and mother. It's just a nutritious extra meal. He can afford to pay a high price for it. So why wouldn't the other party be happy? "Mom, what happened?" The well-dressed man glanced at Gu Che and Shen Zhining with an unfriendly expression. "Son, you've come just in time. It's this young couple. I tried to be nice and get close to them, wanting to buy their meals, but they not only didn't appreciate it, they even mocked us for not being able to afford it. Brother, my wife hasn't had much of an appetite these past few days. She's not used to the food provided by the center. Since she's taken a liking to your nourishing meals, let's be open and honest about the price. Don't worry, you definitely won't be taken advantage of." Before the man could finish speaking, his gaze suddenly fell on the 2 carved walnuts in Shen Zhining's hand, and he froze on the spot. When the man first heard about what happened downstairs, he originally intended to use his financial power to suppress the other party. Even if the business deal fell through, he wanted to at least save face for his family. But when he saw these extremely rare miniature carvings, he began to feel a little apprehensive. His boss was an avid collector of antique miniature carvings. To win his boss's favor, he had studied the intricacies of the trade extensively. His boss had a pair of miniature carved walnuts that he treasured. Rumor had it that he bought them for 50,000 yuan each, making a total of 100,000 yuan for the pair. Whenever a VIP came to visit, his boss would show them off. They were kept in an expensive rosewood box and had to be handled with hands cleaned before handling. Their value was comparable to that of national treasures. Upon closer inspection of Guche's pair of items, the details were even more exquisite, clearly far superior to his boss's pair. Moreover, the young man seemed completely unconcerned, and the couple's movements were very casual. This is a pastime only the wealthy and powerful can afford, and it's an invisible display of their social class and wealth. The other party's family background is clearly much more substantial than his. The man in the suit quickly sensed the shift in the situation and immediately changed his tone, saying with a smile, "However, we also have to respect your wishes. To be honest, it was us who took the liberty of asking. Your cooking skills are superb, and my wife likes them. If you are willing to share some with us, we are naturally willing to pay a premium. But if you are not willing, then we will just consider it an intrusion." The old woman looked at her eldest son, completely bewildered. "Son, what's wrong with you? It's just afternoon tea. The price we offered is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Why should they? Mom, please say less." Seeing Gu Che's expression darken, the man in the suit quickly and sternly stopped his mother. "It's someone else's private meal. Whether they sell it or not is entirely up to the host. Since they're not willing, we can't force them. Your attitude just now was a bit rude, and we must apologize to them." How could the old lady possibly lower herself to apologize to Gu Che and Shen Zhining? Besides, she had been so arrogant just now. "I won't admit I'm wrong." "Why should I admit I'm wrong? What wrong have I done, old woman? I practically offered them money, and they still don't appreciate it." The man in the suit looked at Gu Che apologetically and said with a smile, "Young man, beautiful lady, I'm really sorry. My mother is getting old and a bit stubborn. I apologize on her behalf for disturbing your afternoon tea. I'm truly sorry." The old woman was furious at her son's spinelessness and was about to continue her outburst when the manager of the sanatorium, who had heard the commotion, rushed over. "What happened?" The moment her voice came out, it instantly drew everyone's attention. The female manager glanced at the customers in the center of the room and, judging from their expressions, roughly guessed what had happened. She quickly walked up to Gu Che and bowed respectfully. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Gu. It was our center's inadequate supervision that caused you and your wife such an unpleasant experience. We will arrange a private VIP tea room for you too, and we will also assign a special expert to provide you with personal guidance and exchange. From now on, your wife will no longer need to come to such a noisy place as the lobby to watch educational films. We are truly sorry for the conflict this afternoon. Our special care team will personally visit you two later to offer our apologies." Upon hearing this, the man in the suit immediately realized that Gu Che was a top VIP here. "You see, this institution is the most luxurious sanatorium in Lanzhou. The cost of a regular room is already astronomical, and the VIP standard is several times that of a regular suite. It is conceivable that Gu Che's foundation is indeed much stronger than he expected." He hurriedly tugged at his mother's sleeve and said, "Mom, quickly apologize to them. Do you still want my wife to be able to live here peacefully?" Seeing this scene, the old woman was afraid that she would be the one kicked out and bullied. So she hurriedly said to Gu Che and Shen Zhining, "I'm sorry, I'm just a rough woman from the countryside. I don't know how to speak properly. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart." Gu Che had no interest in arguing with such petty people, lest he ruin his own mood and Shen Zhining's emotions for no reason. Shen Zhining is currently at a crucial stage of postpartum recovery, and her mood directly affects the body's functional repair. Therefore, he didn't look at the old woman and the man in the suit again, nodded slightly to the female manager, and then took Shen Zhining back to their room and upstairs. The manager immediately instructed several nurses to escort them into the elevator. After they left, the manager didn't pursue the matter further. He simply told the man in the suit in a calm tone, "This resident, you and that gentleman are both esteemed residents of our center. It's best to maintain a harmonious relationship when you meet. However, we don't expect this kind of dispute to happen again in the future. We will further strengthen the exclusive protection arrangements for VIP residents." The man in the suit nodded sheepishly at her, then dragged his mother away meekly. Chapter 15. My best friend is shocked. 2 walnuts actually bring in 200,000 yuan. "Mom, can you please stop causing me trouble everywhere?" Back at his residence, the man in the suit finally couldn't contain his anger and vented his frustration. The old lady glared at him fiercely. "How did I cause you any trouble? I was just planning to buy a high-end postpartum meal. It was clearly that young couple who didn't know what was good for them. You were too weak today. You're a senior executive of a large company, earning a lot of money, and you were scared by two young boys. All right, shut up. Didn't you hear their explanation? They're a VIP guest here. So what if we're VIPs? We paid real money to stay here, and the expenses are so high. It hurts me to even think about it. The old lady stubbornly muttered, her neck stiff. The man in the suit sighed helplessly and patiently explained, Mom, please stop talking. Ultimately, it's because your eldest son isn't qualified enough. That young guy was way more skilled than me. You complain about how much we spent here, but the VIP accommodations cost 3 times as much. What? 3 times? That means they'd have to spend over 200,000 yuan. Just for the postpartum period, they'd have to spend that much? Are they out of their minds? The old lady was stunned. The man in the suit chuckled wryly. What's this? Did you see the walnuts that the new mother was playing with in her palm? Those things are absolutely priceless. They've always been a luxury item that only high-ranking officials and nobles could afford. People like your son, who sell their physical labor, don't even have the luxury of dreaming about them. All right, from now on, if we run into them in this yard, just walk around them. Don't provoke them, or we'll be kept in the dark about how we've offended them. After returning to the luxurious VIP suite upstairs, Shen Zhining was lying obediently beside the children's cradle, her beautiful eyes darting around as she asked Gu Che. Gu Che, that man who came over to defend his brother, was clearly very aggressive. He initially shouted that he wanted to buy the extra meal you cooked at a premium, but before he finished speaking, his attitude suddenly changed completely. Did you use some underhanded tricks? Her heart was filled with curiosity, and she was extremely eager to find out what kind of change had caused the other party to suddenly give up. Gu Che was carefully assessing the third child's jaundice. The jaundice patches on the little cutie's body had gradually cleared up, and he was sleeping soundly right now. Upon hearing Shen Zhining's question, he winked mischievously at the beauty and teased, 9 times out of 10, you were so impressed by my handsome face, exuding nobility and domineering aura, that you felt inferior and knew you were no match for me, and that's why you backed down. He knew the real reason perfectly well. At that moment, the executive of the large company caught sight of the walnut carving in his palm and was immediately stunned. The micro-carving technique, enhanced by the system, is by no means an ordinary thing. The man in the suit was immediately intimidated. The other party subjectively categorized him as a top-tier young master with deep background and both power and wealth, which is why he had the foresight to not provoke him. However, he didn't intend to tell Shen Zhining these kinds of blunt truths, since it would be too unromantic and boring to just state them plainly. In comparison, teasing one's own mother is obviously more romantic. Especially when he saw his wife's blushing, charming face, he completely understood what it truly meant to be a feast for the eyes. Shen Zhining had been earnestly anticipating his insightful opinion, but she never expected him to be so narcissistic. She couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying, Gu Che, you should keep a low profile. With my looks, do I need to be low-key? Gu Che took advantage of the situation and moved a few steps closer to her, his impeccably handsome face instantly becoming visually striking. Shen Zhining hurriedly turned her pretty face away, her fair cheeks seemingly about to bleed crimson blood. But Gu Che showed no sign of backing down, his burning and domineering gaze fixed on her, like a snow leopard that had locked onto its prey, determined to completely confine the docile creature before him to its own territory. Shen Zhining was the first to give in. She shyly reached out her soft hand and gently pushed Gu Che away, then quickly and awkwardly changed the subject, saying, the walnut collectible is finally finished. I'll take a picture and send it to Yi Tang to see. As soon as she finished speaking, she skillfully adjusted the angle and took 2 close-up photos, which she then sent to Yi Tang via WeChat. About half a minute later, Yi Tang's call popped up urgently. My God, Zhining, Gu Che's basic skills are simply amazing. These walnut carvings are simply too exquisite and meticulous. I guarantee that if this piece of art were given to my old man, he would be overjoyed. The craftsmanship is far superior to the several sets of masterpieces by famous artists that he treasures in his collection. Shen Zhining responded with a smile. My phone can't capture the essence. The real thing in person is much more stunning. Really? That's awesome. No problem. I can finish my fieldwork and go back tomorrow. Then I'll be able to see it for myself. Just wondering, you should have finished your discharge procedures by now, right? Where should I look for you after I land tomorrow? Is it still the same rented house? We didn't go back to that place. Gucci took me directly to this luxurious postpartum care center. As Shen Zhining explained this turn of events, she secretly glanced at Gucci out of the corner of her eye, her eyes brimming with an unconcealable sweetness. Yi Tang was taken aback for a moment, then teased, Gucci is indeed a considerate young man. Staying at the treatment center is a wise choice. Your family has just had triplets. If you move back to the rented house, it will be chaotic with just the two of you newbies and the nanny. Send me the exact location later, and I'll head straight there as soon as I get off the plane tomorrow. No need to rush. I need to recuperate here for quite some time. How could I not be anxious? I've been counting down the days, thinking about my godson and goddaughter. I haven't been able to touch those little bundles of joy for days, and I'm really itching to get my hands on them. The two sisters started chatting about the three little mythical beasts, and Yi Tang simply switched to a video call, and after a long time, she reluctantly cut off the signal. As soon as the call ended, Yi Tang on the other end turned her head and began to secretly plot how to find a perfect excuse to extort a huge sum of money from her father. At the moment, she's just an ordinary newbie in the workplace. Although her salary is decent, she spends money without restraint and is a true spendthrift. All the cash from her last business commission was given as red envelopes to her godson and goddaughter, and she's currently in a financial deficit. High-end antique nut carvings are always expensive, and Yi Tang had heard about the market prices in this industry before. Since the craftsmanship of the piece that Gucci brought out was so exquisite, she estimated that it would definitely cost more than 200,000 renminbi on the market. Yi Tang's mind raced for a moment, and she immediately made a long-distance call to her father. Dad, your most beloved daughter has suffered a great injustice outside. As soon as the call connected, Yi Tang launched her first attack with her coquettish words. What's going on? Who's so blind as to ostracize our precious daughter? Mr. Ye's voice immediately betrayed his deep worry and anxiety on the other end of the receiver. It was all because of this business trip. I was traveling with some of my colleagues, and they were all carrying the latest high-end luxury bags. They were subtly implying that my outfit was all outdated stuff from last year and so tacky. I was so embarrassed at the dinner table. So, Dad, how about sponsoring your daughter's clothing expenses so she can get a brand new bag to make a good impression? You certainly wouldn't want to see your daughter become a laughingstock because of a bag, right? You brat, stop acting out your role in front of me. You just want a certain bag, right? I'll grant you special permission. I happen to have some savings on hand. I'll transfer it all to you later. 60,000 yuan should be more than enough. Ye's father teased, both amused and annoyed. That's not enough, Dad. I need a full 200,000 this time, Yi Tang said bluntly. What the hell? 200,000. Nonsense, that's far too extravagant. Tang, you're so young. You shouldn't blindly compare yourself to others. Spending 200,000 on a handbag to make a show of things. Do you not know the spending level of your colleagues? They only have a small fixed salary each month. Where do they get the financial resources to consume a luxury item worth 200,000? You're not allowed to buy it. Yi Tang immediately adopted a bitter and resentful tone, muttering, the problem is, I've already paid the deposit without a card, a whole 20,000 yuan. If I forcibly breach the contract and cancel the order now, this hard-earned money will all be gone, and I'll never get it back. Ye's father sighed helplessly. I really can't do anything with you. Just wait a moment. 200,000 is no small amount. I'll have to swallow my pride and submit the application report to your mother, who has real power. Hooray. Thank you, Dad. Dad is the most awesome in the world. I love you to death. Yi Tang blew several kisses from afar, then waited happily for the transfer notification. It can only be said that Yi Tang and her father are indeed blood-related father and daughter. Even their deception tactics are exactly the same. When Grandpa Lin later reported to his wife, he immediately claimed that he needed to spend a huge sum of 400,000 yuan to acquire a pair of rare walnut carvings. Lin's mother initially tried to stop him, but the old man followed suit and insisted that he had already paid a non-refundable deposit of 60,000 yuan. If they gave up halfway, the deposit would be given to the seller for nothing. The Lin family has always been frugal, and it is often because they are reluctant to spend that sunk deposit that they have to grit their teeth and pay the difference to buy the item. Chapter 16 Counselors Talk. Gucci, is the child really yours? Lin's mother scolded him a few times, but ultimately approved the payment. Ye's father then transferred 200,000 yuan to Yi Tang's account. As for the extra 200,000 yuan, it naturally ended up in his own private savings account. It's perfectly reasonable for middlemen to make a profit from the price difference. As soon as Yi Tang received the transfer, she immediately wired 100,000 yuan to Shen Zhining, leaving a message saying it was a deposit and the remaining balance would be paid upon seeing the goods the next day. Shen Zhining stared at the huge sum of 100,000 yuan that Yi Tang had sent her and was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Gucci, these walnuts are actually worth so much money, but I don't think you usually spend much time on them. These days, Gucci has been spending all his time with her and the children, and he has very little free time. So, to be honest, he didn't put much time into this nut carving. Unexpectedly, the initial prepayment alone amounted to 100,000? Doesn't that mean that the final actual value of this handmade piece is far more astonishing than that? Gucci couldn't help but chuckle and explained with a smile. There's an old saying in the trade. The value of a walnut is 3 parts carving and 7 parts walnut. The craftsman's skill doubles the price. The material value of a walnut itself is limited, but the carving technique attached to it is priceless. Therefore, its specific value depends entirely on the buyer's appreciation and financial resources. Shen Zhining exclaimed in awe. You managed to amass a fortune with such a short time's work on your micro-carvings. Gucci, you truly are a man of great ability. No wonder Gucci repeatedly emphasized that she didn't need to worry about living expenses. This man was indeed profound and exceptionally capable. Gucci, send me an account under your name, and I'll transfer this money to you, Shen Zhining urged. Stop making a fuss. Just keep this money. When Miss Lin settles the remaining balance tomorrow, you can collect it on her behalf as well. A hint of surprise flickered in Shen Zhining's beautiful eyes as she stared blankly at him. This wasn't the first time Gucci had pushed the reins of the finances into her hands. He had handed over the red envelopes from his friends and Yi Tang to her without a word, but those were just small amounts of spare money. This time, however, it was the fruits of Gucci's own labor, and the amount was a staggering 100,000. I'm afraid this is not appropriate, Gucci. This is, after all, money you worked hard to earn. Look at what you're saying. What kind of relationship do we have now? Why are we still distinguishing between each other? Gucci declared in an extremely domineering and unquestionable manner. Shen Zhining was instantly rendered speechless. She realized that whenever she faced Gucci, who was so assertive and dominant, she would subconsciously regress into a docile little rabbit with no resistance. She muttered in a low voice, but if this continues, I'll look more like a bookkeeper. Even though her murmurs were as faint as a mosquito's buzz, they were still caught by the sharp-eared Gucci. He chuckled and teased. What's wrong? You don't want to be my housekeeper? Fine. From now on, I'll take care of all the money. But I've always been a big spender and have no plan when it comes to money. Upon hearing this weakness, Shen Zhining quickly pulled her hand holding the phone into her arms and playfully stuck out her pink tongue at Gucci. Then I'll take care of it. I'm usually quite frugal. Raising 3 money-devouring beasts will be a bottomless pit of expenses. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Zhining lowered her eyes with a smile and went to tease the third son who had just woken up. Gucci, do you have this feeling that the children are getting more and more beautiful and adorable every day? The 3 new members are gradually growing bigger and bigger, no longer looking like they did when they first landed with their skin and flesh taut and comical. Their skin is now fair and tender, and their facial features are becoming more and more full and expressive. The little one was blinking his big, bright eyes, looking at his parents with great curiosity. Then, without warning, he grinned and offered them a sweet smile. Shen Zhining's face was full of surprise, her eyes overflowing with maternal tenderness. She smiled and said, "Third brother is so happy. Guess what this little guy is thinking about? How can he smile so brightly?" Gucci's face also showed the standard fatherly smile, and he joked, "In my opinion, she probably overheard our secret conversation just now and knows that her parents have saved up an astonishing amount of money for her food in advance. She is thinking that she really did not choose the wrong family for her reincarnation, so she is very happy." Shen Zhining was both amused and exasperated, feeling that Gucci's imagination sometimes ran wildly. Sam Bao is only 8 days old. How could he possibly understand the common sense and language of adults? Shen Zhining's coquettish complaint had barely left her lips when, coincidentally, the little baby in her arms suddenly revealed a sly expression, almost like a little fox. It even stretched out its chubby little arm and pretended to scratch at the direction of Shen Zhining's phone, where she had just received the bill payment text message. Gucci and Shen Zhining were both stunned for a moment. Guche then burst into a hearty laugh. See? Third brother is clearly a complete little money grubber, huh? Our little money grubber. Come here and let daddy give you a kiss. The next day, around noon, after methodically feeding the little monsters and watching Shen Zhining finish her highly nutritious, customized postpartum meal, Guche was about to lean back on the sofa and close his eyes for a nap when his mobile phone suddenly started ringing frantically. It was an emergency call from his roommate, Du Hong. Brother Gu, something terrible has happened. You need to head back to the campus right now. The situation unfolded largely as Guche had anticipated. He hadn't shown up on campus for the past week, and his usual class attendance was covered by his buddies joking around. But last night, the college conducted a surprise dormitory check, and his bed was empty. Naturally, the truth couldn't be kept hidden any longer. Judging from this situation, I have no choice but to personally show up and sort things out. Moving back to the master bedroom, Shen Zhining was leaning against the edge of the bed, catching up on sleep with her eyes half closed. Guche gently tucked her in, said a few words to the nurse on duty, and then went downstairs to hail a taxi and headed straight for the school gate. During the journey, Guche's phone rang again. It was an inquiry call from his counselor. When his advisor pressed him on the phone about his whereabouts, Guche figured that the matter couldn't be explained in a few words, so he simply replied that he would go to her office to talk in person after getting off the bus. The moment Guche pushed open the door to the teaching and research office, the young female counselor was whispering something to the head of the teaching department. When she caught sight of Guche, her face darkened and she said in a serious tone, "Go to the bench over there and reflect on your actions." Seeing that she was going to enforce discipline, the director gave her a few brief instructions and then tactfully walked out. The counselor got up to see her off, and when she returned to the room, she locked the wooden door of the office tightly from the inside. The moment the door was locked, the stern look on the counselor's pretty face vanished instantly, replaced by a long sigh. She stared helplessly at Guche, sighing like a dutiful old mother. "You bunch of troublemakers, you never give us a moment's peace. Tell me, where did you sneak off to let loose last night?" Guche smiled somewhat glibly and said, "Advisor, I was really held up by some important and irresistible matters this time, and I certainly didn't mean to go against the school rules." Their counselor was a graduate student who had just graduated from university. She was only 5 or 6 years older than the students. Although she always appeared serious and rigid in public, she actually had a very close personal relationship with the students. Such disciplinary violations, such as staying out all night without permission, are commonplace on university campuses. Every now and then, a few boys who can't stand the torture of the internet being cut off at 11:30 p.m. sneak out to play games all night. When they get caught, the counselor usually just quietly issues them a fake leave note to cover it up. They can't really deduct credits or smear their personal records for such a small thing. Everyone was already familiar with these unspoken rules, so Guche remained extremely calm when faced with the counselor's interrogation. The counselor glared at him and complained irritably, "You've come up with a pretty good excuse, haven't you? If you really had a legitimate reason that was extremely urgent, why didn't you come to me beforehand to go through the leave approval process? Guche, don't really think I'm deaf and blind. You haven't shown up in the lecture hall for so many days. Other professors can't match you guys to your faces, but do you think I wouldn't recognize you little monkeys? The other day, my attendance list was full of Han Sheng shouting to answer for you. Now that you're back in my hands, give me a satisfactory explanation. Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. Resist, and you'll be punished severely." Advisor, to be honest, I have indeed been dealing with a very important matter concerning my life these past few days, which is why I haven't had time to go back to school to report back from leave. The counselor stared intently at him, a hint of slyness flickering in her bright eyes, and suddenly probed, "You've probably fallen head over heels in love, haven't you?" Guche grinned non-committally. "Advisor, your intelligence network is really well-connected." It was indeed a major emotional upheaval. The female advisor rolled her eyes, both amused and exasperated. "The campus belle from that top-tier 211 university next door has come knocking on our door with a huge belly. The whole department is buzzing about it. Do you think I, as the class leader, would be kept in the dark? Guche, I haven't even formally interrogated you yet. What kind of drama is this? Is the little life growing in that campus belle's belly really carrying your blood, Guche's blood?" When pressed to the most crucial question, the counselor's beautiful eyes blazed with an intensely fiery gossip. Chapter 17 Reunion with an Old Flame. Only 2 words of excuse me. Gucci nodded. Yes, the child is indeed mine. I've become a father. The main reason I haven't been to class these past few days is that I've been taking care of my wife at the hospital. She just had surgery a few days ago, and as her father, it's my duty to stay by her side every step of the way. The counselor, holding his thermos in one hand, was so shocked by this secret that he froze on the spot. Her eyes, hidden behind her gold-rimmed glasses, widened suddenly as she stared at Gucci in front of her with disbelief. After a long pause, she gave Gucci a thumbs up and said, "You're really ruthless. Gucci, you've done a great job taking responsibility. As a grown man, you have to make sure the mother and children are settled and taken care of at this crucial moment. I'll get the sick leave slip done for you later for the night you missed. You can relax about this little thing. The course schedule at the hospital isn't too heavy lately, so you can spend more time taking care of them. After all, postpartum recovery is a special period. By the way, I haven't had a chance to congratulate you yet. Is it a boy or a girl?" the counselor asked with a look of surprise. Upon hearing this, Gucci's lips unconsciously curled up, his eyes brimming with the pride and joy of being a father. He replied, "Triples in one pregnancy, a boy and 2 little girls." Triplets. The counselor subconsciously swallowed and gave a heartfelt thumbs up, praising, "Wow, Gucci, your efficiency is simply incredible. Your teacher sincerely congratulates you." "Thank you, counselor," Gucci replied with a smile. "You young people of this generation are really energetic and decisive. However, it's not uncommon for young people to start families and build careers during their university years these days. The general environment and policies encourage this, and I'm not some old fogey, so I naturally support you unconditionally. In that case, I'll go through a special approval process for you. For the next month, you should spend more time with the children and their mother. You don't need to worry about anything important or trivial at school. However, even though you've become a father, you absolutely cannot fall behind in your studies. You need to keep that in mind, understand?" "Yes, sir. Thank you for your guidance, instructor." The moment Gucci stepped out of the teaching and research office, he already had a leave slip that complied with the regulations for leaving school in his palm. Du Hong, Han Sheng, and Lu Jing were already waiting in the open space downstairs. As soon as they saw Gucci appear, the 3 of them rushed over. Du Hong asked with concern, "Brother Gu, is it safe? Has the advisor finally agreed to help you close this loophole?" Han Sheng, looking utterly annoyed, apologized. "Brother Gu, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being so clumsy last night. If I had been even a little quick-witted, I could have made up an excuse that you went to visit other dorms to play games. Instead, I lied and said you were taking a shower in the bathroom. Who would have thought that the teacher leading the dorm inspection would actually go to the bathroom to verify it with his own eyes?" Lu Jing was equally impatient, grabbing Gucci's arm and asking, "Brother Gu, has the mess been calmed down? Surely you won't really lose points for your conduct because of this little thing." Gucci looked at their concerned faces, stretched out his long arm, and patted each of their shoulders hard with his large hands. He laughed and teased, "Don't worry. What kind of trouble in the world can't your brother Gu handle?" The 3 people's expressions instantly brightened. "Brother Gu, does that mean you've completely settled things?" Gucci took out the brand new sick leave slip, flicked it in the air with his fingertips, and then casually tossed it to Du Hong. "Keep this imperial sword safe. From today onwards, whether it's taking attendance in class or conducting surprise checks in the middle of the night, we can walk sideways with impunity." The 3 of them glanced down at the text and burst into laughter. "Holy crap, Brother Gu is amazing. You not only filled the hole from last night, but you actually managed to pull out a whole month's worth of privileges. This is a true get-out-of-jail-free card. Brother Gu, what kind of magic did you use to get your hands on it? Teach me your secrets. I'm thinking of going on a trip to see the sights. I don't need a month. Even a week-long vacation would be great." Zhou Su eagerly stepped forward to ask for the secret. Gucci glanced at him sideways, shook his head helplessly, and teased, "Then I guess you're out of luck. Who told you to be childless and unable to give birth to 3 soft and adorable little dumplings?" Huh. The dormitory inspection incident ended happily, and the 4 of them chatted and laughed, walking arm in arm towards the living area. Since he had made a special trip back to the campus, Gucci planned to pack some personal belongings to take to the postpartum care center, since he would be staying there for at least a month. The daily necessities that Du Hong and the others brought last time were only some essential items and some odds and ends that he had to take to the nursing home himself due to the short notice. Just as he strolled to the foot of the dormitory building, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. It was Hao Mengmeng, his ex-girlfriend with whom he had recently broken up. The moment Hao Mengmeng saw Gu Che, she straightened her slender waist and, with an arrogant and sarcastic attitude, went straight to block his way. "Oh ho ho, isn't this the long-awaited genius Gu Che? You've vanished without a trace for a whole week. What brings you to our ordinary, unassuming university today? I was smitten with that rich, beautiful girl from next door and sent her to Lanzhou University." Gu Che was so disgusted that he didn't even want to open his eyes. But Hao Mengming's attitude clearly showed that she was going to argue and make trouble to the end. By the way, last night the college conducted an unprecedented large-scale dormitory discipline check. Some people stayed out all night, which was a terrible behavior. I'm afraid their conduct points will be completely deducted, right? Gu Che, did you come back to school specifically to submit a 1,000-word self-criticism to the disciplinary office? You'd better carefully consider every word of this self-analysis, because if you make even the slightest mistake, it will be recorded in black and white in your personal student file, Hao Mengmeng said sarcastically, covering her mouth with a coquettish smile and a pretentious micro-expression. Gu Che stared at her, his heart truly unmoved. If you were to compare Hao Mengmeng and Shen Zhining on a scale, Hao Mengmeng, the so-called beauty of the department, would be far inferior in every aspect. Not only is she outshone in terms of looks, but her selfish and self-serving behavior is also despicable. To this day, he still wonders what was wrong with him that he was so blind as to hang out with such a person for a while. However, every cloud has a silver lining. He was genuinely grateful for Hao Mengming's ruthless severance. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to meet such a near-perfect Shen Zhining. Since they're exes who've passed their prime, there's no need to waste any more words on them. Immediately, he coldly uttered 2 words, "Excuse me." Before he finished speaking, he casually strode past Hao Mengming's shoulder, showing no emotional fluctuation whatsoever despite Hao Mengming's sarcastic remarks. Du Heng and his 2 brothers stood side by side, guarding Gu Che. They were all auras activated by the powerful magnetic field emanating from their brother Gu. They glanced at the school beauty, whose face turned ashen with utter contempt and disdain, and swaggered past her. Hao Mengming had never been ignored and neglected like this before. She was filled with shame and indignation and was about to step forward to continue arguing when suddenly, her female roommate rushed over from the direction where Gu Che and the others had come from and grabbed her tightly. "Mengming, don't go looking for trouble." In that blink of an eye, Gu Che and his group had already slipped into the boys' dormitory. Hao Mengming angrily shook off her best friend's hand and complained indignantly. "Xiao Kuei, why did you stop me halfway? Are you blind? Didn't you see how arrogant Gu Che was just now?" Xiao Kuei hurriedly tugged at her sleeve and muttered in a low voice as if she were a thief. "Say less, Mengming." Gu Che has already completely smoothed over the mess of skipping the night last night. Hao Mengming suddenly turned around, her brows furrowed, and questioned, "How is that possible? Last night's surprise dormitory check was something I did by using my personal connections to ask the student council president for help. Besides, even the dean of students personally led the team to supervise. Even if the counselor wanted to exonerate him for cheating, it would be absolutely unacceptable without a legitimate and reasonable official reason. Last night's targeted storm was entirely orchestrated by her from the shadows. Her initiative to break up with Gu Che that day was part of the plot she was in control of. Who would have thought that Gu Che would turn around and elope with the top goddess from the neighboring 211 University, making her the laughingstock of the entire school? These past few days, Gu Che has been blatantly skipping classes and work again. His classmates have already spread the word that Gu Che and that top beauty have definitely gotten together. Everyone's gaze towards her is filled with nauseating pity and sympathy. Hao Mengming can easily figure out what kind of nasty things they're saying behind her back. That's why she went to great lengths to create this deadly trap, determined to teach Gu Che a heavy lesson and absolutely not tolerate him living a carefree life with disreputable women. Xiao Kuei added, "It's absolutely true. I just happened to go to the teaching and research office to have my advisor grade my materials, and I happened to see Gu Che push the door open and go in. So I mustered up the courage to eavesdrop for a little while under the window in the corridor. The rumors about Gu Che and that goddess from the top-tier university next door are all irrefutable facts. Moreover, she gave birth to triplets for Gu Che. The reason Gu Che disappeared recently was because he was taking care of the mother and her 4 children in the intensive care unit. As soon as the counselor heard this legitimate reason, he immediately made up for Gu Che's absence from the previous night without saying a word. He even went so far as to approve a full month-long leave to visit his family, telling him to take good care of his wife and children at home. I could clearly hear the counselor congratulating Gu Che loudly through the crack in the door. Chapter 18. Forced to eat dog food. Upon hearing these words, Hao Mengmeng was so angry she was about to explode. That's absolutely impossible. Gu Che and that beautiful school beauty are actually together, and they even had triplets. Gu Che, isn't he just too amazing? This is so annoying, it's driving me crazy. Gu Che had to rush back to the postpartum care center to prepare lunch for Shen Zhining, so he didn't stay at school for long. He went back to his dormitory, chatted with his roommates for a while, packed some personal belongings, and left with his bag. When he rushed back to the postpartum care center, Shen Zhining had just woken up, and the 3 little ones had also opened their eyes one after another. Shen Zhining was feeding the baby by herself and seemed a little flustered. Gu Che pushed open the door and saw this scene. He quickly put down what he was holding and picked up the crying baby and gently comforted him. After the 3 little ones had eaten and drunk their fill and fallen asleep again, Shen Zhining finally asked, Gu Che, I heard from the nurse on duty that you went back to school just now. Was there something urgent? When she suddenly went into premature labor, Gu Che accompanied her to the hospital without hesitation. She hadn't been able to go back to school for so many days. It was all right for her, as she had already earned enough credits and asked for leave in advance. But for Gu Che, things had happened so suddenly. Gu Che replied, It's nothing. I'm going back to school to get a new leave slip. My previous leave expired, so I got a longer leave this time. I won't need to go back for the next month. Shen Zhining was somewhat surprised, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of doubt. You took a month's leave directly? Will your counselor approve it? Seeing that she was uneasy, Gu Che simply took out his phone, opened the academic affairs system, and showed her the leave records. Look, this is the vacation that our counselor just approved today. A whole month, not a single day less. Shen Zhining leaned over and glanced at it. It was indeed a month-long vacation. But she was still curious. So what reason did you use to apply for the vacation from the school? Such a long vacation usually requires a very valid and formal excuse, right? Gu Che replied seriously, I'm staying to accompany my child's mother during her postpartum period and take care of my 3 newborn babies. Isn't that a sufficient and legitimate reason? Shen Zhining was immediately shocked and asked incredulously, You really used this as an excuse to ask for leave? Yes. Gu Che answered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Shen Zhining's face instantly turned bright red, her beautiful eyes blinking in a panic. Gu Che, you're too unscrupulous. Gu Che found her appearance too adorable and couldn't resist the urge to pinch her soft little face. He reached out and gently pinched her cheeks. Not satisfied with just rubbing the left side, he used both hands at the same time, cupping her flushed pink cheeks and fussing her together. All right, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Nowadays, the country is strongly advocating for more births, and the policies regarding 2 or 3 children have been relaxed. As college students and outstanding young people in the new era, we are actively responding to the country's call and contributing to the population growth of our motherland. Besides, we had triplets in 1 pregnancy. I'm thinking if the government finds out, they'll probably give us a reward. Gu Che thought for a moment, then shook his head repeatedly and said, No, we can't let the country know about this. Shen Zhining's thoughts were completely diverted by him, and she instinctively asked, Why is that? Gu Che said with a serious face, Look, the country is encouraging everyone to have more children now, and our genes are so good that we had 3 children in our first pregnancy. If the higher-ups notice, they'll probably urge us to have more children. Shen Zhining. What utter nonsense is this? What kind of logic is going through Gu Che's head? She just gave birth to her baby, and Gu Che is already considering. That's just too wicked. Shen Zhining felt so embarrassed by the scene she had imagined that she almost fainted. It's so embarrassing, so incredibly embarrassing. Just as Shen Zhining's little flying car was about to derail and fly into the sky, a crisp cell phone ringtone pulled her back in time. She pressed the answer button, and Yi Tang's excited voice immediately came through. Hey, Zhining, I've arrived. Quickly send me your room number. I can't wait to go upstairs and see my godson and goddaughter. Look, Look at my ass. Tang Tang. Always choosing this moment to ruin the atmosphere. Humph. Shen Zhining told Yi Tang the room number, and Yi Tang came in less than 2 minutes later. As soon as Yi Tang entered the room, she looked around and then sat down next to Shen Zhining excitedly, saying, Zhining, this postpartum care center is really great. And this room is just too high-end. When I was in the lobby on the first floor, I noticed that their service was impeccable. Staying here for your postpartum confinement is so much better than staying in that cramped rented room before. Shen Zhining smiled sweetly, glanced at Gu Che, and said softly, Gu Che handled everything. Yi Tang raised her arm and, with her back to Gu Che, secretly gave him a thumbs up. Well done, Gu Che. Gu Che smiled slightly and said, You guys chat first. I'll go downstairs to pick out the ingredients needed for today's postpartum meal. After he pushed the door open and went out, Yi Tang immediately lowered her voice and asked, Doesn't this postpartum care center provide ready-made postpartum meals? Why does Gu Che have to go down and choose them himself? Shen Zhining's face was filled with sweet happiness as she explained, No, the postpartum care center does provide food, but Gu Che's cooking is more to my liking, so he offered to cook for me himself. Yi Tang suddenly felt as if someone had forced a huge mouthful of dog food into her mouth, making her choke and her stomach churn. However, she was genuinely happy for Shen Zhining. Gu Che's actions recently have indeed been impeccable. Yi Tang gave a mischievous grin and suddenly reached out and pinched Shen Zhining's delicate body. TSK, no wonder when I first saw you, you looked so radiant and glowing, even though it's only been a few days. I was wondering if you had some kind of beauty secret, but it turns out it's because you've been eating lovingly prepared postpartum meals every day and being nourished by sweet love. Shen Zhining gave her a slightly embarrassed and reproachful glare. Tang Tang, stop talking nonsense. Could I be wrong? If it's not because of the postpartum meals, then it couldn't possibly be. Hee. Zhining, you and Gu Che wouldn't have already. Best friends know each other's thought processes inside and out. Shen Zhining knew what Yi Tang wanted to say as soon as she heard the beginning of the conversation. She raised her hand and gently patted Yi Tang, urgently retorting, How could I possibly do such a thing? Yi Tang nodded obediently, clicking her tongue and saying with admiration, That's true. Even if your Gu Che is impatient, he still has to consider your current physical condition. He's not impatient at all. Shen Zhining subconsciously spoke up to defend Gu Che. Yi Tang raised an eyebrow slightly, narrowed her eyes, and smiled mischievously. Why does that sound like it carries a hint of regret? Zhining, could it be that you're the one who's actually so impatient? Shen Zhining was both embarrassed and angry. Tang Tang, you really should wash your brain when you take a shower. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about all day long? Haha. Yi Tang's arrival made the already lively suite even more filled with laughter. At noon, Yi Tang also got to enjoy a postpartum meal with Shen Zhining and ate her fill to her heart's content. After lunch, Gu Che took out the finished nut carving and handed it to her. Upon seeing the exquisite finished product, Yi Tang couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. It's absolutely stunning. Gu Che, your carving skills are truly impressive. Zhining really didn't lie to me. The real thing looks 100 times more stunning than the photos on my phone. My grandfather will definitely love this impressive nut carving. Gu Che, thank you so much this time. This is the remaining balance. I'll transfer it directly to Zhining's account right now. Yi Tang was overjoyed and immediately transferred the remaining 100,000 yuan to Shen Zhining's account. After chatting for a while, she reluctantly got up and left because there was an urgent matter to deal with at her workplace. Before leaving, she even took a group photo with the 3 babies. Chapter 19, giving the 3 little ones famous names. Looking at the extra 200,000 yuan in her personal account, Shen Zhining couldn't help but smile and exclaimed to Gu Che, Gu Che, I really didn't expect you to earn 200,000 yuan so quickly. That's no small amount. Even with 3 little ones in our family, it's enough to last us for quite a while. Looking at her face full of joy and excitement, Gu Che felt a strange pang of pity in his heart. Zhining must have had a really tough time these past 8 months. A female college sophomore usually relies on her family's living expenses to make ends meet. She can support herself comfortably, but she also has to take care of the baby growing in her belly every day. She also has to go through a lot of trouble to rent a house and hire a nanny. If she hadn't really been at her wit's end, why would she have taken the initiative to come to me to ask for money? Gu Che secretly vowed in his heart that he would never again let the child's mother and 3 children worry about money. He must truly shoulder the responsibilities of a man who stands tall and upright. Having made up his mind, Guche said, "This is nothing. It's just some pocket money. Take it and spend it as you like. Buy whatever you want. As for other living expenses, I'll cover them all." Shen Zhining smiled gently, her tender gaze falling on the babies as she said, "I don't really have anything I want to buy. We're quite content with our current conditions. However, I really want to prepare a lot of things for the children. Toys for the older brother, pretty dresses for the two little sisters, their little beds, strollers for going out, and the children's room at home should also be decorated nicely." "No problem. Let's pick them out one by one now." Guche took out his phone, opened the online shopping platform, and sat down on the edge of the bed to pick them out with Shen Zhining. Because he was sitting right next to her, Shen Zhining could vaguely feel the warmth emanating from Guche. Staring at her phone screen, she found it difficult to concentrate. She had only casually mentioned her future plans and had no idea that Guche would take it so seriously as he looked through each item with her. Everything has a response, and every matter has a resolution. These kinds of everyday details are often what touch a girl's heart the most. The young couple spent a long time picking and choosing and placed a large order. All that was left was to wait for the courier to deliver the items to their door. Some of the larger items needed to be customized according to the apartment layout, but they estimated that by the time they had stayed at the postpartum care center for the required period of time, the furniture would have been delivered. Having bought all the necessary items, Shen Zhining was in an exceptionally excited mood. She strolled around the room for a while and even played with the little ones who were sleeping with their eyes open. The three adorable little lives are indeed changing every day. Today marks their 9th day since birth, and the three little ones are becoming more and more beautiful and endearing. Guche and Shen Zhining huddled together to look after the baby. Seeing this, the nurses on duty tactfully moved out together, leaving this pleasant and happy time for the family of 5. Dabao is, after all, the eldest son and the only one among the three little ones. He is growing the fastest and is already able to manipulate his two little hands, looking somewhat eager to grab something. Guche noticed something amiss and immediately took out the small wooden toys he usually carved in his spare time. He boiled them in boiling water to clean them and then handed the exquisite little wooden horse to Dabao. Dabao, having caught the new toy, immediately gripped it tightly with his delicate little hands. Staring at the novel gadget in front of him, he grinned and laughed heartily. Seeing that their older brother had something fun, Bao and Xiaobao, who were standing right next to him, couldn't resist reaching out to grab it. Guche quickly gave the two remaining small animal wood carvings to each of the sisters. The three little ones held the small handicrafts that their father had polished by hand and began to examine them with great excitement. But before they could look at them for long, the little ones instinctively started putting the toys in their mouths. Fortunately, Guche was meticulous and had taken precautions to disinfect the area beforehand. Shen Zhining felt that the scene in front of her was so heartwarming that she quickly took out her phone and captured the touching moment. "Guche, the babies don't have official names yet. Why don't we take this opportunity to give them formal names?" Shen Zhining suggested. While it's nice to call them Dabao, Bao, and Xiaobao on a daily basis, the children are already 9 days old, so they need to be given proper names. Guche immediately replied, "Sure, I'll go find a thick dictionary right now, and we'll think of names for the babies." The young couple enthusiastically flipped through the dictionary page by page, only to find that there were so many words with auspicious meanings and beautiful appearances that they soon found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of choices. Guche said, "Why don't you decide on the names for the babies?" Shen Zhining shook her head repeatedly. "You decide. It would be more appropriate for you to choose the children's names." Seeing that they couldn't reach a conclusion by passing the buck, Guche simply suggested, "Let's just play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever wins gets to decide." Shen Zhining nodded in agreement, and the two agreed to settle the matter in one game. Shen Zhining played rock, and Guche played paper. Guche won this round. "I won, so now it's your turn to name the babies." Shen Zhining pouted in dissatisfaction, but still obeyed, accepting her loss. "All right." Shen Zhining was just thinking about names when a crucial question suddenly popped into her mind. So, she tilted her head to look at Guche, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and whispered, "Guche, then, whose surname will the babies take in the future?" Without even a moment's hesitation, Guche replied, "Then it will definitely take my surname, Gu. I'm the biological father of these little guys. The babies will naturally take their father's surname." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining couldn't help but lower her head shyly, secretly delighted while pursing her pink lips. He already calls himself the children's father, and the babies will all take his surname from now on. So, by that logic, the baby's household registrations will have to be registered under his household registration book. As the biological mother of these babies, shouldn't I also be registered in the same book? Could it be that Gu Che's words implied that he was planning to get a marriage certificate with her? This sudden thought made Shen Zhining's cheeks burn intensely. She quickly coughed awkwardly to cover it up, and carrying the dictionary, she moved towards the crib where the 3 babies were placed. I just thought about it and decided to give the choice back to the babies so they can pick their own names. How can babies choose their own names? Gu Che was a little confused. Shen Zhining gently waved the deluxe dictionary in her hand. Just use this as a prop for the first birthday celebration. Let the little ones flip through the pages and choose the words themselves. Gu Che chuckled. That's quite a novel method. But Zhining, you're not using this luck-based approach to avoid being held responsible when the little ones complain about their names later, are you? Her little scheme was ruthlessly exposed, and Shen Zhining blushed slightly as she made a cute face, retorting with a touch of arrogance. I was clearly respecting the children's wishes, okay? No matter what, they chose the names themselves. Even if they're not satisfied later, they have no reason to blame me. Their mother. Gu Che was amused by her sudden quirky and clever remarks and took out his phone to adjust the angle. Then I must record a video of this process to keep as evidence, so that these little guys won't deny it when they grow up. Seeing that he was very cooperative and playing along with her silly antics, Shen Zhining couldn't help but feel a surge of genuine sweetness in her heart. She spread out the dictionary with both hands and solemnly read out the game rules to the children. Of course, the older, younger, and younger children, lying on the mattress with blank expressions, couldn't understand at all. All they could see were their parents, who were smiling indulgently, setting a trap for them. De Bao looked at the dictionary, a new toy he had never seen before, and couldn't resist his curiosity. He reached out and grabbed it. He was quite strong, and with a casual flick, he flipped it right to the center of the dictionary. His fair thumb was pressed against the character, Shen. Gu Che and Shen Zhining exchanged a knowing smile. Gu Che said, "It seems our little treasure has excellent taste." The character, Shen, represents warmth and brightness like the sun. He will definitely become a very outstanding and reliable older brother in the future. Am I right, little Gu Yao? De Bao couldn't understand what the adults were rambling about at all, but seeing his parents laughing at him, he also waved and giggled happily. Following that, Bao and Xiaobao also chose their names in this highly creative way. Considering that both Bao and Xiaobao are well-behaved daughters, Shen Zhining subjectively felt that girls' names with 3 characters sounded more sophisticated, so each of the 2 little ones flipped through the book twice. Ultimately, by a twist of fate, Bao named himself Gu Xinghe, while Xiaobao's name was finally settled on Gu Tangyue. Gu Che was full of praise for the 2 final names, holding one of his precious daughters in each arm and exclaiming, "Our Xinghe and Tangyue will definitely grow up to be stunning beauties." After all, their aesthetic sense has been excellent since they were little, and the names they chose are so beautiful, isn't that right? Xinghe and Tangyue. Bao and Xiaobao nestled obediently in Gu Che's broad embrace, giggling and cooperating as if they were wholeheartedly agreeing with their father's assessment. With this, the naming ceremony for the 3 adorable little ones of the Gu family came to a very enlightened end. Chapter 20. Applying for a birth certificate, Mother suddenly calls. After the children's names were finalized, Shen Zhining immediately started thinking about the matters related to their birth certificates. Gu Che, this morning when I was chatting with Anan's mother next door, she reminded me that the little ones must go to the hospital where they were born to get their birth certificates before they turn 1 month old. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to get them later. Should we find some time to go there in the next few days? Gu Che was taken aback. He had indeed overlooked it and forgotten about applying for a birth certificate. It seems that as a new father, he still has a lot to learn and catch up on. Okay, I'll search online to see what materials are needed to apply for a birth certificate. Gu Che carefully placed Xinghe and Tangyue back into the crib, then took out his phone to search for relevant information. The process is quite simple. The key is that we need to bring our ID cards. The hospital has all the other information about the baby's births on file. How about I go to the hospital first thing tomorrow morning? You can't move around right now. Just give me your ID card, and I'll go by myself. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining's beautiful eyes became slightly dazed, and her gaze began to flicker and wander unnaturally. Guche stared at her, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Shen Zhining replied. How about I go with you? I feel much stronger these past few days, and I'm always active at the postpartum care center, so going to the hospital by car shouldn't be a problem. Absolutely not. You're moving around inside the postpartum care center to recover your strength, but going outside now and catching a chill is absolutely not an option. Guche said firmly and seriously. Knowing she was in the wrong and couldn't refute it, Shen Zhining could only continue to negotiate. Then can we not use my ID card? You're the children's father. Isn't providing your ID card enough? That's definitely not enough, as we are both the baby's legal guardians. Guche, here's the situation. I accidentally lost my ID card a few days ago and haven't had time to get a replacement yet. How about we postpone the birth certificate issue for now? Shen Zhining fabricated a lie in her heart, her mind filled with fear. Guche observed her flustered little expression and immediately saw through her little scheme. However, he did not expose her to her face. Instead, he went along with her lie and said, It doesn't matter much. It just means I have to go to one more place. I'll go to the police station on the way to get you a temporary ID card. Huh. Shen Zhining was a little flustered. This thing can be made temporary? Guche nodded seriously. Of course, otherwise how will the children buy real-name train tickets without ID cards? Everyone goes to the household registration window to apply for temporary certificates. This service is very quick to process. It only takes a few minutes. These statements are partly true and partly false. It is true that you can apply for a temporary document if you lose your ID card, but you usually have to be present in person. However, Shen Zhining, who was lying at the moment, was in a state of panic and had no idea that Guche was actually trying to fool her. Shen Zhining puffed out her cheeks slightly, her delicate face filled with struggle and melancholy, and remained silent. Guche gazed at her with a smile and asked, Zhining, why are you always reluctant to hand over your ID card to me? Are you afraid I'll sell you? Shen Zhining immediately shook her head repeatedly. How could that be? The main thing is mine, my original ID photo. It's really something that's embarrassing to be seen. As soon as she finished speaking, she pursed her red lips tightly, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, looking somewhat lost. Then I'll give it to you now, but you absolutely can't laugh at me. She carefully walked to her bag, fumbled for her ID card, and clenched it tightly in her hand, forming her last mental defense. Guche nodded quickly, his face serious as he assured her. Don't worry, I promise I absolutely won't laugh. Having received his firm promise, Shen Zhining reluctantly handed her ID to Guche. Guche took the ID in his hand and glanced down at the pretty girl on the card. The negative looked like it was taken a few years ago. Shen Zhining looked much more innocent and naive back then, with bangs on her forehead. Her cheeks were flushed with a faint joy in front of the camera, and a small dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, making her look particularly endearing. Guche was intently studying the card, and involuntarily let out a tisk of admiration. Shen Zhining was already feeling uneasy, and upon seeing Guche's reaction, she was filled with shame and indignation, saying, Guche, you just promised not to make fun of me. I really didn't laugh. Guche waved his ID card in his hand. Zhining, you're clearly making me feel like I'm in Versailles. What is Versailles? Shen Zhining asked, her face full of suspicion. This photo is so beautiful. It looks like it was taken for a professional photo album. You weren't just teasing me, were you? Wow, you really impressed me. Guche couldn't help but laugh and sincerely praise him. Shen Zhining's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and an irrepressible sweet smile appeared on her lips. She really didn't mean to look silly in that photo from back then. She just subjectively thought it looked a bit silly and never expected Guche to find it so stunning. The next day, around noon, Guche finished explaining the arrangements for caring for the mother and baby at the postpartum care center and then set off for the hospital with all the necessary documents. After the two people handed their ID cards to the window, the staff at the front desk quickly and skillfully started operating the computer. Just then, Guche's phone suddenly vibrated and rang loudly in his pocket. He took it out and looked down. The screen was flashing with his mother's call notification. Guche immediately pressed the answer button. Before he could even say hello, the nurse at the service window suddenly raised her voice and checked with him. The baby's fathers are registered as Guche, right? Guche quickly replied, Yes, that's right. Guche, the waved. After verifying everything, he held the phone back to his ear and gently called out into the receiver, Mom. Upon hearing her son's response, Gu's mother immediately suppressed her initial suspicion, deciding to carefully consider the words she had vaguely overheard after the call ended. She replied with a beaming smile, "Oh, eldest son. Mom, why did you call me at this hour?" Guche asked curiously. "What? Can't we play now? Are you busy right now? Do you have a long class this morning?" "No, I don't have any classes scheduled this morning. It's just that you and Dad usually call me in the evening. So why are you calling so early in the morning?" "Here's the thing. Your dad and I are always worried about interfering with your classes during the day, so we've moved our calls to the evenings when you're in your dorm. But today was a real emergency, and we have some amazing news we have to tell you right away." Gu's mom chattered on the other end of the phone, beaming with joy. As Guche listened to his mother's cheerful laughter, his tense posture softened, and he leaned against the corridor wall, content to chat with his mother. "What good news has come out of nowhere to make our Ms. Ding so happy? Your aunt just called me and told me that your cousin Shushu has decided to hold his wedding at the end of this year, and the auspicious date is the 26th of the 12th lunar month." "Really? That's wonderful news. But I vaguely remember that my cousin Su went on a blind date not long ago during the summer vacation. How come the wedding date has been set so soon?" Aunt Gu chuckled on the phone, then deliberately lowered her voice and whispered, "That's right. Even I think the progress is like a rocket. Your aunt secretly told me that it's mainly because your soon-to-be cousin-in-law is already pregnant. I'll just tell you about this in private. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone outside, and don't go asking your cousin Su about it. After all, it's not even 3 months yet, which is a crucial time. Your aunt's family is still keeping it a secret from outsiders, but they couldn't resist sharing it with me in private." "I understand, Mom. This is truly a double blessing. I bet Auntie is already overjoyed." "Of course. Your aunt was all smiles when we talked on the phone. Your cousin Su is already 30 years old this year. After finishing school and working for so many years, he couldn't even find a girlfriend. It made your aunt so worried that she couldn't sleep all night. But now he's finally made it. Not only is he about to marry a wife, but he'll also have a grandson. It's truly a double blessing." Gu's mother was genuinely happy when she heard this through the receiver. Gu Che felt his mother's overflowing joy and couldn't help but wonder to himself if his mother suddenly found out one day that she now had triplets and 2 precious granddaughters. He thought that her shock and joy would probably be many times greater than they were now. However, this matter cannot be rushed at the moment. After all, his relationship with the children's mother has not yet progressed to the point where things are going smoothly. If he rashly lets his parents know about Zhining and the 3 children, he estimates that the 2 old people will be unable to wait a moment longer and will buy train tickets overnight to rush over to see their daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Gu Che is genuinely worried that Shen Zhining will feel overly anxious and stressed because of this scene. He was determined to win over the child's mother first, and then find a suitable opportunity to share this incredible good news with his parents. Chapter 21: A Chance Encounter with My Mother-in-Law. The 3 little ones' biological mother is my daughter. "Eldest son, how have you been doing at school lately?" Gu's mother asked with concern. "I'm doing fine, Mom. You and Dad should take care of yourselves and not worry about me all the time." "Everything is fine at school," Guche replied. "That's good. Your dad and I are both in good health, so don't worry about home all the time. By the way, do you have enough money? If you need money, just tell Mom, and Mom will have your dad wire you the money right away." "Really? Mom, I have enough to cover my daily expenses. Besides, I have plenty of free time in college, and I have other sources of income. You want to do a part-time job?" "Eldest son, don't worry about money. The key to going to university is to study hard and enjoy this time. You'll have plenty of time to make money after you enter the workforce. Don't overwork yourself." Listening to his mother's meticulous care, Gu Che felt a warmth in his chest. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, "I understand. By the way, eldest son, you're a sophomore in college now. Do you have a girlfriend at school?" Gu's mother asked with great curiosity. Gu Che couldn't help but chuckle. He had not only found a girlfriend, but he had even got 3 little babies all at once. "Mom, aren't you being a little too hasty?" "Haha. It's not that your mother is in a hurry. It's just that I think you're a college student now. You can totally have a relationship." "Mom, if your son not only gets a girlfriend while in college, but also happens to give birth to your grandson, how would you and Dad react?" Gu Che asked in a low voice, as if testing the waters. Gu's mother paused for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, "That's absolutely wonderful news. Your father and I will be so happy we won't be able to sleep for days." "Haha, eldest son, Are you up to something behind our backs? Gu Che was amused by his mother's startled reaction. Just then, the nurse on duty raised her hand to indicate that the birth certificates for the 3 babies had been issued. Gu Che quickly said to his mother on the other end of the phone, "It's okay, Mom. I can't talk to you any longer. I have some urgent business to attend to outside right now. I'll call you back when I'm free. Please take care of yourselves, Dad and Dad." "Okay, your dad and I are fine. You go ahead and get busy, eldest son." Gu's mother quickly finished her last sentence, and Gu Che's call ended just then. Holding her phone tightly, Gu's mother couldn't help but recall a conversation she had vaguely overheard when the call had just connected. Is the newborn's father named Gu Che? She was absolutely certain that she hadn't misheard. That voice that so readily admitted it was her own son's, Gu Che, the Lang of Chaolang, meaning wave or wave. This was definitely their precious son, no doubt about it. As Guma thought of a very strong possibility, she instantly became excited. Old Gu, get over here right now." Hearing the call, Gu Jingyao walked back to the living room and asked, "What's wrong? What did our son say on the phone?" Gu's mother stared at him intently with shining eyes and whispered mysteriously, "Old Gu, I'm convinced that something big is going on with our Che at school." Gu Jingyao frowned in confusion. What could be wrong? The moment I dialed my son's number just now, I heard it with my own ears. Gu's mother vividly recounted the conversation she had just overheard to Gu's father. After hearing this explanation, Gu Jingyao was completely stunned. He stared blankly for a long time before slowly raising his head, his face full of disbelief, and said, "No way. Could it be that you're hard of hearing and misheard?" Absolutely impossible. Gu's mother's attitude was extremely firm. "I didn't mishear 100%. That was definitely our son's own admission. Besides, when I casually asked him if he had a girlfriend, he not only didn't deny it, but also surprisingly told me something about what if he not only had a girlfriend, but also got a grandson in one go. This is definitely not something he made up." With barely suppressed elation in her eyes, Gu's mother grabbed Gu's father's arm and shook it, saying, "Old Gu, tell me, aren't we about to become grandparents?" Mr. Gu took a deep breath. The moment the thought popped into his mind, he found himself becoming increasingly unsettled. "I'm going to the balcony to have a smoke and calm down." He rushed to the balcony, pulled out a lighter, and lit a cigarette. After taking a big drag on most of the cigarette, my chaotic thoughts finally calmed down a bit. Gu Jingyao turned around and calmly instructed, "We'll call our son again tonight to verify this matter with that brat. If it's true, we need to prepare a response plan in advance. What plans can we make? Are we going to set off directly to see our son and daughter-in-law?" Gu's mother asked excitedly. Gu Jingyao glanced at her helplessly and sighed. "You're really dreaming. Since our son is keeping it a secret, it means that the actual situation is definitely different from what we expected. But no matter what, since our son has a girlfriend, and she is very likely pregnant, the living expenses we gave him before are definitely not enough. I'll send him some more money later." Aunt Gu nodded in agreement and paced back and forth in the living room excitedly. "That's fantastic. Old Gu, if our son can really settle down during college, that would be a wonderful thing. Love on campus is so pure. It's not so easy to meet someone suitable after graduation and starting work. Look at Su. He's already 30 and barely managed to get married." Gu Jingyao couldn't help but smile broadly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but imagine the heartwarming scene when his son would bring his pregnant daughter-in-law into the house in the future. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Gu Che, clutching the 3 newly issued birth certificates, strode towards the gate, preparing to head straight back to the postpartum care center. Just as he reached the main entrance corridor, accompanied by a sudden ringtone, an elegant lady rushed towards him. Gu Che had no time to dodge and could only quickly reach out to steady her, but the materials he was holding scattered all over the place. After regaining his balance, the other person hurriedly apologized repeatedly, saying, "I'm so sorry." Then she bent down and helped Gu Che pick up the items that had fallen on the ground. There are 3 birth certificates inside. This is clearly a case of giving birth to triplets. Unable to suppress her intense curiosity, she glanced at the mother's name on the birth certificate. It clearly reads, "Infant's mother, Shen Zhining." When Yao Jinyao saw the 3 incredibly familiar characters, Shen Zhining, her heart skipped a beat because it was exactly the same as her own daughter's name. Not a single word is different. Next up was the newborn's mother's ID number, and she instinctively lowered her gaze to scan it. I was eager to confirm the absurd and horrifying guess in my mind. Before she could even see the first 4 digits of her ID card, a long, slender hand suddenly reached out from the side and calmly took the birth certificate from her palm. Guche calmly retrieved the 3 birth certificates and politely replied, "Thank you." Yao Jinyao raised her eyes to look at Guche. Guche was extremely handsome and tall, full of sunshine and vitality. He was about 1.85 meters tall, which was particularly eye-catching in the southern region where the average height of boys was around 1.7 meters. Yao Jinyao was momentarily lost in thought as she watched. "Auntie, are you all right?" Guche asked very politely. Yao Jinyao quickly shook her head. "It's nothing serious. I'm so sorry. I was so focused on looking down at my bag to find my phone to answer a call that I didn't even notice I bumped into you. I'm really sorry." Guche shook his head slightly to indicate that it was all right, and was about to turn and leave when Yao Jinyao suddenly stopped him, saying, "Handsome young man, did you come to the hospital specifically to get the child's birth certificate?" Seeing the hint of confusion in Guche's eyes, Yao Jinyao quickly pointed to the birth certificate between Guche's fingers and explained with a smile, "I accidentally glimpsed it when I squatted down to pick something up. It's really unexpected. You look so young, yet you're already a father. Congratulations." "Thank you." Guche simply replied with a curt, "Thank you." He had no desire to chat much with a complete stranger. Yao Jinyao had obviously noticed the polite but distant attitude of the young man in front of her. The reason she couldn't help but ask a question earlier was that she wanted to get the young man to show her the last few digits of the ID card in the mother's section of the birth certificate so that she could carefully check whether they were exactly the same as her daughter's. But then she thought about it again and realized it was utter nonsense. Her daughter was only a sophomore in college. How could she possibly be capable of having a child? In most cases, it's just a coincidence of names. That being said, the first 4 codes on the ID card are exactly the same as my daughter's. The first 2 digits represent the province, while the third and fourth digits represent the administrative codes of the cities under the jurisdiction of that province. Chapter 22, Could She Really Be My Daughter? These 4 codes are completely identical, which means that the baby's registered mother, Shen Zhining, not only shares the same name as her daughter, but also comes from the same province and city, Jincheng, Lan Province. Isn't this a bit too unbelievable? Just as Yao Jinyao was about to ask Guche a few more questions, Guche's figure had already walked far away. Yao Jinyao stared blankly in the direction Guche had left, lost in thought for a moment. Just then, Yao Jinyao's phone vibrated violently in her pocket again. She quickly shook her head and comforted herself, saying, "This must all be a coincidence. After all, there are countless people in the world with the same name. Even if you come from the same place, there is a very high probability that you will meet someone with the same name. That could never be my precious daughter. My daughter has always been very obedient. She has never been in a relationship from elementary school to college. How could she suddenly come to have a baby for no reason? Besides, they were born triplets. This kind of thing has always been very much about family genetics. Our Shen family has never had twins in the past 3 generations, let alone the physique to have triplets. It's probably because I haven't seen my daughter for too long. Now everything I see reminds me of her. I have to spend some quality time with my darling daughter this time to ease my longing." After mentally preparing herself, Yao Jinyao finally regained her composure. This time, she deliberately found an empty bench before slowly taking out her phone from her bag. The caller ID showed it was her devoted husband calling. Yao Jinyao pressed the answer button and complained, "Old Shun, why do you keep calling me? I was so focused on answering your call that I bumped into a stranger." On the other end of the receiver, Mr. Shen asked with concern, "Did you bump into someone? Are you hurt?" "You're not hurt," Yao Jinyao said, feeling her husband's tender concern, a happy smile appearing on her face. "I just bumped into a young man at the hospital entrance." "Didn't you say you were going to buy tickets to see your daughter? Why did you go to the hospital all of a sudden?" Mr. Shen asked, his brows furrowed and his voice filled with concern. "I was planning to go to the school to see my daughter, but it was raining outside when I left for the airport yesterday, right? I might have accidentally caught a chill because my head is a little dizzy right now, and I feel like I'm catching a cold. I was worried that I might infect my daughter, so I decided to come to the hospital to see a doctor and get some medicine." After discovering she was unexpectedly pregnant during the summer vacation last year, Shen Zhining returned to school early without telling her family. By the time winter vacation started, her belly was already noticeably protruding. Fearing that her parents would notice, she made an excuse to stay at school for an internship and did not go home for the New Year's Eve dinner. As a result, Shen's parents have not seen their daughter for more than half a year. Yao Jinyao made a special trip to Lanzhou because she received an invitation from her best friend. Her friend's grandson was going to have a full-month celebration, and the main banquet was scheduled for tomorrow night. So she deliberately arrived a day early, hoping to visit her daughter who was studying in the area. After hearing the whole story, Mr. Chen finally felt relieved and advised, "Then you should take good care of yourself. If you really feel unwell, take your medicine on time before going to school to see your daughter." Yao Jinyao said with a helpless yet amused tone, "I know. I'll definitely be careful not to infect our precious daughter with the virus. By the way, Lao Shen, the young man I bumped into at the main entrance of the hospital just now, he came to the hospital specifically to get a birth certificate for his newborn. When I bent down to help him pick up the documents, I accidentally saw that the name printed in the mother's column was our daughter's, exactly the same. Lao Shen, do you think it's possible that our Zhining had the baby behind our backs? I think that young man is quite handsome, tall, and with striking features. The key is that he doesn't look very old. I'd guess he's a college student, around the same age as our daughter. Do you think it's really possible that he is?" Sigh. I was really worried and wanted to check the ID number carefully, but the other party took the birth certificate back in the blink of an eye, and I didn't get to see the whole thing at all, Yao Jinyao said with a hint of regret. Mr. Shen on the other end of the phone was slightly surprised, but he quickly denied it, saying, "Don't overthink it. How can you believe that? Our daughter is still so young, not even 20 yet, and she's a sophomore in college. How could she possibly have a baby for no reason?" Yao Jinyao laughed. "That's right. Even I think this idea is too absurd. Besides, Lao Shen, when I was looking at it just now, I saw that there were 3 birth certificates. That's triplets. The younger generation these days is just too amazing. Old Shen, what if our daughter gives birth to triplets someday? How happy you and I would be. Our house would be so lively in no time." Mr. Shen listened quietly to her wildly imaginative thoughts on the other end of the line and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, that's all nonsense. Neither of our families has this kind of hereditary trait, so why are you worrying about things so far ahead? Since you've caught a cold, hurry up and go see a doctor. Set off early to check on your daughter's school later. I checked her schedule online last night, and she doesn't have any classes this afternoon, so she'll probably be in her dorm. Just sneak over to her dorm and give that girl a big surprise." Yao Jinyao suddenly realized and quickly replied, "Great. That little ungrateful girl. She's been making excuses not to go home for Chinese New Year since she went to university. This time, I'll appear in front of her without warning. She'll be overjoyed. Well, don't forget to stop by the mall and buy some things. Pick out some of your daughter's favorite snacks, as well as new seasonal clothes and bags. Buy as much as you can to prepare for her. When you see her, take her out to eat something nice. No matter how good the food is in the school cafeteria, it can't compare to the delicious food at home. All right, you're always so long-winded. Since you care so much about your daughter, why don't you just come with me?" Yao Jinyao teased. Mr. Chen's expression stiffened slightly, and he muttered somewhat embarrassedly, "Why should I go and join in the fun? She doesn't even know to come home and visit her own father. TCH, you're just all talk. I really don't know who it was that has been tirelessly telling me to be careful about this, and that ever since I got that phone call the day before yesterday." Despite his pride, Mr. Shen tried hard to suppress the slight upturn of his lips and said, "All right, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. You should hurry up and register to see a doctor. Don't catch a cold. Oh, and when you're having dinner with your daughter tonight, don't forget to video call me when you have a moment." "I understand. I promise you'll see your precious daughter with your own eyes." Yao Jinyao hung up the phone with a smile. Gu Che hurriedly returned to the suite at the postpartum care center, where Shen Zhining was awake. "Have the little one's birth certificates been processed smoothly?" she asked, standing up while holding onto the edge of the bed. "Yes, everything is ready. Let me see it." Gu Che casually handed her the 3 green certificates. Shen Zhining quickly took them and carefully examined them word by word, as if they were precious treasures. The background is pale yellow with an exquisite dark green border, and the miniature map in the center vaguely reveals the outline of the country's territory. The top column clearly records the baby's full names, specific birth times, and the medical institutions where they were born. The next column contains the mother's real name and corresponding ID number, followed by the father's name and ID number. As she gazed at her own name and Gu Che's name printed side by side on this small piece of paper, a profound and mysterious emotion welled up within Shen Zhining. Mother, father. It seemed that in that instant, She and Gu Che formed an unbreakable bond, and the tie that held this wonderful relationship together was the three adorable little lives that were now fast asleep. With her slender hands holding her phone, Shen Zhining focused intently on taking a photo to commemorate the occasion. Then, with tenderness in her eyes, she took the birth certificate and moved to the stroller, bending down to whisper softly to the three little ones who were fast asleep. Gu Yao, Gu Xinghe, and Gu Tangyue, this is your birth certificate. From today onwards, you officially have your own legal identity documents. Her voice was extremely low, sounding soft and gentle, like the soft paw pads of a newborn kitten gently scratching at the heart. Gu Che slowly stepped forward, and together they lowered their eyes to gaze at the three adorable sources of life. The three little ones were sleeping soundly. Their plump little faces, white with a hint of pink, looked like freshly peeled hard-boiled eggs, tender and elastic. Gu Che couldn't help but want to reach out and gently pinch them. Chapter 23. Don't touch the baby's cheek. It's too moist. However, before she could even touch Dabao's cheek, Shen Zhining suddenly grabbed his wrist. Absolutely not. You must not rub or pinch the baby's cheeks. It will easily cause drooling. Shen Zhining then explained the reason in detail. The skin on a newborn's face is extremely thin and delicate. The parotid gland tissue inside the mouth is not yet fully developed and is a very fragile structure that is easily damaged by external forces. If the baby's pink cheeks are constantly pinched by adults, it will damage the child's glands, leading to excessive drooling, which will be detrimental to the baby's healthy development. Gu Che withdrew his arm, completely surprised that there were so many intricacies and details involved in caring for a newborn. He replied, "Okay, I definitely won't pinch the little guy's cheeks, but a few gentle strokes are fine, right? You can gently wipe it, but you must not apply any force," Shen Zhining instructed. "Okay, don't worry. I'll be very gentle and won't hurt our babies." Gu Che carefully extended his fingertips and then gently touched the pink cheeks of his eldest son and two daughters. The soft, delicate touch of the little ones' faces is truly exquisite. So adorable. No wonder the little ones, whether crying, throwing tantrums, or smiling, are the most innocent and adorable beings in the world, always inspiring endless love from their elders. After a brief touch, Gu Che rationally withdrew his hand, fearing that he might accidentally pinch his beloved daughter and son's tender cheeks. He simply gazed at the little ones sleeping peacefully, finding it a wonderful pleasure in the moment. Under the loving gaze of their parents, the three little ones slowly opened their sleepy eyes. The youngest baby was the first to let out a weak cry in his sleep. Then, the second baby next to him was startled, and his little body twitched reflexively for a moment before he also pouted and began to cry. Dabao was awakened by the noise from his two little sisters. He opened his eyes and was confused for a moment before quickly joining in the crying. Every time the little ones wake up, a three-part crying symphony always unfolds in the room at the same time every day. Gu Che and Shen Zhining were already quite adept at handling this situation, no longer as panicked as they had been when they first became parents. At this moment, the young couple slowly and methodically picked up the little monsters, preparing to breastfeed them. The nannies who had been waiting outside stepped into the room. With the help of the three top nurses, the three little ones stopped crying in no time. "Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, after the babies finish breastfeeding, don't rush to put them to sleep. Today, the hospital has specially arranged for an experienced obstetrician and gynecologist to come to your home to administer the BCG vaccine. Since the little ones are awake right away, let's take them back to their room to sleep after the vaccination." The three little ones received their first hepatitis B vaccination in the delivery room immediately after birth. However, the BCG vaccine was not administered at the same time. This was mainly because the triplets were premature and their physical functions were slightly weaker than those of ordinary newborns. Since the vaccine contained a trace amount of live virus, only the first dose of the hepatitis B vaccine was administered at that time. The three little ones are currently sleeping between 18 and 22 hours a day. This vaccine is more effective when administered while the child is conscious, so now is the perfect time to take them for their shots. So after feeding them, Gu Che and Shen Zhining each held one of their daughters, while the nurses carried their eldest son, Gu Yao. The group then headed towards the vaccination room. The maternal and infant care specialist in charge of the vaccinations was a kind-faced, middle-aged female doctor. When she looked at the adorable triplets, her face immediately lit up with a warm smile. These little ones are so handsome. With such good looks from their parents, They're destined to be adorable little boys and girls from a young age. Upon hearing this heartfelt praise, Guche and Shen Zhining's faces were filled with immense happiness and joy. The doctor was methodically preparing the vaccine injections on one side. The vaccine solution taken from the refrigerator usually needs to stand for a while to return to room temperature, so Guche and the others sat on the rest chairs next to them, holding their children, and waited. The three little ones were unusually energetic during this time. Xinghe nestled softly against Guche's shoulder, her delicate face pressed against his strong shoulder blades. A glistening drool even clung to the corner of her small mouth. The little girl exhaled with a curious air and suddenly blew out a tiny, sparkling bubble. This novel experience was extremely interesting. She seemed to have found a fun toy in an instant, and then she puffed out her cheeks and blew on the air one after another, making crisp, clear doo-doo sounds from her little mouth. Seeing this, Shen Zhining quickly reminded him with a smile. Guche, come and look, Bao is playing with bubbles here. Guche turned his head slightly and was surprised to see that a small patch of his shoulder was wet. However, it was his own daughter's saliva. He did not feel disgusted at all. Instead, a strange warmth welled up in his heart. Watching Xinghe playfully blowing bubbles, a smile, full of fatherly affection, uncontrollably appeared on his lips. On the other side, little Tangyue was also busy, nestled in her mother's arms, waving her two little hands with great curiosity, trying to grab onto everything in sight, such as Shen Zhining's cardigan or Shen Zhining's black hair. Although the little guy is not very big, the strength in his fingertips is not to be underestimated. Once he clenches his fist tightly, he will never let go easily. Shen Zhining casually tied her hair into a bun, but some stray hairs inevitably fell around her ears and temples. Xiao Tangyue then grabbed these stray hairs with her little hands and excitedly rubbed and pulled them. Ouch, that hurts. My little Tangyue, mommy's hair isn't a toy for you to play with. Hearing her mother's somewhat aggrieved pleas for mercy, Tangyu not only showed no intention of letting go, but instead shook her arms even more vigorously, as if she were deliberately playing hide-and-seek with her mother. These little ones are really full of energy. The doctor chatted warmly as he stepped forward and reached out to help free the stray hair that Shen Zhining was tightly clutching by her ear. Although the baby was being cared for by the nurse on duty, his two chubby little hands kept reaching towards his mother's clothes. Seeing this, Guche felt sorry for his son being neglected, so he simply stretched out his strong arms and lifted his eldest son and second daughter onto his broad shoulders. The little ones are still small, and Guche's arm muscles are extremely strong and muscular, so it's easy for him to hold both little lives at the same time. The two siblings suddenly huddled together and immediately became extremely excited, pulling each other's soft little hands and playing around. The three little ones were having a great time, and Guche and Shen Zhining were also in a good mood, until the doctor on the other end deftly took out the gleaming syringe. The babies, who were only 10 days old, naturally couldn't understand the pain that the needle represented. However, Shen Zhining, their biological mother, couldn't help but become emotionally tense first. She held little Tangyue in her arms and asked softly, "Doctor, will the BCG vaccine injection be particularly painful?" The female doctor met her gaze with a kind smile and said, "It won't hurt much, little ma'am. You can rest assured. I've been in this profession for 30 years, and my needle technique is extremely skilled." Shen Zhining's anxiety even surpassed that of her youngest daughter in her arms, and it was hard to tell whether her words were meant to comfort the bewildered Tangyu or to hypnotize herself. "It's okay, little one, the doctor is very skilled. She can finish the injection in the blink of an eye. You definitely won't feel any pain." Tangyu looked up at her mother with a half-understanding, her big, dark eyes filled with innocent purity. Seeing her like this, Guche gently comforted her. "It's nothing serious, Zhining. It's just a routine vaccination. Didn't the little ones already get one right after they were born?" Shen Zhining pouted slightly, feeling a little aggrieved, and whispered, "But I wasn't able to be by her side after she gave birth, and now, staring at the needle like this, I can't help but feel flustered." Guche really didn't expect that when he brought the little ones to get their vaccinations, before he even had a chance to comfort the trembling little lives, he would have to coax and persuade the children's biological mother first. "It's all right. The doctor is extremely experienced. Maybe before our baby even has a chance to recover, the whole process will be over." The female doctor chimed in, "My movements are usually extremely swift." Seeing everyone comforting her, Shen Zhining blushed slightly with embarrassment. Then I'll have to trouble the doctor. Dabao, as the eldest son, was the first to receive the injection. The little guy nestled in his father's strong arms with great curiosity, letting Guche gently pull off the sleeve of his onesie on one arm. Chapter 24. My dear daughter, guess where mommy is right now? The female doctor's movements were extremely skillful. She inserted the needle, injected the medicine, pulled it out, and pressed it with a cotton swab. The whole set of actions was completed in one go, taking only about 10 seconds. Throughout the entire injection, Dabao kept his big, bright eyes open, seemingly oblivious to everything, displaying a truly manly demeanor. He didn't utter a single sound until the doctor put away the equipment. Seeing this, Shen Zhining finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It doesn't seem to hurt that much." Dabao didn't even react. The doctor just smiled and didn't say anything. Next, it was Erbao's turn. However, when it was Xinghe's turn, as soon as the needle pierced her skin, the little one began to twist and struggle. Fortunately, Guche held her very firmly and held the baby's thin arm tightly. Wah! Erbao's crying made Shen Zhining, who was standing next to him, look heartbroken and anxious. When it was time to give the third child, Tangyu, the little one started crying loudly even before the needle touched her. Perhaps she was infected by her older sister's sadness and panic. The little girl was extremely resistant to the syringe. Seeing this, Guche had no choice but to pick up Tangyu and hug her tightly. It took a lot of effort for her to finally cooperate and finish the injection. After the vaccinations were completed, he and Shen Zhining each held one of their daughters and comforted them for quite some time before the two little ones finally stopped crying and started sobbing softly. With a heart full of pity, Shen Zhining asked the doctor, "Doctor, are the little ones all right? Why did the older one seem to have no discomfort when he was vaccinated, but the younger one and the younger one were so upset? Could it be that girls feel more pain when they get these kinds of injections?" The female doctor smiled and explained softly, "That's not the case, little mom. The medicine feels the same to every little one. It's just that some babies' pain receptors develop relatively slowly. For example, your eldest child might not be very sensitive to pain right now." After listening to the doctor's scientific explanation, Shen Zhining nodded in understanding. Next, the doctor patiently reminded them of some details they needed to pay attention to afterward. For example, the baby should absolutely not get wet and take a bath on the day of the injection. They should also be careful to avoid the injection site when washing their hands and brushing their teeth. It is normal for the injection site to become red, swollen, purulent, and scab over about 4 weeks later. They should also change the baby's underwear into close-fitting pure cotton clothes more often and remember not to dress them in clothes that are too tight. Guche meticulously memorized all the rules and regulations that needed to be noted. Lanzhou University. Yao Jinyao strode to the girls' dormitory building carrying several heavy bags of items. She first put the bags on the ground, took out her phone, adjusted the angle, took a few photos, and sent them directly to Shen's father. "Old Shen, I've already moved to the bottom of my daughter's dormitory building. I'll go up and see her in a bit." The father replied, "Don't greet your daughter first, surprise her." Yao Jinyao replied, "I know. I held it in the whole way without letting in a sound. When my daughter sees me and all these tempting snacks and pretty seasonal dresses on the ground, she'll be overjoyed." Dad replied, "Did you buy enough snacks? You must remember to leave some extra pocket money for your daughter. She might not like the kinds of snacks you pick, so it's better to let her choose for herself." Yao Jinyao replied, "Okay, I know what I'm doing. I'll stop chatting with you now. I need to hurry up and check on my daughter. I can't wait to see her jaw drop with delight." Dad replied, "Don't forget to video call me later." Yao Jinyao smiled knowingly, put away her phone, picked up the large package from the ground again, went to the duty room to complete the visitor registration, and then went straight up the stairs to room 333 on the 3rd floor. When her daughter first came to register at the school, she and Lao Shen personally escorted her there with all her luggage. To this day, she still remembers exactly where her daughter's dormitory was located. Yao Jinyao arrived at room 333 on the 3rd floor with ease. Standing outside the dormitory door, she reached out and knocked on the door with a smile on her face and full of anticipation. After knocking for quite a while, there was absolutely no response from inside the door. Yao Jinyao was a little puzzled. Didn't Lao Shen say that his daughter didn't have classes at this time? Why is there hardly anyone in the dorm? Yao Jinyao took out her phone again, intending to call her daughter directly, but after thinking for a moment, she finally withdrew her hand. If she called to inquire now, her daughter's surprise and joy when she bumped into her later would be greatly diminished. So she had no choice but to raise her hand and knock on the door again. The commotion finally alerted the dormitory across the corridor. The door across the hall quickly opened from the inside, and a young female college student peeked out from the crack. "Hello. Are you here specifically to see the student in room 333? Is there anything I can help you with?" Yao Jinyao turned around and replied with a smile. "Hello, classmate. I'm the mother of a student from room 333. They didn't have class this afternoon, but I noticed that the dormitory seems empty. Do you know where they all went?" Upon hearing that the woman in front of her was an elder, the female student across the corridor immediately stepped out gracefully and explained with a smile. "Auntie, we really don't have any classes this afternoon, but those students in room 333 have already gone out for a get-together. I heard they've planned to have hot pot and then go to a karaoke bar. Didn't you call your daughter before coming over?" "I was thinking of surprising her, so I deliberately didn't tell her," Yao Jinyao explained somewhat helplessly. The female student nodded knowingly. "I see. But they'll probably stay out very late tonight, maybe even spend the night out. Sometimes, to save on internet fees, we college students often book all-night karaoke sessions. Group deals for nightclubs are more cost-effective. Why don't you take some time to call and contact them, so you don't end up waiting here for nothing?" Upon hearing this, Yao Jinyao exchanged a few more pleasantries with the enthusiastic female classmate opposite her, and then grabbed several delicious snacks from the large bag of snacks she had bought and handed them to her, telling her to take them back to the dormitory and share them with her roommates. Then she picked up her bag and turned to go downstairs. "I was really looking forward to giving my daughter a surprise, but things didn't go as planned. She just happened to go out and have some fun right at this crucial moment. Now that things have come to this, it seems the only option is to call my daughter. Otherwise, she might not be able to see her precious daughter after coming all this way today." Yao Jinyao took out her phone and skillfully dialed Shen Zhining's number. She thought to herself that at worst she could just take a taxi to see her daughter later, and even treat her daughter's best friends to karaoke while she was there. Her daughter would definitely be overjoyed to hear that. Meanwhile, Shen Zhining was completely unaware of what was happening on campus. She had just managed to lull the three adorable mythical beasts to sleep when her phone, which she was holding, suddenly began to vibrate violently without warning. Shen Zhining lowered her eyes and saw the word "Mom" flashing prominently in the center of the screen as a caller ID. Her heart suddenly started racing. "I'm currently in a postpartum care center, so why would my mother call me at this time of year for no reason?" The phone in her palm kept buzzing stubbornly, but Shen Zhining was too scared to answer it. But she also didn't dare to hang up abruptly, fearing that her mother might suddenly send a video call if there was no response. Gucci noticed her staring blankly at her phone from the side and couldn't help but lean over and glance at her. The moment he saw that it was Shen Zhining's mother calling, he immediately understood everything. Shen Zhining's unexpected pregnancy and childbirth are a huge event that she probably hasn't told her family elders yet. Otherwise, after she's been in the hospital for so many days after giving birth, her family wouldn't have remained completely silent. Moreover, during her time off campus, she rented a place and hired someone to take care of her. Later, she even encountered a significant financial crisis due to financial difficulties and had to ask him for help. Gucci was well aware of the complicated situation before him. He did not deliberately avoid it, but gently reached out and patted her shoulder. His eyes were full of encouragement and determination as he looked at her. "Jining, don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Answer your mother's call now." Shen Zhining slowly raised her face to look at Gucci. When she met Gucci's warm and responsible expression, a solid haven seemed to be built in the depths of her heart. Just as the phone's ringtone was about to automatically disconnect, she nervously swiped to answer the call. "Hello, Mom." Shen Zhining's response was extremely pleasant, with a natural coolness and warmth in her voice, like that of cold jade. Upon suddenly hearing her daughter's voice, Yao Jinyao on the other end of the phone became extremely excited. After all, she would soon be able to see her beloved daughter with her own eyes. "My darling daughter, can you guess for your mother where I am right now?" Upon hearing this question, Shen Zhining felt the alarm bells ringing in her heart. Could it be that her mother has actually come to Lansao for the first time ever? Otherwise, why would she suddenly blurt out such a sentence? Author's note: we're currently in the new book release period, and we need to follow the website's recommendation process. Therefore, for now, I can only maintain 2 updates per day. Once this process is complete, I'll definitely arrange for a lot more updates. I'm still humbly begging for recommendation votes, generous donations, and helpful comments to boost my book's ranking on the charts. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Mother has indeed arrived in Lanzhou. However, if her mother had never come to Lanzhou, she would never have brought up this topic for no reason. After thinking for a moment, she asked tentatively, "Mom, you're probably doing your manicure at home while watching TV, right?" "No, haha, Mom is in Lanzhou." Her mother's excited reply over the receiver was like a thunderclap, leaving Shen Zhining speechless for a long time. Mother has indeed arrived in Lanzhou. Since my mother came to Lanzhou, and even called her specifically, she definitely intends to visit her. What should we do now? She is currently at a postpartum care center. She has even given birth to 3 babies. Is it about time that the child's affair can no longer be kept secret? If her mother knew that she had given birth while she was only a sophomore in college, she simply couldn't imagine the uproar it would cause. After all, her parents never allowed her to date since she was a child, let alone the fact that she gave birth to a child while in college. No matter what, Mom must not find out about the birth, otherwise Mom and Dad will definitely give her a good scolding. Her parents were extremely strict with her from a young age, forbidding her from dating. When she entered university, they repeatedly told her that girls should focus all their energy on their studies and future, and were not allowed to date in college. Upon thinking of this, Shen Zhining felt her body trembling uncontrollably, but she forced herself to remain calm. With a smile, she asked, "Mom, why did you come to Lanzhou without any warning?" Yao Jinyao said with a smile, "Mom came here specifically to celebrate your Aunt Tian's granddaughter's 1-month birthday. Since our destination is Lanzhou, I deliberately came a day early and planned to visit you on the way. Your dad originally planned to come too, but he couldn't make it because it's a weekday, so he sent me to visit you on his behalf. I just went to your dorm, and I'm walking towards the school gate right now." Upon hearing these words, Shen Zhining nearly dropped her phone, which she was holding tightly in her hand. My mom actually went to her dorm room? Could it be that my mom already knows that she took a long sick leave from school? No, Mom's tone sounded like she knew nothing at all. Otherwise, she would never have spoken to her with such a smile, and then paused. Her roommates were unaware that she was pregnant. After realizing she was pregnant, she rushed to finish her semester's credits in just over a month and moved out of the dormitory before her belly became noticeably larger. She moved out of the dormitory because she was concerned that female college students who get pregnant and give birth will inevitably be talked about behind their backs, so she thought things through very carefully. "Honey, you told your roommates that you went out to eat together. Where did you meet up? Mom will come find you. I'll pay for all your meals today. Send me the exact location right away." Shen Zhining gripped her phone tightly. In just a few seconds, countless explanations flashed through the brilliant mind of this top student. Finally, she answered the receiver. "Mom, this is such a bad coincidence. I didn't go out to eat with my roommates today. I took on an off-campus job assigned by the school, and I'm currently at Jiaodong University in the ancient capital discussing academic issues with the students here." "Huh." Yao Jinyao was taken aback. Shen Zhining said with regret, "Mom, next time you can call me in advance so I can arrange a specific time with you, so that my daughter and I won't miss each other." When Yao Jinyao learned that her daughter had gone to the ancient capital instead of Lanzhou, she was filled with pride to know that her daughter was representing the school to conduct academic exchanges in the ancient capital. She asked with a smile, "Daughter, when exactly will you be able to return to school?" Shen Zhining silently calculated in her mind how long her mother would stay for the baby's 1-month celebration and replied, "Mom, I just arrived at Jiaodong University yesterday. This academic exchange will take a full week. It would be great if we could communicate for a week, my dear daughter. Just relax and have a good time over there." "Yes, Mom, I know you and Dad miss me a lot. Don't worry, I will definitely come back to spend the Chinese New Year with you during the winter vacation this year. Then the 3 of us can have a proper family reunion." Yao Jinyao pressed further. "You're planning to come back during winter break? What about summer break? Summer break is a full 2 months long. Aren't you planning to go home?" Shen Zhining subconsciously glanced at the 3 little ones in the crib. It was already May, and in 2 months it would be summer vacation. The babies would still be too young then, and she definitely wouldn't be able to leave them for a moment. "Mom, it's still uncertain about summer vacation. The college might have other tasks to assign, but I'll definitely come home as long as I can find the time. Don't worry about me." Yao Jinyao didn't think too much about it. She was thinking that if her daughter couldn't come back during the summer vacation, she would bring her husband to Lanzhou to rent a place for a while. Her daughter's studies and future prospects were the most important things. Fearing that her mother would drag the conversation into this sensitive topic and that she might accidentally let something slip, Shen Zhining subtly took control of the conversation and steered the conversation toward her mother, asking, "By the way, Mom, you said you came here specifically to attend Aunt Tian's granddaughter's 1-month celebration? Aunt Tian's brother is already a father? That's progressing so fast." Yao Jinyao replied with a smile. "Of course. I was quite surprised when I received the wedding invitation call. When you first started university, Aunt Tian's son had just had his wedding. Your dad and I happened to be attending his son's wedding banquet when we brought you to school to register. We never expected that your baby would be a month old now. I'm a sophomore in college now, so it's about time. Aunt Tian's family must be overjoyed to have a granddaughter." Shen Zhining, who had just become a mother herself, knew that the addition of a new life to the family would inevitably bring great joy to any parent. Yao Jinyao responded cheerfully. "They were so happy. Your Aunt Tian talked to me on the phone for over half an hour the other day. She sounded so happy. But I heard that her son and daughter-in-law had been trying to conceive for a whole year, trying many methods before finally getting pregnant. Her daughter-in-law is 3 years older than her son, so it's probably because she's older and has a harder time conceiving. So, unsurprisingly, they're overjoyed with the arrival of their baby." Yao Jinyao chatted casually with her daughter when she suddenly recalled the birth certificate she had inadvertently seen at the hospital earlier that day. Combining this with what she had just said, she quickly added, "But daughter, I personally feel that girls don't need to rush to have children. Although your Aunt Tian's daughter-in-law did get married a bit late, she still managed to have a child, didn't she? So, in these matters, there's absolutely no time to lose. Daughter, you're only a sophomore now, so don't focus on dating. You should concentrate on your studies right now. By the way, you haven't been dating anyone behind our backs at school, have you?" Shen Zhining glanced at Gu Che beside her with a slight fright, biting her lower lip shyly and stammering, "Mom, what are you thinking about?" Yao Jinyao took it as her daughter being embarrassed, and a huge weight was lifted from her heart. She continued, "Hee, daughter, I was just mentioning it casually. You don't need to feel embarrassed. After all, you're an adult now, and it's perfectly normal for us to talk about these things. Mom is just worried about you, daughter. You are still young, and you must think carefully about matters of the heart." A few days ago, I saw a news story online about a young girl who had just started college. She had always been pampered by her parents and lived a spoiled life. Suddenly, she went to study at a university far away from home. Without her parents to take care of her, she fell in love with a boy on campus and even gave birth to her baby when she was a sophomore. She had to take a leave of absence because of this. After she became pregnant, the girl stayed at home full-time to prepare for pregnancy. After giving birth, she had even less energy to return to school and finish her studies. She could only stay at home as a full-time housewife to take care of the child. However, her newlywed husband was still studying. After finally getting through the most difficult 2 years, her husband also graduated. When they got married, they were both too young and lacked maturity. After her husband entered the workforce, he met other young girls and began to despise his wife who stayed at home and hadn't even graduated from university. All he could think about was the child. Not long after, he cheated on her. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, we should get our marriage certificate earlier. The two parties also filed for divorce and fought for custody of the child. The woman hadn't even finished her studies and had been a full-time housewife for 3 years without earning any income. The consequences were predictable. In the end, not only did she get divorced, but the man also took the child away. Moreover, her husband had just started working, and the two of them hadn't accumulated any joint property. In the end, she really ended up with nothing. It was so tragic. Yao Jinyao still couldn't help but sigh when she recalled that report. Shen Zhining replied, "Mom, I understand all of this. I won't do it. Don't worry. Okay, Mom knows you've always been wise and decisive, and you would never do something so foolish," Yao Jinyao said with a smile. Her daughter has been a top student since she was a child, and she and her husband rarely have to worry about her studies or daily life. The two chatted for a while longer. Shen Zhining told her mother to take good care of herself in Lanzhou before ending the call. Gu Che remained quietly by her side, and he heard clearly everything Yao Jinyao said through the receiver. Seeing that Shen Zhining's expression was somewhat downcast, Gu Che gently took her hand and promised with a tender yet solemn look in his eyes, "Zhining, don't worry, I am definitely not the kind of man described in the news, and you will not be that girl. I will never abandon you and the children. I am completely different from him. Shen Zhining's low mood stemmed purely from a sense of uncertainty about the future. Her parents would find out about the birth of her child sooner or later, and she was particularly concerned about their reaction after learning the truth. She didn't take the last case her mother mentioned to heart at all. Even when she's at home taking care of the baby, she will never neglect her studies. She will progress alongside her husband and will never place the entire burden of managing the household on his shoulders. She wants to share the burden of life with her husband. Together with her husband, she built their own little home. She hadn't expected Guche to say those words to her without warning, which made her feel exceptionally at ease. Shen Zhining has excellent taste. The men she chose are truly wonderful. She nodded slightly to Guche. Yes, I absolutely believe you. After finishing her conversation with her daughter, Yao Jinyao turned around and dialed Shen's father's number. How is it? Have you seen your daughter? Why don't you video call me? What's the point of a phone call? I can't even see my daughter. Mr. Chen shouted anxiously. There's no need for video calls. I didn't even see my precious daughter. I just spoke to her, but my timing was just too bad. She was assigned by the school to go to Jiaodong University in the ancient capital for an academic exchange. She just left yesterday and won't be back for a whole week. I'm afraid I won't be able to see her this time. Yao Jinyao sighed dejectedly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen pondered for a moment and then said, This is great news. Jiaodong University is a top-tier university. Our daughter can represent the school there for an exchange program during her sophomore year, which proves that our precious daughter is outstanding. Besides, a week isn't a long time. Why don't you just wait for our daughter to come back in Lanzhou? His expression clearly carried a hint of pride. I don't mind. As long as I can see my daughter, I'd be happy to stay for a week or even a whole month. But can you manage on your own? Who will take care of you when I'm not in the house? Dad chuckled and said, How could a grown man like me starve to death at home? Don't worry, I'll eat at work during the day and get some instant noodles or go out to eat when I get home at night. It'll be fine. It must be tough for our daughter to be studying at university all by herself. When you go there, make sure she gets some good food. Just wait patiently for her to come back. Yao Jinyao nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll video call you as soon as our daughter comes back in a few days. After finishing her conversation with her husband, Yao Jinyao immediately sent a WeChat message to her daughter to let her know that she planned to wait for her to return from the area. Shen Zhining glanced at the message, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. The week-long academic exchange was just an excuse she made up on the spot. Now that her mother had made it clear that she would be staying in Lanzhou for a week until she saw her, she couldn't find any other reason to avoid meeting her. If she made up any more excuses, her mother would eventually notice something was wrong. A week later, 18 days had passed since she gave birth. She was young, and Guche had taken meticulous care of her since giving birth. She was also recuperating at a postpartum care center, and her body was recovering exceptionally well. In the past 2 days, she had clearly felt much more relaxed. Moreover, it's currently May, and the temperature in Lanzhou is gradually rising, with daytime temperatures approaching 30 degrees Celsius. As long as she pays extra attention, going out for a walk shouldn't be a problem. Most importantly, if she continues to refuse to see her mother will really start to have doubts. When that happens, Mom will go to the school to find out what's going on, and after investigating from various sources, she will definitely discover the truth about her secret pregnancy. Therefore, Shen Zhining replied, Okay, Mom, you can travel around Lanzhou for the next few days and wait for me to come back. During dinner in the evening, Guche and Shen Zhining sat facing each other at the table. After that phone call ended, they tacitly avoided mentioning the matter, but Guche knew perfectly well that this crucial point could not be avoided. The baby had already been born, and they would have to tell both sets of parents everything sooner or later. Shen Zhining didn't mention it, mainly because as a girl, she would inevitably feel panicked, while as a man, he had to shoulder this responsibility. He had sorted out his thoughts over the past few hours, and now was the perfect time to have a serious discussion with Shen Zhining about their plans for each other and their baby's future. Ultimately, since his own parents and Shen Zhining's mother had almost uncovered the children's secret today, he decided that rather than passively enduring the elder's shock, he should take the initiative to confess to them. After clearing his mind, Guche said to Shen Zhining, Zhining, let's talk this over. Guche, let's talk this over. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Shen Zhining raised her eyes, looked at Guche, and laughed. In fact, after talking to her mother, she was very flustered and kept thinking about the problem over and over again. However, What was unexpected was that although Gu Che did not say it on the surface, he was also seriously considering all of this in his heart. You go first, Gu Che said. Why don't you go first? If not, then I'll just go first. Shen Zhining nervously rubbed her fingers together. She lowered her head and habitually bit her lip gently. Gu Che noticed that she would make this subtle movement whenever she felt nervous. He reached out his right hand and gently smoothed her delicate lips with his warm, slightly calloused fingertips, smiling as he said, Zhining, we're discussing and exploring together. We should communicate frankly about any issues. You can't hurt your lips like that. It would break my heart if you did. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining blushed slightly, pursed her lips, and subconsciously licked them, tasting a subtle flavor on her tongue, the lingering scent of cooking food on Gu Che's fingertips. She calmed herself down and said, Gu Che, I think it's best to keep our relationship and the babies a secret from our elders for now. My parents have always been extremely opposed to me dating during university, hoping that I can focus all my attention on my studies. As for having children, they are even more opposed to it. After listening to her concerns, Gu Che frowned slightly and said, Zhining, I can completely understand your concerns, but I feel that this important matter cannot be hidden. We're all of legal age now, and the babies have all been born safely. They've rightfully come into this world, so there's nothing to hide. Whether it's dating or having babies, we should be open and honest about it. However, what about my parents? Gu Che held Shen Zhining's small hand tightly and comforted her with unusual firmness. Zhining, no matter how great the obstacles we face, I will stay by your side and share the burden with you. Our family will overcome the difficulties together. Zhining, from the day you took the initiative to find me and told me that the baby was mine, I secretly vowed to take full responsibility for you and the babies. I want to marry you as soon as possible and raise the babies with you. Chapter 27. Setting the date for visiting the parents-in-law. Shen Zhining was surprised to hear Gu Che so frankly express his desire to marry her. She raised her head in astonishment and stared at Gu Che in disbelief. Her gaze met Gu Che's, and a blush instantly rose to her cheeks, making her feel hot all over. She bit her lip and asked, Gu Che, do we really want to get married? After laughing, Gu Che gazed at her with his handsome eyes, teasing her with a hint of mockery. Zhining, we've already had 3 babies, and you still haven't considered getting a marriage certificate with me. Could it be that you intend to use me and then abandon me? I didn't, Shen Zhining hurriedly protested. It's fine if we don't have one. We are definitely going to get married. The children need to have a legitimate identity and a complete family. Father and mother, neither can be missing, Gu Che declared firmly. Shen Zhining's heart trembled slightly, and a strange emotion spread through her chest. The scalding atmosphere made it impossible for her to calm her thoughts. Gu Che held her slender hand and said, Zhining, don't worry. I will be a responsible father and a devoted spouse. I will take good care of the troubles with the elders. Shen Zhining nodded slowly and said, How about we postpone it for a while? The children are still too delicate, and besides, I'm not strong enough right now. I'll take you and the children back to my hometown to visit my parents during summer vacation. Okay. Gu Che thought it made perfect sense and nodded. Okay. Shen Zhining is currently in a period of recuperation, and it would be inappropriate to deal with such a thorny matter at this time, as it would affect her emotions and, in turn, delay her physical recovery. Shen Zhining continued, My mother said she plans to wait for me in Lanzhou for a week, Gu Che. After this week, I plan to meet my mother myself. In 7 more days, you'll have rested for almost 20 days. Besides, the temperature has been quite warm lately, so it won't be a problem for you to go out and visit your aunt. If you don't want me to go with you, then you must promise me that you will take great care of yourself and absolutely not overwork yourself. Postpartum care is extremely important. Shen Zhining nodded obediently. Seeing her like this, Gu Che couldn't help but reach out and stroke her fluffy little head, urging her with a smile, Hurry up and eat. That evening, Gu Che received a phone call from his father. To confirm his wife's suspicions from earlier in the day, Gu's father asked, Son, what are you busy with? I'm not busy with anything, just resting here. Dad, didn't Mom call during the day? Why did you call again tonight? Is something important? Gu Che asked. Mr. Gu quickly said, It's all right, it's all right. Your mother and I are both fine. I wasn't home when your mother called you during the day, but she insisted that I call you back tonight. By the way, your mother mentioned today that you seem to have a girlfriend at school. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Che immediately concluded that his actions today had aroused his mother's suspicions, and his father was probably trying to find out some inside information. However, he had just discussed with Shen Zhining the safer approach of telling both sets of parents during the holiday. Therefore, Che could only vaguely deflect the question. Dad, aren't you two being a bit too hasty? Other people's parents urge them to get married after they graduate, but I'm only in second grade. You're already nagging me about it. It's way too early. I know you and Mom are probably envious of Annie when my older cousin gets married, but we don't need to be jealous. Your son will bring you a wife sooner or later, Che said with a slightly joking tone. You little rascal, have your mother and I ever envied others? We're just being considerate of your current emotional situation, Gu's father said with a laugh. I'm doing great, Dad. You and Mom should take advantage of your free time to travel and have fun. The kids are independent now, so you should enjoy your time together while you're still young. Otherwise, you won't have any free time in the future when you'll be helping to take care of your grandson. Enjoy life while you can. All you ever do is talk big. Your mother and I are an old married couple. Why are we still enjoying some alone time together? The father and son exchanged a few playful banter, and Che subtly steered the conversation away from the topic. Gu's father hung up the call, unable to suppress a laugh, and said, That sly little brat, there's definitely something going on with him. He felt a surge of excitement in his chest and called out to his mother, Wife, transfer 5,000 yuan to our son for living expenses. If he calls to ask, just say that our business has been going well these past 2 days and consider it a share of his bonus. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Gu asked excitedly, Old Gu, why did you send money to our son for no reason? Did he just tell you something? Mr. Gu shook his head. He didn't say a word, but as soon as I bring it up, my son deliberately starts rambling on and on. I think this is pretty much a done deal. The more Gu's father thought about it, the happier he became, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The next day, Shen Zhining had just finished lunch and was about to take a short nap when Yi Tang called her. Hey, Zhining, are you alright? Yi Tang asked inexplicably as soon as the call connected. Shen Zhining asked suspiciously, What could possibly happen to me? Tang, I'm at the recuperation center, feeling great. Oh, don't you know that Aunt Yao has already arrived in Lanzhou? Yi Tang asked in surprise. Shen Zhining was instantly wide awake, straightened up, and asked, How did you find out my mother was here? I just received a call from my mother saying that Aunt Yao has come to Lanzhou and will be having dinner with us tonight. My mother urged me to hurry back and keep her company. As soon as I hung up the phone, I thought of Aunt Yao flying over. I don't know how things are going on your end, so I quickly let you know. Judging from your tone, you obviously know that Aunt Yao is here. Yes, I understand. My mother came to my dormitory yesterday, Shen Zhining replied. Yi Tang deliberately lowered her voice. No way? Your aunt actually went to your dorm to wait for you. Has she figured out your true situation? No, when my mom came to my dorm to wait for me, all my roommates were out having a party. I had to lie to her and say that I was representing the department on an exchange trip to the ancient capital and wouldn't be able to return for another week. When you see my mother tonight, please don't let it slip. Yi Tang breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's good that we didn't get caught. You can put your mind at ease. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. But Zhining, now that the babies have been born safely, your uncle and aunt will have to bring it up sooner or later. You can't keep putting off your vacation and not going home. We need to come up with a strategy for this. Shen Zhining responded, I know what I'm doing. Che and I had a deep talk last night. At this point, she revealed to Yi Tang all the conclusions they had reached the previous night. Upon hearing this, Yi Tang couldn't help but praise. So, Che is quite responsible after all. Wow, so you're going to get married to Che soon? Then I'll have to be a bridesmaid. Yi Tang's voice on the other end of the phone gradually rose. She was extremely excited. Shen Zhining blushed slightly, peeked at Che, who was busy in the study, and said in a softer voice, Tang, Che and I haven't even started talking about this yet. We haven't even discussed the details. Your Che at least made his promise clear and said he wanted to marry you. So isn't he already a sure thing? Zhining, you're about to walk down the aisle. How do you feel? Be honest, your husband is really handsome. Living with such a good-looking man, you're guaranteed a sweet and happy life. In fact, Che might even teach you how to get pregnant and have 3 kids in one night. And when it comes to marital intimacy, he's definitely End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Daughter, you only paid 200,000 for these walnut carvings? Before Yi Tang could say anything serious, she started chatting with her best friend about sensitive topics. Shen Zhining blushed as she was told this and replied somewhat angrily. Tang Tang, can you talk about something serious? Gu Che and I haven't made up our minds, yet the elders' affairs will be a headache enough in the future, and getting married is not so simple. TSK, your two little babies are almost a month old, and you've already made this decision to the point of exhaustion. Zhining, don't worry so much. Gu Che has already said he will take responsibility for handling things, so just relax and leave it to him. He's a man of integrity, and he has to shoulder some responsibilities. As Shen Zhining listened to these words, a feeling of happiness slowly filled her heart. She responded softly, I will stand by him and face this together. As dusk fell, Yitang finished her work and excitedly rushed home with a pair of olive pit carvings in her arms. Mom and Aunt Yao went out to buy groceries, leaving Dad alone in the house, which was just right. Yitang sat down opposite her father mysteriously, pushed an exquisitely crafted small wooden box in front of him, and said with a smile, Dad, I have prepared a big surprise for you. Open it and take a look. Lin Xiong took the small wooden box with great curiosity. What's this? You don't even have money to buy a bag. So where did you get the extra money to prepare things for me? You can afford it yourself? This nut carving. He was speechless for a moment, stunned by the exquisitely crafted nut carving in the box. Yi Tang was very satisfied with her father's reaction. It seemed that the pair of walnut carvings Gu Che had given her had truly touched her father's heart. How about it, Dad? Was this surprise big enough? Huge. It's absolutely huge. Lin Xiong exclaimed excitedly, wanting to reach out and examine the carving closely, but he quickly withdrew his hand. He stood up to get his special white gloves, and only after putting the gloves on both hands did he carefully pick up the walnuts. Absolutely stunning. Tang Tang, where did you find this nut carving? It's definitely a masterpiece. What masterpiece is this? Yao Jinyao and Fu Qinglian walked in through the entryway, chatting and laughing. I heard you making a fuss as soon as I came in. Where did you get these walnuts? Fu Qinglian asked, leaning closer. Lin Xiong proudly showed off. This is a little gift Tang Tang gave me. Fu Qinglian wasn't particularly interested in walnuts, but having spent so many years by Lin Xiong's side, she had picked up a little knowledge of them. Upon hearing that they were a gift from her daughter, she immediately perked up. Let me see. She reached out to take it, but Lin Xiong quickly put his beloved walnuts into his pocket. Put your gloves on first. It's so hot outside, and you just came back from outside with sweaty hands. The walnuts will get stained. Such a fine walnut carving must be carefully protected, Lin Xiong said with great care. Fu Qinglian shook her head helplessly, pulled out 2 pairs of gloves, put one on herself, and handed another pair to Yao Jinyao. Yaxian, you should also take a look at my husband's favorite. Yao Jinyao put on her gloves with a smile, and then Lin Xiong gave each of them a walnut. Look at this. The carving on the walnut is incredibly detailed. Every detail is impeccable. It's a perfect work of art. Lin Xiong exclaimed excitedly. Yao Jinyao stared at the nut carving in her palm. The pattern on it was an ancient mythical beast, the Qilin, with a copper coin in its mouth and traces of copper coins on its feet. The details were extremely precise. Judging from the posture, it probably symbolized bringing wealth and treasures. This carving is amazing. Although I don't know much about walnuts, the surface of a walnut is covered with dense patterns. I never expected that such an exquisite pattern could be carved on it. It's truly remarkable. Old Yao, you have a good eye for quality. These 2 walnut carvings, one a Qilin and the other a cicada, are both exquisitely crafted. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell they are the work of a master. Lin Xiong grinned from ear to ear, clearly genuinely pleased with them. Fu Qinglian pressed her daughter. Tang Tang, where did you get your hands on this masterpiece? Yi Tang leisurely munched on the fresh fruit, replying with a touch of pride. This was carved by a friend of mine. Friend? Which friend? What's your name? Let me check if you're a big name in the antique collecting world. Lin Xiong stared at his daughter expectantly. Yi Tang immediately felt a little awkward. She glanced at Yao Jinyao and said, No, my friend is just someone who enjoys this industry. He shouldn't be famous yet. His name is Gu Che. Upon hearing this address, Yao Jinyao's expression remained unchanged, which reassured Yi Tang. Lin Xiong pondered for a moment and said, Indeed, I have never heard of him. However, this Mr. Qin's skills are extremely solid. If he had intended to make a name for himself, he would probably be famous by now. What old gentleman? Dad, Gu Che is about my age. Yi Tang couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders who were watching the walnuts all looked up in surprise. Lin Xiong's eyes widened as he said, "You say this guche is about your age?" These two walnut carvings were made by a young man in his early 20s. Yes. Yao Jinyao examined the walnut in her hand again and couldn't help but praise. The young people of today are truly formidable. To possess such exquisite skills at the age of 20, they are bound to have a bright future. Lin Xiong nodded repeatedly. No wonder he's unknown in the industry. It turns out he's so young. Old Yao, what you said is absolutely true. With this kid's skills, he's bound to become a grandmaster in the future. By the way, Tang Tang, how much did you pay for these walnuts? Lin Xiong asked, repeatedly stroking his beloved walnuts. 200,000 actually. The reason I asked you for money the day before yesterday wasn't to buy a bag. I mainly wanted to give you a surprise, so I deliberately made up a harmless lie, Yi Tang said with a smile. Lin Xiong suddenly remembered what had happened the day before yesterday, slapped his thigh, and frowned, saying, I've been so confused. What's wrong? Yi Tang asked, puzzled. If I had known you were planning to buy this item earlier, I should have bought more. Tang Tang, even though it's your friend's work, we absolutely cannot take advantage of them. This nut carving technique is worth far more than 200,000. Based on my years of collecting experience, I estimate it's worth at least 500,000. Lin Xiong considered for a moment and said, No, daughter, we can't let a young person's talent and ability go to waste like this. We must make up for the shortfall. After saying that, he turned to Fu Qinglian and said, Wife, could you give our daughter another 300,000? Upon hearing this, Fu Qinglian immediately transferred 300,000 yuan to her daughter via mobile phone. Tang Tang, your father is absolutely right. You must give this money to them. Lin Xiong glanced at her, then gave his wife a thumbs up and praised. Tang Tang, look at your mom. She's so straightforward. Haha. After saying this, he went back to looking at his beloved walnuts with complete concentration. Fu Qinglian was about to make dinner when she suddenly realized what had happened. She turned around and said, Something's not right, Lao Lin. A couple of days ago you told me you wanted to buy some walnuts and asked me for 400,000 yuan. But my daughter just said she asked you for 200,000 yuan. Are these two sums of money the same? Upon hearing her mother reveal the truth, Yi Tang immediately turned to her father and said, Dad, didn't I only ask for 200,000? But you asked my mother for 400,000? Where did the extra 200,000 go? Lin Xiong raised his head, his eyes darting around several times, clearly unable to find an explanation to cover up the loophole. Fu Qinglian put her hands on her hips and said, Lin Xiong, you'd better explain yourself right now. Chapter 29, An Unexpected Encounter with My Mother-in-Law at a Postpartum Care Shop. Yi Tang joined her mother's accusations, saying in a deeply disappointed tone, Dad, you've really disappointed me. I lied to give you a surprise, but I never expected you to act as a heartless middleman, tricking Mom out of 400,000 yuan and embezzling 200,000 yuan of your own savings. It's just too much. Lin Xiong chuckled dryly twice. Wife, daughter, let me explain. Go ahead and speak. I'm listening. Fu Qinglian said. Lin Xiong racked his brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good excuse. He could only carefully put the walnuts into the box, then shout loudly, I'm sorry, wife. I admit my mistake, and run away as fast as he could. Fu Qinglian and Yi Tang immediately gave chase. Lin Xiong, you stop right there. Mom, it's time to use family discipline. Seeing the family making a ruckus, Yao Jinyao couldn't help but smile and shake her head. As night fell, Yi Tang wired 300,000 yuan to Shen Zhining. Yi Tang, Zhining, my dad saw the walnuts, and he absolutely loves them. He said this pair of collectible walnuts is worth at least 500,000, not just 200,000. I didn't know the market price and I shortchanged him. Please explain this to Guche, okay? I'll make up the 300,000. Shen Zhining, Tang Tang, 200,000 is enough. Guche didn't say anything more. Yi Tang, I have to give it to you. Please accept it. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed to bring up the matter of buying walnuts for collecting and playing with Guche next time. Hearing her say that, Shen Zhining stopped being polite. I was truly astonished. I never expected that the pair of walnuts that Guche had hand-carved would not only be worth 200,000, but also have a market value of 500,000. Yi Tang, Zhining, Auntie is staying at my house tonight. My mom is getting bored taking care of my dad all day, and it just so happens that Aunt Yao is here, so they can keep each other company. My mom said that Aunt Yao will stay at my house for the next few days, and she will accompany Aunt Yao to look around Lan's house. So don't worry about Auntie. Shen Zhining, Okay, I'm relieved to have Aunt Fu with my mom. After chatting for a while, Shen Zhining received a WeChat message from her mother, Yao Jinyao, which included a photo of them having dinner that evening. Yao Jinyao. Daughter, I'm waiting for you to come back from Tongtong's house. Shen Zhining. Okay, you and Aunt Fu can take this opportunity to get to know each other better. Yao Jinyao. Don't worry about Mom. Mom is very comfortable at your Aunt Fu's house. Your Aunt Fu and your Uncle Yi are still the same as before, bickering and joking around. The house is very lively. This evening, Tangting bought a pair of collectible walnuts for your Uncle Yi. Yao Jinyao recounted the events of dusk to her daughter, and Shen Zhining laughed. Uncle Ye's profit from that price difference is too unscrupulous. He embezzled 200,000 yuan at once. It's no wonder Aunt Fu caught him. Yao Jinyao. Yeah, she's getting a scolding right now besides. All her hidden stash of money has been confiscated, by the way. Zhining, the pair of walnuts that Tang Dang brought back today were really amazing. I heard that they were carved by one of her friends. She's only 20 years old, about the same age as you guys. I didn't expect her to have such amazing skills. She's definitely a promising young lady. Shen Zhining naturally knew that the pair of walnuts were carved by Gu Che, and she had the privilege of witnessing the entire process firsthand. As her mother chatted about this, Shen Zhining felt quite proud, and at the same time, she also had a faint sense of anticipation. Mother will probably favor Gu Che in the future, since he is indeed extremely outstanding. Yao Jinyao. Daughter, Mom hopes that you can also follow this example. Study your professional knowledge more in your spare time, and do your best so that you can continue to improve. Shen Zhining glanced at Gu Che, who was playing with the baby, then lowered her head and smiled. Yes, Mom, I will definitely try to emulate him. After hanging up the phone, Shen Zhining mentioned the extra 300,000 yuan that Yi Tang had wired to Gu Che and sincerely praised Gu Che for being extremely outstanding. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and the first thing Shen Zhining did every morning was to look at the babies. The little ones are growing rapidly, looking different every day, and she doesn't want to miss any detail of their development and growth. Shen Zhining gazed tenderly at the babies at the edge of the crib, checking their little hands, feet, and bodies to see if the little ones had scratched themselves while resting last night. Shen Zhining examined the wound patiently. Suddenly, she noticed that the Bao's upper arm was red and swollen. She looked at Air Bao and Yu Bao and found that they were the same. That's the injection site. Could it be that there's something wrong with the baby's medication? Shen Zhining couldn't help but panic and hurriedly called out. Gu Che, come here quickly. What's wrong? Gu Che rushed over upon hearing the sound. The baby's arms seem swollen and are especially red. Could there be something wrong with the vaccines they received a couple of days ago? Shen Zhining asked anxiously. Gu Che examined the baby's arms and comforted them with a smile. It's all right, Zhining. This is a normal reaction. After the BCG vaccine is administered, there will be a slight skin reaction around the injection site. It may even scab over and become infected in a few weeks. This is all normal. If there are no such signs, it means that the vaccine may not have produced antibodies and you will have to get it again. After listening to his explanation, Shen Zhining raised her hand and patted her chest lightly. That's good. I thought something might have happened to the babies. Gu Che patted her shoulder gently and smiled. Zhining, don't be so tense. After the babies were vaccinated, I took their temperature 5 times a day and checked on them late at night as well. They slept very soundly and didn't cry out of discomfort. Their temperatures were all normal. Everything is fine. Shen Zhining was quite impressed. It turned out that Gu Che was so thoughtful, having silently made many sacrifices without her even noticing. Gu Che's phone rang. He withdrew his hand from Shen Zhining's shoulder and said, the package has arrived. I'll go downstairs to pick it up. On the first floor, Fu Qinglian and Yao Jinyao walked into the postpartum care center, chatting and laughing. Fu Qinglian's friend's daughter was spending her postpartum period here, and they had originally planned to come and visit. Since Yao Jinyao was free at home, she dragged Yao Jinyao along as well. As soon as Yao Jinyao stepped through the gate, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Oh, young man, what a coincidence. Yao Jinyao greeted Gu Che with a smile. Gu Che thought for a moment and remembered that this was the aunt he had bumped into at the hospital that day. He nodded slightly and said, hello. Yao Jinyao nodded and smiled as she passed Gu Che without engaging in any further conversation. After walking a distance, Fu Qinglian asked Yao Jinyao with great curiosity, Old Yao, do you recognize that handsome young man from earlier? I wouldn't say I know him. We bumped into each other at the hospital a few days ago. Old Fu, this young man is really something. Don't let his young age fool you. He's already a father of 3. Huh? 3 babies? He must be getting married very early. Fu Qinglian turned around and glanced at Gu Che in surprise, finding it unbelievable. Yao Jinyao chuckled and said, "It's not what you expected. They welcome triplets." Fu Qinglian was even more surprised and deliberately lowered her voice, saying, "I never expected this young man to be so capable, actually giving birth to triplets." Yes, triplets are indeed quite rare. Young people today face a lot of pressure, but many young couples still don't want to go through too much trouble. I've heard that nowadays, you can get injections to regulate ovulation, and quite a few people are using this method to have twins. Yao Jinyao responded, "That would be too much suffering. If you ask me, it's best to let nature take its course. After all, there are also young men like that who have good physical condition and can have 3 children in one pregnancy." The two talked as they walked to the elevator. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Yao Jinyao was stunned. That's her own daughter? The two stepped into the elevator car, and Yao Jinyao asked, "Which floor should we press?" Fu Qinglian replied, "The 3rd floor. That's the VIP area. The Lai family's daughter married quite well, and her husband's family treats her very well. This nursing center is top-notch in Lanzhou, and they even booked a VIP room. It must have cost a lot." Yao Jinyao agreed. At first glance, the layout here is indeed quite high-end. On the 3rd floor, Shen Zhining was holding her baby in her arms, enjoying the cool air by the drop-off window at the end of the corridor. The baby's sleep duration was shorter than that of his older siblings. The baby would become fussy as soon as he was awake, and Shen Zhining was afraid of disturbing the other 2 children, so she took him out. With her mother by her side and the warm sunlight, the baby quickly calmed down from crying. Over there, a ding sounded from the elevator. Just then, Shen Zhining smiled and softly said to the baby in her arms, "Tang Yu, shall we go back inside? Your older brothers and sisters will panic if they can't find their mother when they're awake." She took her daughter and went back into room 308 nearby. As soon as Yao Jinyao and Fu Qinglian stepped out of the elevator, they saw a girl carrying a baby slip into a room at the end of the corridor. Yao Jinyao's heart stirred slightly, because the figure and silhouette were exactly like her own daughter. Unfortunately, the other person disappeared too quickly and was wearing standard nursing home attire, so Yao Jinyao couldn't be sure. Fu Qinglian also noticed it and muttered in puzzlement, "Old Yao, why does that mother's figure look so much like your Zhining's?" That fair and slender neck and its lines were indeed extremely similar to Zhining's. Yao Jinyao thought for a moment, then shook her head and denied it, saying, "There are some similarities, but it's probably just that the outlines are a bit similar." Zhining is currently participating in academic exchanges at Jiaodong University in the ancient capital. Fu Qinglian nodded. That's true. It's absolutely impossible for Zhining. After all, this is a postpartum care center. The young girl was wearing the center's everyday clothes, so she must be the baby's mother. Yao Jinyao thought it was impossible, but the way she looked just now was indeed very similar to her daughter. She guessed that she hadn't seen her daughter for many days, so she easily associated everyone she saw with her daughter. The two didn't take this little incident to heart and headed straight for their destination, room 301. As soon as Mrs. Su saw the two of them, she immediately welcomed them into the house with a beaming smile. With the arrival of 2 guests, the room instantly became lively. The old lady did not close the door, but led them to sit on the sofa and chat. Su's daughter, holding a child, also came over from behind. Yao Jinyao saw the fair-skinned and adorable little guy, and her eyes were full of affection. She couldn't help but reach out and tease the baby. At that moment, Gu Che pushed a double-decker flatbed cart upstairs. The cart was piled with many logistics boxes. When he passed the door of room 301, the door was wide open. Gu Che did not look at it, and slowly pushed the cart past. Yao Jinyao and Fu Qinglian both glanced at him involuntarily. Fu Qinglian said in surprise, "Isn't this the handsome guy we bumped into on the 1st floor? I didn't expect him to be staying on this floor as well. What a coincidence." Yao Jinyao smiled and said, "It is indeed quite a coincidence. I have only been in Lanzhou for a few days, and I did not expect to run into him several times." Hearing their conversation, the debtor asked with delight, "Do you two know the residents of 308? "I wouldn't say we know each other. We've just bumped into each other," Yao Jinyao replied. Old Lai immediately started talking, muttering, "That young couple in 308 is famous throughout the entire nursing center. They gave birth to triplets, which is such a rare occurrence that it alarmed the entire medical staff at the center on the day they checked in. Yao Jinyao had known about the rumor beforehand and chimed in, "Yes, I was just discussing this happy event with Lao Fu downstairs. Young people these days are really something, having triplets at such a young age. Not only that, but that father who just walked past the door, despite his young age, is really quite skilled. He can cook excellent meals." After they checked in, they skipped the center's communal meals and personally prepared all 6 meals a day for his wife, with a variety of dishes. The other day, some other family members almost got into a dispute with the management over trying his postpartum meals. Yao Jinyao was deeply surprised. Gu Chei's handsome face appeared in her mind. She said, "Really? I didn't realize that this young man was not only handsome, but also so considerate and loving towards his lover." Fu Qinglian chimed in, 6 meals a day, wow. If this were my own daughter, I doubt I could stick to it for a whole month. This young man is really something, good-looking and incredibly patient. No wonder he settled down so early. After all, what girl wouldn't be interested in such an outstanding young man? Aunt Yao, Aunt Fu, this young couple looks just like celebrities. I bumped into the baby's mother at the rehabilitation center downstairs the other day. She was so elegant and beautiful. They were the epitome of a perfect couple, and we knew moms were so envious. Aunt Su's daughter chimed in with a smile. When Gu Chei returned to the room, Shen Zhining was watching over the baby playing. The little one lay flat in her crib, while Shen Zhining teased her with a small handmade craft by Gu Chei. Upon seeing Gu Chei appear, Yu Bao immediately became restless, waving and grabbing wildly with his little hands, his face filled with an urgent desire for a hug. Seeing his daughter's adorable, barely suppressed smile, Gu Chei moved to the bedside and murmured, "Tang Yu, do you know Daddy's back? Back. Are you eager for Daddy to play with you?" The moment the little girl bumped into Gu Chei, her expression instantly changed from worry to joy. As Gu Chei pulled her into his arms, she grinned happily. Seeing this, Shen Zhining deliberately drew out her words and said coquettishly, "Tang Yu, you little rascal, I've been with you for so long, and you won't even smile. But you're all smiles the moment Dad shows up. Your behavior makes me so wronged, boo-hoo." She pretended to cry, holding her 2 small, pink fists near the corners of her eyes and gently circling them. Combined with her slightly pouting red lips, she was incredibly adorable. Gu Chei looked at her with a smile, then held Tang Yu close to Shen Zhining's cheek. "Tang Yu, your mother is jealous. Quickly kiss her to comfort her." With her father supporting her, Tang Yu's little face pressed against Shen Zhining's delicate face, leaving a cute, wet little drool mark. Shen Zhining's worried expression immediately vanished. She rubbed her cheeks and said, "Since Tang Yu is affectionate towards mother, then mother will no longer hold your favoritism against you." Gu Chei held his daughter in his arms, while Shen Zhining looked away at the flatbed cart he had pushed back. The cart was full of items of all sizes, a dozen or so cardboard boxes. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? "Gu Chei, what exactly did you buy? Why are there so many?" "I've gathered some toys for the babies. Right now, they only have the 3 little wooden toys I carved. Although the 3 little wooden carvings for the babies can be passed around and replaced, it's still a bit monotonous. The little ones have lost interest in the wooden carvings these past few days, so I bought them some new toys," Gu Chei replied. Shen Zhining said with some surprise, "But isn't this a bit too advanced? The babies are only a little over 10 days old, and they are only awake for a few hours each day. How can they possibly consume so much energy? We can't possibly use them all. We have 3 little darlings in our family, so these toys are nothing. Dad will buy them even more in the future. Isn't that right, Tangyue? Dad has bought you so many toys. Aren't you happy?" Little Tangyue excitedly waved her little arms, as if echoing her father's words, showing how incredibly happy she was. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, A Meaningful Group Photo. Gu Chei played with his little girl for a while until Tangyu fell asleep, and then he and Shen Zhining unpacked the package together. The package contained many toys that required assembly. Gu Chei took on the task of assembly, while Shen Zhining focused on unpacking. All of these items were purchased by Gu Chei. Shen Zhining had no idea what was inside each cardboard box, so opening each package was like opening a blind box, filled with anticipation and surprises. After all the packages were finally unpacked, Gu Chei assembled the 8-tone wind chime by the bedside, while Shen Zhining explored the baby's toys with great curiosity. Newborn toys are really too soft and cute. Since babies are born nearsighted and cannot see distant objects clearly, their ability to distinguish colors is also extremely limited. For this reason, Gucci chooses toys that have their own sounds and are colorful. A bright red handmade rattle drum, with a picture of twins with pigtails catching butterflies in the grass printed on the drum head. This exquisitely crafted dance music box, when its lid is unscrewed, will release a crisp melody, accompanied by a cute little princess spinning and dancing on the vinyl base. The set includes little socks that make sounds, magic wristbands, colorful hand-cranked flower bells, a whole set of little yellow ducks to accompany the babies during bath time, bouncy squishy balls, colorful whimsical toys that can't be knocked over no matter what, and 3 sets of bedside hanging 8-tone wind chimes that Gucci is currently assembling. The 3 little ones hadn't even seen the wide variety of toys yet, but Shen Zhining had already tried them all. Her radiant smile was just like that of a curious 3-year-old child. Gucci couldn't help but smile softly as he looked down at her. After arranging all the toys, Shen Zhining took the non-electronic toys to clean and disinfect them. For those that couldn't get wet, she wiped them repeatedly with disinfectant wipes and then put them in the disinfection cabinet to sit for a while. Baby's toys must be safe and secure. After finishing all that, Gucci's bedside wind chime was also assembled and hung neatly above the crib. Shen Zhining stepped forward and asked, "Gucci, does this wind chime ring when a breeze blows? Won't it wake the babies when they're sleeping?" Gucci shook his head. That's not the case. It looks like a wind chime, but it's actually powered by electricity. It will only turn and make a sound when the switch is touched. So there's no need to worry about disturbing the baby's rest. You can turn it on for them to play with after they open their eyes, or you can use it to soothe them to sleep. The tunes inside are all gentle and relaxing. Shen Zhining found it quite novel and reached out her finger to fiddle with the ornament parts above. Sure enough, they did not make any noise because the ornaments above were all made of soft plush material, so there was no need to worry about accidentally hurting the babies. These toys are so thoughtfully designed. By the way, Gucci, are those decorative paintings over there? Shen Zhining recalled that there were still a few items she couldn't understand among the things she had unpacked. Gucci moved over and took the decorative painting, she mentioned. This isn't a wall hanging. It's for making rubbings of babies' hands and feet. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining instantly understood and exclaimed with great joy, "I get it. It's that thing that can be used to make rubbings of babies' tiny handprints and footprints for record keeping. It has immense commemorative value, right? How clever, this is the object." Shen Zhining examined the 3 round tray paintings in her hands and said with a happy expression, "Gucci, you've thought of everything so carefully. The babies will definitely look incredibly cute with these little handprints and footprints." "How exactly does this work?" Shen Zhining inquired. Gucci explained to her in detail. "It's quite simple. This is a complete set of equipment. The patterns on the base are pre-drawn. I selected one of the deep sea world, one of the sweet princess, and one of the fruit and vegetable farm. I'll leave the azure deep sea world for my eldest child and the 2 pink ones for my daughters. It comes with baby-specific gold powder paint. Just apply it to the baby's little hands and feet, and then press their hand and foot molds into the blank areas. Once this layer of gold paint dries, we'll cover it with a protective film, and it will last for a long time. When we get home, we'll hang this painting in the baby's bedroom." Following his description, Shen Zhining examined the scene. She imagined them living under the same roof after leaving the postpartum care center, the babies having their own bedrooms, the toys Gucci had provided, and the 3 rubbings hanging on the walls. The scene was truly warm and beautiful. "Let's get started quickly. The babies are sleeping soundly right now. If we wait until they wake up, I'm afraid they won't cooperate," Shen Zhining urged eagerly. Gucci nodded in agreement, went to the bathroom to clean his hands, and then carefully wiped the baby's little hands and feet with baby wipes. Shen Zhining cleaned and disinfected the brushes in the kit, then poured the gold paint into the palette. She then worked with Gucci to apply a layer of gold paint to Dabao's little hands and feet. The chubby baby was sleeping soundly, and even after his parents held his little hands and feet and fiddled with him, he didn't wake up. The first masterpiece was thus successfully completed. Gucci took out wet wipes to clean Dabao's hands and feet, while Shen Zhining looked at the deep-sea world with added handprints and footprints with satisfaction. Against a deep blue background, the gleaming little hands and feet are incredibly endearing, transforming what was once an ordinary painting into a unique treasure. She couldn't help but take out her phone to capture the photo, then happily saved it to Little Angel's photo album. Next up was Erbao. Gu Che and Shen Zhining moved extremely gently, but the alert Erbao still woke up and cried out twice, which also startled her older brother and younger sister beside her. Left with no other choice, Gu Che and Shen Zhining had to calm the three cubs down before they could continue. However, now that all three little ones have opened their eyes, the infants with their own consciousness are not so easy to deal with. Gu Che had just finished cleaning Xinghe's little hands and hadn't even had time to grab the drawing board next to him when the little girl waved her little hands and wiped Tang Yu's face, leaving a small golden dot mark on her sister's cheek. Gu Che and Shen Zhining were both amused and exasperated, and had no choice but to clean the dirt off Sanbao's cheeks first. But just as they were talking, Erbao's mischievous little hands smeared a few more golden lines onto his round face. Shen Zhining pouted and said helplessly, "Gu Che, what should we do? If this continues, Erbao will be able to draw a golden graffiti on his face in just 1 or 2 minutes." After thinking for a moment, Gu Che suddenly had an idea and pressed the switch button for the wind chime by the bedside. The wind chimes by the bedside began to spin slowly, and a soft melody followed, instantly attracting the attention of the three little ones. The second child stopped fussing and fidgeting, gazing with wide, curious eyes at the new toy above. "All right, let's continue." Amidst the melodious music, Gu Che and Shen Zhining finally completed the fingerprint and footprint drawings of the three little ones. Gazing at the three masterpieces, Shen Zhining smiled with satisfaction and then carefully took a bunch of photos with her phone to keep as keepsakes. Inside room 301, Lao Lai was chatting with Yao Jinyao and the others. It's quite strange to talk about this. The young couple in room 308 looked extremely young, but they stayed for a whole week, and I never saw any of their elders or grandparents come to visit. It was always just the young couple themselves. They looked to be around 20 years old, probably still in school. For them to have triplets, such a big deal, and none of their elders have shown up. Do you think they're keeping it from their elders? Old Lai muttered with a gossipy look on his face. Chapter 32. Go to room 308 to get closer and see the triplets. Upon hearing these words, Yao Jinyao felt a strange intuition stirring deep within her. The overlap between the baby's mother's name on the hospital's birth record, the first 4 digits of her ID card, and the striking image of her daughter's back just now. There are simply too many points of overlap. Now, after hearing the debtor's description, she couldn't help but want to meet the children's biological mother. "I'll go to room 308 to try and get to know them. I've never seen the triplets in person before," Yao Jinyao said. Upon hearing this, Lao Lai immediately became excited and replied, "Let's go together. I haven't even formally gone to their door to say hello yet." Yao Jinyao nodded. "Then I'll go downstairs and buy some fresh fruit. It wouldn't be proper to visit someone empty-handed for the first time." "No need, no need. I have plenty of fresh fruit in stock. You just brought over so much more, let's just take some with us. I've been wanting to go to 308 for a while now. That's the top-of-the-line VIP room in the nursing center." Old Lai enthusiastically pulled Yao Jinyao and Fu Qinglian along, and the three of them planned to visit 308 together. The three of them bought some fruit and were about to head towards room 308 when the mother inside suddenly shouted, Mom, don't go yet. Come quickly and see. The baby has spit up milk." A sharp shout instantly turned the three people at the end of the corridor back. The cub, which had been sleeping peacefully just moments before, suddenly began to cry incessantly, even spitting out large amounts of milk, with white foam still clinging to its mouth. The nurse next to me took the baby's temperature with a thermometer and said, "The baby has a slight fever, probably from catching a cold. Please take him to the pediatric clinic on the first floor quickly." The bedroom was thrown into chaos. Seeing the baby crying in pain, Lao Lai's daughter was heartbroken and tears streamed down her face. Lao Lai tried to comfort her, his face also filled with anxiety. The medical staff quickly led them to the outpatient clinic downstairs. After this commotion, Yao Jinyao lost all interest in going to 308. She and Fu Qinglian accompanied the baby to the infirmary. The little one had a high fever caused by acute gastroenteritis and needed an 4 drip. They stayed with the baby for a while before leaving. Parents are very anxious at this critical time, and their presence would only add to the burden. After leaving the nursing home, the two sat down in the Lin family's car on their way back. "Sai, this delicate newborn is suffering, and the adults are really going through a lot." Lao Lai was so anxious just now that he didn't even have time to talk to us. Fu Qinglian chatted with Yao Jinyao in the car. "That's right. A precious child tugs at the heartstrings of the whole family. Won't we be in the same situation in the future? We both only have one daughter. When they have children, we'll probably have to come and help take care of them, just like Lao Lai. Yao Jingyao replied. That makes sense. Our generation generally has fewer children. Besides, your Zhining and my Tang Tang have been pampered since they were little. If we leave them to handle the baby themselves, they'll definitely be in a mess. The child's immune system will inevitably be weak, and they'll be more prone to illness. In such situations, it's safest to have us watching over them. Just now, Lao Lai's daughter was so scared that she cried. If her mother hadn't been there, the situation would probably have been even more difficult to manage. Yao Jinyao nodded slightly in deep agreement. As night fell, Shen Zhining was carefully appreciating the 3 rubbings that had been coated with a protective film when her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a WeChat message from my mother. Yao Jinyao, what are you busy with right now, my darling daughter? Shen Zhining, I'm resting at the hotel, Mom. Where did you and Aunt Fu go for fun today? Yao Jinyao, we didn't go to the scenic spot today. Your Aunt Fu had promised to visit someone's grandson, so I went to the Golden Medal Confinement Center with your Aunt Fu. Shen Zhining glanced at the text, and her slender fingers gripping the phone tightened involuntarily. My mother actually showed up at the postpartum care center today. She had taken the baby to the corridor to cool off during the day, and Gucci had also gone out to pick up a package. Could it be that his mother had just happened to see them? Shen Jining's heart was in her throat. She swallowed hard, but after thinking it over, she realized that her mother probably hadn't seen her. Otherwise, her mother would never have waited until late at night to bring it up with her. Besides, today my mother was taken by Aunt Fu to visit a friend's child, so it's probably just a one-time visit, and she probably won't come again in the future. After considering this, Shen Zhining breathed a slight sigh of relief. She subtly changed the subject. Mom, what are your plans for tomorrow? Yao Jinyao, your Aunt Fu and I have made plans for tomorrow. We'll climb the TV tower in the morning, stroll along the Bund at noon, and have dinner near the Bund in the evening. Shen Zhining, your itinerary is quite full, Mom. You and Aunt Fu can enjoy yourselves to the fullest. I still have several days before I can return home, so there's plenty of time. Please don't overwork yourselves. After exchanging a few brief words, Shen Zhining urged her mother to rest early. On this day, the nurse in charge of care reminded that it was time to bathe the babies. When they first arrived at the postpartum care center, the babies were taken to a special bathing room to wash their bodies. At that time, the top caregivers were responsible for taking them there, and family members were not allowed to enter. 4 days have passed since the babies received their vaccinations, so they can be bathed again, and this time, parents are allowed to accompany them. Shen Zhining was extremely excited upon hearing the news. Although she had spent more than 10 days with the newborn babies, she had never witnessed their adorable behavior while bathing and playing in the water. The 3 little ones were growing up to be even more cuddly and cute, and they must be incredibly endearing during their baths. Gucci, let's take the baby for a bath together. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to achieve the achievement of giving the babies their first bath. Completing this process will unlock the host's complete set of professional baby massage techniques. Baby massage exercises. Gucci has recently read a lot of information about scientific parenting. As a new father, although he has a system, he knows that he cannot rely entirely on the system to raise 3 babies. Therefore, he has been studying many theoretical knowledge recently. He had seen this set of massage exercises online before, but he never expected that the system would give him this reward directly. Online tutorials are often disorganized and lack a systematic approach. Those produced by a systematic approach are naturally of the highest quality. So Gucci happily carried the babies to the bathroom. The bathroom temperature is perfectly controlled. Adults might feel a little stuffy when they step in, but babies can bathe in various environments and then have massage exercises done without worrying about catching a cold. Shen Zhining is currently in the postpartum recovery period, and it is inconvenient for her to bathe the babies herself. Gucci thoughtfully brought her a chair so that she could sit down and watch. He also held his phone to capture the precious moment when he bathed the babies for the first time. After the little ones shed their little clothes, their fair and tender little bodies were incredibly adorable. The Bao was quite brave and was carefully moved into the water basin. The little guy looked around with great curiosity and then calmly lay down. The second child was equally brave, adapting to the water temperature even faster than her brother. She floated in the bathtub with a special swimming ring around her neck, so there was no risk of choking. The little one probably sensed that the surrounding environment was safe, and she even started splashing water on her own. Tang Yu was the youngest, the most delicate, and the most timid. Gu Che hugged her and tried to put her into the laundry tub, but as soon as her little feet touched the water, she started kicking and punching, constantly pulling upwards, her little hands tightly clutching Gu Che's clothes, and she burst into loud sobs. Yao Yao and Xing He had no idea why their little sister was crying. The two little ones were splashing around in the basin, as if they were warmly inviting their little sister to experience a brand new game together. Tang Yu was very uncooperative, so Gu Che could only gently scoop up warm water with his large palms and wet her body. Only when the little one realized that the bathtub was not actually dangerous did he lay her down flat. Chapter 33. The day of the appointment has arrived. The three little ones were finally cleaned up, and Gu Che was soaking wet, but he didn't care about that at the moment and focused on getting the children ready. Wipe the babies' bodies clean and settle them on the shelf lined with pure cotton fabric. Congratulations, host, you have met the requirements. You are hereby awarded a complete set of massage techniques. A moment later, Gu Che's mind was filled with a complete set of knowledge about touch therapy. The intern caregiver nearby said, Mr. Gu, the babies have finished washing. Shall I guide you through some baby massage now? Gu Che smiled slightly at her and replied, No need, I know what I'm doing. I'll help the babies stretch themselves myself. The caregiver stared at Gu Che in surprise, only to see him calmly wrap the first two babies in cotton towels before starting to soothe the third baby. With palms covered in massage oil, I gently rubbed my palms together, using the warmth of my hands to spread the oil, and then began to massage Tang Yu's daughter. As Gu Che needed, he recited a rhyme about massage. Her eyebrows are curved like crescent moons, and her head is broad, indicating great learning. With chubby cheeks, the baby loves to smile and rarely cries. Little ears are like gold ingots. Daily exercise will improve your hearing. As the baby massage began, Tang Yu was exceptionally well behaved, occasionally smacking her thumb and then staring at her dad, Gu Che, with her clear, watery eyes. When you knead it comfortably, the little one will even smile. Catching the little one's smile, Gu Che felt an overwhelming surge of tenderness. Newborns are truly adorable creatures with an incredibly powerful healing effect. After rehearsing the entire process, Gu Che helped Tang Yu's daughter change her clothes. The little one, who had just been washed, enjoyed her father's massage and oil treatment, and was now happily tasting every finger. Shen Zhining stood nearby, smiling broadly as she captured the moment in the video. The intern nurses were stunned, clapping and praising in astonishment. Mr. Gu, you are simply too excellent. Your technique for this massage is even more perfect than what our senior instructors demonstrated. Shen Zhining was equally surprised that Gu Che, a new father, knew so much about these things. With Gu Che by her side, raising the child didn't feel tiring at all. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time to meet her mother in the evening. At noon, Shen Zhining began to hurriedly comb her hair. First, she had to wash her hair. She hadn't washed her hair since giving birth. During the postpartum recovery period, she tied her hair up in a bun. She didn't feel anything in the temperature-controlled room, but she was going out to meet her mother later, so she should take care of herself properly. Currently, the nursing center also provides hair washing services for new mothers, but it can only be done after 2 weeks. In addition, there are strict restrictions on water temperature, and the hair must be dried quickly after washing. Shen Zhining's recovery has progressed to the point where she can wash her hair. Gu Che personally helped her wash her hair while she lay flat on her back. Shen Zhining had tried shampooing before, but now that Gu Che was washing her hair, the experience was completely different. The water temperature was clearly just right. The warm water didn't feel hot at all when it touched her scalp. Yet, her face flushed red from the steam, and she felt a faint warmth in her heart and eyes. Gu Che lowered his head with extreme gentleness. Seeing Shen Zhining's big eyes blinking as she looked at him, he asked, How does the water temperature feel? Is it too hot? Shen Zhining gently shook her head, her beautiful eyes lowered slightly, her curled eyelashes like 2 small brushes casting a small, rounded shadow on her lower eyelids. After washing his hair, Gu Che quickly grabbed a hairdryer. I'll do it myself, Shen Zhining said shyly. Gu Che brushed her hand away and replied without further ado, I'll do it. I can dry my hair myself, Shen Zhining said softly, raising her head. Washing hair is indeed a bit inconvenient, and bending over can cause some pain in the abdominal wound, but sitting comfortably in a chair and being dried by the air conditioner is perfectly fine. Gu Che gently pinched her rosy cheek, The touch was so exquisite that he couldn't bear to move his hand away. Be good, sit still, and enjoy my 5-star attentive service. A surge of joy welled up in Shen Zhining's heart. The hum of the hairdryer began, accompanied by some slight noise. But Guche's manner was extremely gentle as he patiently smoothed her hair and dried it little by little. She stared at her flushed face and shifty eyes in the mirror, her expression momentarily dazed. Is this what a woman immersed in happiness looks like? It's even more radiant than usual. Guche was focused on drying her hair, his fingertips running through her dark hair, feeling its smoothness and shine. Shen Zhining's hair was exceptionally good. Her long hair had survived her maternity leave and remained jet black and smooth after washing, with a wonderful feel. Ding! It has been determined that the host is styling the hair of the child's mother. The host is hereby granted basic image design skills and a set of professional maternity makeup. Hearing the system's notification, Guche smiled with relief. Now that he had mastered the basics of makeup and styling, wouldn't he be able to draw eyebrows and do hair for Shen Zhining and make her even more beautiful? He was extremely fond of this craft. Would you like to activate the basic character design skill immediately, host? Activate. With a thought that flashed through his mind, a vast amount of knowledge and techniques about makeup, hairstyling, and overall hairstyle matching were instantly injected into the depths of his memory. 5 seconds later, he opened his clear eyes and re-examined Shen Zhining in the mirror. In an instant, he sketched out a makeup and hairstyle that perfectly matched Shen Zhining's own temperament. This experience is fantastic. The pride of personally creating such a beautiful partner is practically overflowing. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the basic image design skill. Professional maternity makeup will be delivered to the self-service locker at the main entrance of the postpartum care center where you are staying in 5 minutes. The pickup code will be sent to your device via SMS. Please check it. Haha, this is even more useful. The special maternity makeup provided by the system is absolutely safe and reliable. There's no need for me to go to the store to pick things out myself. Save trouble. Having this system is truly comfortable. Coincidentally, Zhining is meeting with her mother-in-law tonight. After washing her scalp and pairing it with his professionally customized makeup, Zhining is sure to leave her mother-in-law with no clues whatsoever. After drying, Guche said, Zhining, wait for me for a moment. I'm going downstairs to pick up a package. Shen Zhining nodded obediently and watched Guche stride away. Then she picked up her phone, where her mother had sent her a WeChat message earlier. Find out what time she arrives in Lanzhou today, and then the two of them will have dinner together at a Cantonese restaurant near her campus. She replied, Mom, I get off the plane at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and I'll come straight to the restaurant to find you then. Yao Jinyao. Then Mom will pick you up at the terminal, and we'll go to a restaurant together. Shen Zhining. No need, Mom. I'm returning with the rest of the school. You can pick me up at the terminal. My classmates will probably tease me about how I miss home. Yao Jinyao. My daughter is so thoughtful. Okay then, Mom will wait for you at the restaurant. It's quite close to your campus, so we can chat for a while tonight. Shen Zhining packed up the equipment and looked up to examine the mirror. My postpartum recovery has been quite good. Moreover, I was always very enthusiastic about exercise during my pregnancy, so I hardly gained any weight. Wait. In the days since I gave birth, I have been breastfeeding and have basically returned to my pre-pregnancy weight. Her figure showed no obvious signs of anything amiss, and her skin and appearance were quite good. After washing her scalp, she felt refreshed and cool all over. Her mother probably couldn't possibly notice anything like this. Just as I was pondering this, Guche stepped in carrying an exquisite black velvet case. Guche, what did you buy? This box is huge. Shen Zhining asked curiously. Guche placed the box on the table and gently pushed it towards the center. The box opened smoothly to both sides, revealing that it was full of makeup materials, including foundation, eyeshadow, blush, and lipstick, along with a complete set of makeup brushes and auxiliary tools. Shen Zhining's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Guche, you. These are all high-end cosmetics specially selected for you, tailored to the characteristics of postpartum women. When you see your aunt today, apply a little makeup to improve your complexion, and she guarantees that she won't notice anything different. Shen Zhining gazed at him with emotion, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. However, as she examined the professional beauty kit in front of her, she felt somewhat at a loss. Guche, I'm not very good at dressing up. She was known as the natural beauty goddess on campus, rarely wearing makeup except for the occasional lip gloss to brighten her look. She had never actually used such a professional makeup set before. Guche raised an eyebrow at her and replied, I'm an expert. Chapter 34 Shen Zhining meets her mother. You know about dressing up? Shen Zhining was quite surprised. As Guche tidied up the items, he replied with a smile. You can rest assured and entrust yourself to me. After speaking, Guche moved the leather stool aside and invited her to sit down in front of the dressing table. Shen Zhining obediently sat down firmly. Although Guche was a young man, she trusted him because he said he could handle it. After tidying up for half an hour, Guche clapped his hands and said, It's done. Shen Zhining immediately turned her head in surprise and looked at herself in the water mirror. A thin layer of foundation was applied to her originally fair face, and setting powder created a matte finish, making her skin appear even whiter and more translucent. The milk tea-colored blush complements the usual expression, and when paired with the same matte lip gloss, the whole makeup look appears to be a naturally flawless, no makeup look. Shen Zhining looked at Guche with delight. Guche, your makeup skills are amazing. Guche was also very satisfied. Shen Zhining, with her light makeup, looked even more stunning and beautiful. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The child's mother is so beautiful, yet he's not allowed to accompany her on outings. It makes him feel so unsafe. You are naturally beautiful. I just made your face look a little rosier, so that your aunt will think you are doing quite well recently and won't worry about you. Shen Zhining nodded slightly, happily admiring herself in the mirror for a moment, before going to pick out clothes. After settling into the postpartum care center, the caregiver returned once to bring her some everyday clothes. She picked out a short skirt with puff sleeves that reached her knees. The snow-white fabric was adorned with bright red cherry patterns, and it looked extremely youthful and energetic. However, after examining the area, Guche shook his head repeatedly. This dress is too short, barely reaching the knees. Zhining's legs are straight, well-proportioned, fair, and slender, and this short dress is excessively highlighting her beautiful legs. Moreover, the puff sleeves and low neckline on the upper body are also inappropriate, completely exposing the square shoulders and charming swan neck. Shen Zhining was initially filled with joy, but noticing Guche's unusual behavior, she instinctively looked down at herself. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Guche couldn't openly say that he didn't want her to walk around in such an eye-catching outfit, so he made an excuse. It looks good, but this kind of outfit is not appropriate. Zhining, you are currently in the postpartum recovery stage. Going out to meet your aunt is a last resort, but you must pay attention to keeping warm. This long dress is easy to let in the wind. It's not suitable. I'll choose one for you. Before he finished speaking, Guche went to her wardrobe and checked it. He pulled out a pair of straight-leg trousers and a thin, warm sweater as an inner layer. The whole outfit covered her up completely. Shen Zhining put on the outfit and frowned slightly, saying, Guche, wouldn't it be a bit stuffy to go out like this in this weather? Guche replied with a serious expression. It's not that serious. You've just returned from the ancient capital, and it's been raining there these past 2 days, so the temperature is quite cool. This is the most appropriate way for you to dress, and it will make Auntie even more convinced that you just came back from there. Shen Zhining looked down at herself and nodded, saying, All right. After speaking, she smiled sweetly at Guche. Guche, you are so thoughtful. You even checked the weather in the ancient capital. Guche secretly twitched the corners of his mouth, turned around, and prepared a thermos for her. Inside was a longan and red date tea that he had just brewed. He had deliberately filtered out all the residue, leaving only the tea in the cup. It's about time. I have to get going, Shen Zhining said after finishing breastfeeding her 3 babies and tidying her clothes. Guche carefully placed the thermos into her handbag, picked up the bag, and said, Okay, I'll take a ride-hailing car now. We'll go downstairs when the car arrives at the door, so we don't have to stand at the door in the cold wind. His thoughtfulness made Shen Zhining feel exceptionally comfortable. Guche escorted her to the car and specifically instructed the driver to close all the car windows tightly. As soon as the driver saw that they came from a postpartum care center, he immediately understood and quickly rolled up all the car windows. Guche stood by the car and waved goodbye to Shen Zhining. Message me before the party ends tonight, and I'll head out to pick you up. Don't walk back alone. It's not safe at night. Shen Zhining nodded in agreement. After the car started moving, the driver joked, Your wife is so considerate of you. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining couldn't help but glance back. Guche was still standing at the entrance of the postpartum care center, watching her go. Guche really treats her exceptionally well. At this moment, Yao Jinyao was also on her way to the restaurant. In the afternoon, she and Fu Qinglian deliberately went to the hair salon to get a unique hairstyle, changed into a new long dress that she had bought while shopping yesterday, and went out looking radiant. She planned to visit her daughter looking her best. Midway through, Yao Jinyao made a video call to her husband. Mr. Chun answered immediately. He was still in the meeting room in the office area, but he couldn't wait to ask, "How did it go? Did you see your daughter?" Yao Jinyao teased. "Look how impatient you are." "Not yet. I'm on my way to the restaurant. I'm meeting my daughter at 6:30. I'll see my darling daughter in half an hour." Dad chuckled. "All right. When you run into your daughter later, don't just chat with her all by yourself. Remember to send me a video call so I can get a good look at her. It's been so long since I've seen her." "Which restaurant did you book?" "My daughter likes our local cuisine." "Did you book a Cantonese restaurant?" "It's a Cantonese restaurant, right near my daughter's school. You don't need to worry about that. I'll make sure she eats and drinks well. Besides, my husband and I bought her a lot of things while we were shopping these past few days, and we've brought them all with us. She can take them back to school later," Yao Jinyao said. "Okay, don't just stuff things in. Remember to leave your daughter plenty of living expenses. There are many expenses during college." "Understood. Okay, then I'll stop chatting with you for now. My seminar isn't over yet. We'll talk again when I see my daughter later." Yao Jinyao glanced at the furnishings behind him with surprise. It really was the company's seminar room. "Old Shun, you're in a meeting. Why are you answering my video call?" "I figured you'd run into your daughter and wouldn't have time for the meeting, but this seminar is almost over. I'll be home by the time you see your daughter, so we can video chat." Yao Jinyao nodded with a smile and ended the video call. Old Shun usually scolds his daughter with a stern face every time she calls, telling her to study hard and nagging about her not coming home for the holidays. His words are full of reproach, but in reality, he cares about his daughter the most. Unlike women, men can express their feelings very frankly and openly, while men are sometimes embarrassed to speak affectionate and tender words to their daughters. So later, she insisted on having a long chat with her daughter, saying that her father and mother missed her terribly. Thinking of her daughter, Yao Jinyao couldn't contain herself any longer. It was almost 6 o'clock, and her daughter was probably already out of the terminal and on her way to the restaurant. So she made a video call to her daughter. Shen Zhining was sitting comfortably in the taxi when she noticed her mother's call was being connected immediately. "Hey honey, where are you?" "Mom, I'm on my way. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. "Have you arrived yet?" "I arrived in about 10 minutes. "Oh, why did you take a taxi? Didn't the school provide a shuttle bus?" End of this chapter. Chapter 35. Zhining, why do you smell like breast milk? Shen Zhining's heart skipped a beat, but she smiled and replied, "It's been prepared, but the bus has to take a few local classmates home, and the route is quite roundabout. I was worried that it would delay our meeting, so I simply took a taxi myself." Yao Jinyao didn't think much of it. Looking at her daughter in the video, she said happily, "It's been so many days since I last saw our daughter. She's become even more beautiful. Did my darling dress up specially today?" Shen Zhining nodded with a slight blush. The thought that this makeup was done by Gu Che flashed through her mind, and she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. However, she concealed it very well on the surface, for fear that her mother would notice something amiss. "Today is the last day of the event, so I just did a little touch-up." "Beautiful. So pretty. Our daughter is the most eye-catching no matter what. Mom can't wait to see you in person." "Mom, I'll be there soon." The mother and daughter hung up the video call. Shen Zhining stared at the increasingly familiar street scene outside the window, feeling a little uneasy. "I'll be facing my mother soon. Surely she won't notice anything amiss?" She took several deep breaths, but her inner unease still hadn't subsided. So she took out her phone and found a private album named A Plum Candy, which contained photos of her with her caregiver that she had asked to be captured. The screen showed her, Gu Che, and Yao Yao, Xing He, and Tang Yu, all of whom were awake. This photo was her most precious treasure. Gazing at the adorable faces of the 3 little ones in the picture, and Gu Che nestled beside her while holding the baby, she suddenly felt as if she had drawn immense confidence from it. "Keep it up, Shen Zhining, you can do it. The babies and Gu Che are waiting at home for you to return." 10 minutes later, Shen Zhining received a WeChat message from Yao Jinyao. "My darling daughter, I've arrived at the restaurant entrance and am waiting for you here." Shen Zhining's vehicle came to a safe stop, and she immediately spotted Yao Jinyao. Instead of replying to the WeChat message, she quietly walked around and took Yao Jinyao's arm from behind. "Mom." Yao Jinyao turned around in surprise and immediately grasped her daughter's hand tightly. "Zhining, Our precious daughter is growing more and more beautiful. The mother and daughter looked at each other with great joy. Just then, a surprised exclamation suddenly came from the side. Shen Zhining? Shen Zhining turned around at the sound and saw her college classmate, He Shuang. He Shuang looked at Shen Zhining with surprise. Shen Zhining, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You've become even more beautiful. I never imagined that our usual goddess with no makeup would look so stunning after all this makeup. Shen Zhining sensed that the situation was not good. If she let He Shuang continue the conversation, He Shuang, who did not know the inside story, would probably ask her about her recent absences from class, which would arouse her mother's suspicion. Decisively, Shen Zhining quickly cut off the other party's politeness and firmly took control of the conversation, saying, "Thank you, He Shuang. Are you also here to dine?" Upon hearing this, He Shuang immediately nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's right. I just had a small gathering with some close friends here and paid the bill. Are you here for dinner too?" "Yes, this is my mother. She came to Lanzhou to visit me, and we came out for a casual meal together." Before she could finish speaking, Shen Zhining introduced Yao Jinyao. "Mom, this is my classmate, He Shuang." "Oh, it was an auntie? She looks so young. I was wondering which older sister she was." He Shuang had just finished her pleasantries when her friend called out to her loudly. She then said, "Then I won't disturb your meal any longer. I'll take my leave now. See you later." "See you later." Shen Zhining waved goodbye, finally feeling relieved. After He Shuang left, Yao Jinyao turned to Shen Zhining and muttered, "You get along quite well with your college classmates." Mom, why are you carrying so many things with you?" "With you?" Shen Zhining didn't want to dwell on the topic of her college classmates, fearing that talking too much would give her away. Just then, she noticed that Yao Jinyao's hands were tightly bound, so she offered to help lighten the load. Yao Jinyao moved her hand to the side and replied, "Mom will carry them herself. Although there are many items, they are not heavy. They are all food and daily necessities that I picked out for you." As they talked, Yao Jinyao and Shen Zhining chatted as they walked into the restaurant. Yao Jinyao suddenly noticed something unusual. "Hey, Zhining, why do you smell like milk?" Just now, outdoors, Yao Jinyao had some chronic rhinitis and hadn't been able to smell it properly. But now, stepping into the store, the space was a bit cramped, and with only her and Shen Zhining nearby, she could easily detect it. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining almost instinctively lowered her head to sniff her own clothes. Does it smell like breast milk? How come she didn't notice at all? She even washed her hair, rinsed her body, and changed into brand new clothes before going out today. My mom's sense of smell is just too sharp. Fortunately, she was usually calm and composed, and she quickly came up with an excuse. She said, "It's probably because the young mother sitting next to me on the plane today was clumsy and accidentally spilled breast milk from her bottle onto the hem of my clothes. I dried it with a hairdryer, thinking the smell would dissipate, but I didn't expect there would still be a slight lingering odor. I didn't even notice it. I'll change into clean clothes as soon as I get back to my room tonight." Hearing her daughter's explanation, Yao Jinyao had a vague feeling that something was wrong. However, the daughter looked exactly the same as when they had parted, and her complexion was even more rosy, showing no signs of having just given birth. Ultimately, it's inevitable that a woman's figure will gain weight after pregnancy, and in the months following childbirth, her body shape will become even more distorted and bloated. It takes more than half a year of conditioning to reshape her figure. Looking at her own daughter, she seemed to have no connection to childbirth whatsoever. "I guess I'm just being too sensitive and suspicious." "I see. It's all right. The milky aroma is quite pleasant. There's a seat available by the window. Let's move over there and sit down," Yao Jinyao said, pointing to a table by the window. "Okay." Shen Zhining breathed a sigh of relief. Moving to the dining table, Shen Zhining took the shopping bag from Yao Jinyao and placed it carefully on the empty chair next to her, asking, "Mom, what good things did you find for me this time?" Mentioning this, Yao Jinyao immediately became interested. She grabbed the paper bag and showed it to Shen Zhining. "Daughter, look, Mom bought you a huge amount of snacks, all of which you usually like, as well as the latest seasonal dresses. These past few days, your Aunt Fu and I went shopping together and also picked up 2 handbags for you, a backpack for carrying your books to school and a chain shoulder bag, which is perfect for everyday shopping and matching your clothes." "Mom," Shen Zhining was filled with emotion. Seeing her daughter's deeply moved expression, Yao Jinyao quickly stuffed the items back into the bag and held her daughter's small hand tightly, comforting her. "Zhining, you are our only daughter. We've been so worried about you not coming home for so long. Since we finally got to visit, we naturally brought some things for you. Although you can afford to buy these things yourself, it's still a token of your mother's affection. Thank you, Mom, Shen Zhining said sweetly, clinging to her mother's arm. But in her heart, she was secretly thinking how perfect it would be if her parents could accept her and Gu Che and acknowledge the existence of the babies. Then the whole family can have a happy reunion. But right now, facing her mother, she really didn't have the confidence to tell her the truth. Silly girl, why are you thanking your own mother? By the way, Zhining, I bumped into your classmate at the door just now. Is she your classmate? Then why did she say she hadn't seen you for quite some time? Don't you usually have classes in the same classroom? Yao Jinyao asked with a puzzled look. Chapter 36, Connecting with Dad. Shen Zhining pursed her thin lips. In fact, she had already thought of her answer when Qi Shuang mentioned this matter. She said, Mom, I went to Jiaodong University for an exchange activity. I was gone for a whole week and missed all my classes. Yao Jinyao nodded slightly, finding it quite reasonable. Shen Zhining handed over the menu to her mother, trying to distract her. Mom, you order. I've been to this Cantonese restaurant several times before, and the food is quite authentic. Yao Jinyao quickly pushed the menu back. You should order. You've eaten here several times, so what you order will definitely taste better than what Mom chooses. So Shen Zhining took the menu and ordered a few dishes, which were basically all the flavors that Yao Jinyao usually preferred. After ordering, the mother and daughter chatted casually. Yao Jinyao carefully examined her daughter, her face full of joy. Zhining, Mom feels that you've become more and more beautiful since you started college, and you've also become more stylish. You look absolutely gorgeous with just a little makeup on. Mom, today is a special occasion. I usually don't wear makeup at school. Yao Jinyao gazed at her and said with a smile, Silly girl, you're in college now. It's a good thing to learn how to do makeup. Although my daughter is naturally beautiful, makeup is still a kind of enhancement. It will be indispensable for some important occasions in the future. My daughter looks so pretty after makeup. I'm so happy. It's just a pity that I didn't think of it the other day, otherwise I would have gotten you a whole set of makeup. The image of the complete set of makeup that Gu Che had given her flashed through Shen Zhining's mind, and she quickly waved her hand to refuse, saying, Really, I don't need it, Mom. I have my own set of makeup. Yao Jinyao didn't think much of it, assuming that her daughter had bought it herself. She took out her phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to her daughter directly. Honey, you're in college now, and your daily expenses are high. The allowance your parents give you isn't much either. Buying a set of makeup will definitely cost you a lot of money, so don't skimp on food. Save this money for yourself. Mom, really, you don't need to. I have enough money on me. She used to live a rather frugal life, but now that Gu Che is by her side, she hasn't worried about money for a long time. Besides, she still has more than 500,000 yuan in her bank account, which is all from the children's red envelopes and the huge sum of money Gu Che earned from selling walnuts. Quickly accept this. Your dad specifically asked me to give it to you. You know your dad well. Well, if I didn't give it to him, he would definitely be furious when he got back, Yao Jinyao said with a smile. Shen Zhining had no choice but to click accept. It's true what they say, your dad called on video. Yao Jinyao smiled, took out her phone, answered the video call, and casually placed it on the table. On the other side of the screen, Mr. Shun was staring intently at his phone. When he saw the camera pointed at his beloved daughter, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. But when Shen Zhining looked up, her father quickly suppressed his smile, deliberately covered his mouth and coughed twice, reverting to his usual serious elder demeanor. Has Zhining lost a bit of weight recently? Mr. Shun frowned slightly. Shen Zhining looked down at herself and replied, No, Dad, I'm fine. These days, young girls all strive for a slim figure, but our Zhining is just right. Yao Jinyao, who was sitting next to her, interjected. Dad retorted, What's with all this talk about being slim? Health is the most important thing. Stop thinking about losing weight all the time and eat more nutritious food. Shen Zhining nodded obediently. Although her father's tone was harsh, his words were full of concern and care, and this familiar atmosphere warmed her heart. Did you put on makeup today? Mr. Shen asked, carefully examining his daughter on the screen. Yes, today is the last day of the exchange week, so I only wore light makeup, which is also a requirement of the school. Dad said, He's quite handsome, but good looks are secondary. You're still a college student, and your studies should always come first. Don't date around in school, and focus your energy on your studies. Understood, Dad. Why do you two talk like you're in a meeting with your boss? Old Shun, My daughter and I are about to start eating. Don't keep looking so serious. If you keep this up, how will our daughter have any appetite later? Yao Jinyao couldn't help but complain to him. Upon hearing his wife's words, Mr. Shen quickly relaxed his tense expression and said, "Then you should have a good meal with your mother. If you don't have anything else to do on weekends, go back to your hometown to visit her more often." After hanging up the phone, Dad couldn't help but burst out laughing. My daughter, whom I haven't seen for a whole year, has gone to university and learned to take care of herself. She looks even more beautiful and energetic than when she was at home. It seems that the vibrant university campus life has brought my daughter many new experiences. While Shen Zhining was enjoying a pleasant meal with her mother, He Chi Shuang, on her way back to school, kept replaying the scene of their recent encounter in her mind. She simply took out her phone and dialed Chao Yunjua's number. "Hey, Chao Yunjua, I just bumped into your dream girl on the street." "You saw Shen Zhining? Where exactly?" The boy on the other end of the phone suddenly became urgent. "It's outside that restaurant not far from the school gate. Her mother came here specifically to see her. The mother and daughter are having a meal inside. They just went in and will probably be staying for a while. Do you need me to send you the location?" Chao Yunjua was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Yes. Send it to me quickly, and I'll send you a super big red envelope later. I've not seen my dream goddess for 9 whole months, and I'm finally able to see her again. Moreover, even the goddess's mother was present, which was an excellent opportunity. If you want to win over the girl you like, you have to win over your future mother-in-law first." After hanging up the phone, Chao Yunju stared at the location he had just received on WeChat, rubbing his hands together excitedly. He made a move to push the door open and go out, but just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. No, this trip to see the goddess is directly related to his future happiness, and besides, her mother is also there. He absolutely cannot go there so rashly. Chao Yunju paced anxiously in the living room twice, when suddenly a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. Immediately afterwards, he began to make preparations and arrangements in full swing, determined to implement the entire plan before the goddess finished her meal. Shen Zhining and Yao Jinyao chose a seat by the window. The food they had ordered was being served one after another, and the mother and daughter chatted and enjoyed the meal. Just then, a few young boys strode in through the main entrance. They went straight to an empty table by the window and sat down, which was right behind Shen Zhining and her group's table. Not long after, the boys suddenly looked out the window and let out a series of low gasps. That was so awesome. Hearing the noise, Yao Jinyao subconsciously glanced out the window and saw an extremely stylish red Porsche 911 parked steadily in front of the restaurant. The young men sitting in the back row immediately started talking loudly. "Fei Ji's new car is absolutely awesome. That's a Porsche 911, and it's even the most eye-catching flame red. This sports car must have cost over $1 million. Almost $2 million, right? Fei Ji is really extravagant. Fei Ji is not only from a wealthy family, but he's also incredibly handsome. Fei Ji is so good-looking, and he's a top student. His stats are practically maxed out. What's most amazing is that he's never even had a girlfriend. He's known for being serious and devoted in relationships, which is so rare these days. Fei Ji is only 21 years old, and he's already living a life of unparalleled success that we can only dream of. It's truly enviable to the core." The discussion behind them was quite loud. Yao Jinyao and the others were sitting back to back, so every word of their chatter reached their ears. Shen Zhining, sitting opposite them, heard it all clearly as well. However, she had no interest in these gossips at all, and she didn't even lift her eyelids at the dazzling Porsche 911 parked outside. Chao Yunjua, dressed in a well-tailored, handsome shirt paired with casual trousers, his hair meticulously styled, strode in through the main entrance with an air of elegance. In an instant, the young men stood up and shouted at Chao Yunjua, "Brother Fei, we've been waiting for you. Now that you've got a brand new car, we're going to treat you to a top-notch meal." Chao Yunju walked towards the boys with a smile and replied generously, "It's no big deal. Order whatever you want to eat. It's all on me today." Chapter 37. Daughter, what type of boy do you like? As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down in the seat directly opposite, where he could see Shen Zhining perfectly. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly caught sight of Shen Zhining, and his expression froze. Chao Yunjua straightened up, patted his companion, and said, "I saw a familiar alumnus, so I'll go over and say hello." After saying that, Chao Yunjua walked up to Shen Zhining with a polite and gentle smile, and greeted her. "Student Shen, it really is you? I thought I was seeing things for a moment." Shen Zhining looked up at the young man in front of her, searched her memory, and finally recognized him. He was the president of the Student Union of Manhua University, a year ahead of her, and was currently a junior. The two had interacted a few times before when they were assisting the counselor with official business. Shen Zhining never liked to cause trouble, so she simply nodded slightly with a calm expression. Seeing that she had no intention of engaging in further conversation, Chao Yunjua took the opportunity to shift his gaze to Yao Jinyao, who was standing to the side. He bowed respectfully and inquired, "Student Shun, who is this elder beside you?" "This is my mother." "Hello, Auntie, I'm Chao Yunjua, a classmate of Shun from the same school." Chao Yunjua quickly bowed and greeted her with great poise, his every move perfectly executed. Even the curve of his lips was something he had carefully practiced at home, all to leave an excellent first impression on his future mother-in-law. Yao Jinyao smiled faintly, but didn't say much. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Chao Yunjua wisely stopped clinging to him. "Chun, then I won't disturb you and Auntie's meal. See you later, let's get together at school again." "Okay," Shen Zhining replied indifferently. Chao Yunjua strolled back to his seat, but during the meal, his eyes kept involuntarily glancing at Shen Zhining across from him. Shen Zhining didn't give him a single glance the whole time, eating her delicious food as if no one else was around, occasionally whispering and laughing with her mother. Her gentle and charming demeanor was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. No wonder she's the little fairy he cherishes. After 9 months apart, she's become even more beautiful. And coincidentally, his goddess was wearing light makeup today, so he really hit the jackpot. Unfortunately, the other person remained aloof and taciturn, and I couldn't find an opportunity to chat with them for more than a few minutes. Fortunately, his main target today wasn't his sweetheart, but her mother. Chao Yunjua gave a subtle wink to his group of close friends sitting together. The boys understood immediately and started bluffing loudly. "Brother Fei, your new car is absolutely stunning. You must have been bleeding money to buy it, right?" Chao Yunju put on a nonchalant demeanor and said, "It's not that expensive. The total cost is about 1.9 million. Holy crap, Fei Ji is awesome. He's talking about nearly 2 million without a second thought. Looks like you've been quietly making a fortune lately. Brother Fei has so many ways to make money these days. Brother Fei, your paper was just included in Design 360-degree, right? The copyright fee alone must be astronomical, right? Besides, Brother Fei, didn't you recently get involved in the production of that hottest Chinese animation right now? What's the name of that show again? The Legend of Wuqing. This anime is now a huge hit online. Fei Ge managed to get into their core creative team. He's definitely going to soar to great heights." Another friend quickly chimed in. "Brother Fei, you're practically a textbook example of how to be a role model. You're only a junior and you're already doing so well. What will you be like after graduation? The future of us brothers depends on your support." The guys behind him were chatting enthusiastically, while Chao Yunjua, sitting opposite him, appeared exceptionally low-key and composed. Apart from occasionally stealing a glance in Shen Zhining's direction, his overall performance was flawless. After dinner was finished, Yao Jinyao took Shen Zhining's hand and strolled along the street toward Manhua University. Yao Jinyao casually remarked, "Zhining, is that young student who greeted us at the restaurant also from your school?" "Yes, he's a senior from the year above the 3rd year of high school," Shen Zhining replied. Judging from the way his friends are praising him, this young man is indeed a promising young talent. "Zhining, I've been through this before. That guy's eyes were glued to you while he was eating. Even when everyone was leaving, he came over to chat with you. He probably has some feelings for you in that way, right?" Yao Jinyao asked directly. "Mom, I don't know the other person at all." "Zhining, actually your dad and I are pretty much in the same boat. At your age, there's no rush to fall in love. Wait until you finish university and are more mature before we think about dating. Of course, Mom understands that you young people yearn for beautiful love. The guy tonight was indeed quite outstanding, but dating right now is a bit too early. If you really like him, you can wait until after graduation to make a decision. You can also use this opportunity to see if he is sincere towards you." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Yao Jinyao with utmost seriousness, correcting her in a deep voice. "Mom, please don't imagine the scenario here. I have absolutely no feelings for him." Yao Jinyao assumed that her daughter was just shy and embarrassed, so she laughed it off and said, Okay, Mom will stop teasing you. My dear daughter, I've been through so much, I know all the tricks of the trade." Young men and women your age are all filled with those unrealistic romantic notions. That guy tonight, he comes from a wealthy family, is a top student, and is quite handsome. Plus, he's a junior in college and still single, known for being loyal and responsible in relationships. If you don't even like someone like that, then tell me honestly, what kind of boy do you actually like? As Shen Zhining met her mother's probing gaze, she unconsciously sketched Gu Chei's tall and imposing figure in her mind. She murmured softly, word by word, "The boy I've chosen doesn't need to be rich or powerful, but he must be upright and responsible, and know how to earn money to support his family. He doesn't need to be stunningly handsome either. We just need to be able to genuinely appreciate each other's strengths. Furthermore, he must be devoted to me alone and never cheat on me. As for his academic performance, he doesn't need to be outstanding either, since I'm a top student myself. He just needs to be able to manage the household chores and plan his future in an orderly manner, and that will be enough." Yao Jinyao initially just teased her daughter casually, never expecting that the standards given by the other party would be so specific and detailed. She was momentarily stunned. My daughter has never been in a serious relationship. Logically, she should have unrealistic and dreamy expectations about her future partner and emotional world. But now she describes her ideal type so clearly, as if she is describing it based on a person she has been with through thick and thin. As soon as Shen Zhining finished speaking, she turned her head and caught a glimpse of the astonished expression on Yao Jinyao's face. Her heart sank and she cursed inwardly. She quickly and casually changed the subject, saying, "Mom, where are you planning to stay tonight? Are you planning to stay at Aunt Fu's house for the night? I guess Dad has been living alone in the empty house for the past few years. You've taken care of him all these years, and I really don't know if he can take care of himself if he's suddenly left alone. Mom, when do you plan to set off to go back?" Yao Jinyao scrutinized her daughter's expressionless and extremely natural face, shook her head vigorously, and decided not to delve any further. Her daughter had never been in a relationship with any boy in her life, so how could she suddenly be living a domestic life with a man? She guessed it was just an insight she had gleaned from reading some domineering CEO novels or watching some idol dramas. She smiled and muttered, "Your father doesn't know how to take care of himself at all. These past few days, he's been eating instant noodles every night to get by. He looked so haggard during our video chat just now. So, Mama's planning to fly back tonight. I only plan to come here for 2 or 3 days. If it weren't for wanting to see my precious daughter, I would have already boarded the return flight." When she mentioned her father, Shen, Yao Jinyao's smiling eyes immediately revealed a deep affection and heartache. Shen Zhining understood perfectly well that her mother had always been a full-time housewife in the rear, taking good care of her father's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The two of them had gone through thick and thin together for most of their lives, and had long been used to relying on each other. "Mom, I really miss Dad being alone at home, so I won't insist you stay. What time is your flight tonight? I'll personally take you to the departure lounge later," Shen Zhining said considerately. Yao Jinyao waved her hands repeatedly. "Come on, my flight is at 10:30 at night. The airport is a million miles away from your school. If you travel so late and then come back to the dormitory, the gate will be locked long ago. Besides, as your mother, I would never feel at ease letting you travel back alone in the middle of the night. I'll take a taxi to the airport myself. You just came back from the ancient capital, so you should rest early tonight and recharge." Chapter 38, A Night of Unresolved Horror. Elders always care more about their juniors than themselves. Seeing Yao Jinyao lingering for so many days just to see her, and now rushing back in the middle of the night, Shen Zhining couldn't help but feel a little teary-eyed. "Mom, please be careful on your journey. I'll come back to our hometown to see you and Dad when school is out for summer vacation." She had discussed it with Gu Chei beforehand, and they would take him and the child back home during the long holiday. At that time, there would be no need to hide it from their parents and not see each other. Thinking about this matter, she felt a faint anticipation for the summer vacation to arrive. "Okay, my good daughter, you focus on your studies at school. Your dad and I will stay home and wait for you." The mother and daughter chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the foot of Shen Zhining's dormitory building. She turned around and said to Yao Jinyao, "Mom, I'm here. Don't take me upstairs. It's tiring to go up and down to the 3rd floor. I'll call a car for you to go to the airport using my phone." Before she finished speaking, she made a gesture to take the cardboard bag hanging on Yao Jinyao's arm. Yao Jinyao quickly pressed her hand down. "Don't bother. It's still 3 hours until 10 p.m. There's no need for you to carry all this stuff by yourself. I'll take you upstairs. Shen Zhining turned her head to glance at the building entrance behind her, a trace of worry flashing deep in her eyes. It was 7 p.m., the time when students were returning to their dormitories after finishing their meals. It was unclear whether their roommates were in their rooms at that moment. If she were there, her secret of not attending school for more than half a year would be exposed in no time. But Mom has quite a lot of luggage she's accumulated. If she insists on stopping Mom from taking it upstairs, Mom will definitely have some doubts. Shen Zhining pursed her lips. Okay. The mother and daughter carried the package upstairs. When they reached the door of 333, Shen Zhining first bent her finger and knocked on the door panel, but there was no sound from inside. Shen Zhining took out her spare key, turned it, and pushed open the door. The dormitory room was dark and gloomy. Her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she quickly turned on the headlights. Thankfully, none of my roommates had arrived yet. Yao Jinyao helped put the pile of things on the table, then turned to look at her daughter's bed. Daughter, it's rainy and damp here. You need to get a new set of bedding and toiletries every month. Wash and air out the blankets to make do, but throw away the rest and get new ones. Listen to me. Shen Zhining nodded. I understand, Mom. Yao Jinyao looked at her daughter's desk. She put one hand on the edge of the desk, and when she moved her hand away, she saw that her palm was covered with a thick layer of dust. Seeing that things were not going well, Shen Zhining quickly pouted and complained. The sandstorms and Lanzhou have been too strong lately. I've only been gone for a week, and the table is already covered in dust. Mom, let's leave these clothes here for now. I'll clean them up and put them in the closet later, so as not to get the new clothes dirty. Yao Jinyao looked up, gently patted the dirt off her hands, and said, Then Mom will clean it up for you. After saying this, she grabbed a rag from the side, picked up a plastic basin, and headed to the water room to get water for her chores. Shen Zhining followed closely behind, saying, Mom, I can handle this myself. Fortunately, when she moved out, she didn't move a single thing from her dorm room. Everything remained in its original place. Otherwise, if she ran off with all the things like the wash basin, towels, toothbrush cup, and textbooks, her mother would definitely suspect something was wrong. While turning on the tap, Yao Jinyao instructed, Zhining, sit down and rest for a while. I'll take care of the tidying up. Back in our hometown, I always took care of these little things. Then I'll help you clean. No need. Yao Jinyao pushed her daughter to sit on the small round stool to the side, and said with a smile, What can you do that will only make things worse? You've never been good at these kinds of chores. I'll do it. You just sit there and don't bother me. I can clean this little bit of space in no time. Yao Jinyao worked quickly and soon wiped the tabletop clean and shiny. She also mopped the dormitory floor. After finishing her chores, she pretended to step up the stairs to help Shen Zhining make her bed. A warm feeling welled up in Shen Zhining's heart, but at the same time, she was also afraid that her roommates would suddenly barge in. Torn between the two emotions, she tugged at Yao Jinyao and said, Mom, don't bother with this. I'll make the mattress myself later. It's getting late. Let me take you downstairs to wait for your ride. It's a long way to the airport from here, and I think it will be hard to catch a ride if it gets late. If you miss your flight, you'll have to spend another night going through all that trouble. Yao Jinyao glanced at her watch. It was almost 8:30, and she really couldn't afford to be late. All right, then Mom will get going now. Don't forget to make sure you have clean bedding before you rest. Okay, I understand. I'll change it when I go upstairs. And the face towels. You've been gone for a week and haven't come back. There's so much dirt on the countertop. The face towels must be covered in dust. Do you have any new ones on hand? If not, remember to scald them with boiling water before using them to disinfect and sterilize them. Mom, I'm not a little kid anymore. I understand these common sense things. Don't worry about me. Shen Zhining hooked her arm around hers and led her out of the dormitory. Although she was reluctant to part with Yao Jinyao, Shen Zhining didn't dare to ask her to stay. The people in the dormitory could come back at any time. If she bumped into a classmate in the evening, she could make up a story and smooth things over. But if she ran into her roommate, she wouldn't be able to hide it at all. Shen Zhining pondered to herself and quickened her pace as she helped Yao Jinyao walk towards the stairwell. As the mother and daughter reached the corner on the second floor, three little girls suddenly appeared below, arm in arm, laughing and chatting as they walked up the steps. The moment Shen Zhining saw the other person, alarm bells immediately went off in her mind. Damn it! Why did these roommates have to turn back at this crucial moment? Her heart was instantly thrown into turmoil, but her expression became even colder and more aloof. She was usually quiet and reserved in her dorm room, and now that she had been gone for 9 months, everyone inevitably felt a bit estranged. The three roommates probably didn't expect to run into Shen Zhining here. They were stunned for a moment, and none of them took the initiative to go up and talk to her. Shen Zhining seized the opportunity, looking straight ahead as she strolled past her roommates. Yao Jinyao had never met her roommate before, so this subtle approach would probably cover it up smoothly. Admittedly, Yao Jinyao didn't pay any attention to the three girls at all and kept nagging her daughter to take good care of herself at school. Shen Zhining used the app to call a taxi, and only after watching Yao Jinyao get into the car and leave did she turn around and walk back. As she watched the taillights disappear into the distance, Shen Zhining let out a long sigh of relief. Tonight was truly a thrilling night. Lying is not a long-term solution. Once you tell a huge lie, you have to cover it up with countless other excuses. When the long holiday comes, she, Guche, and their precious children will stand proudly in front of their parents, hoping that their parents will nod in approval of her marriage to Guche and also accept the three little lives. However, she knew in her heart that it was the best-case scenario, and reality was often much harsher and more cruel than dreams. She shook her head vigorously, quickly gathering her thoughts and unwilling to dwell on these unknowns. The three roommates strolled back to their dormitory. As they opened the door, they saw the room brightly lit and piles of items on Shen Zhining's desk. Jiang Ruoqing then spoke up, saying, "So I wasn't wrong after all. Shen Zhining is really back this time." Ryan glanced in Shen Zhining's direction and pushed up her thick-rimmed glasses, saying, "It's been 9 months since we've seen her in the dorm, hasn't it?" Jiang Ruoqing, with her lively personality, wholeheartedly agreed. "That's right, it's been a long time. The last time I saw her was around the beginning of her sophomore year. It seems like she spent the entire sophomore year hiding at school for a month, getting all the grades she was supposed to get, and then moved off campus. Top students are just insane. They can finish in a month what we would have to work on for a year." Ryan smiled and said, "Shao Jia, if you put half the effort you usually put into playing online games and using your phone into studying, you might be able to get all your credits sooner." Jiang Ruoqing stuck out her pink tongue and said, "Then let's forget it. A balanced lifestyle with work and rest suits my temperament best. Hee. By the way, Yi Tian, didn't you grumble about your childhood friend from the neighboring university bumping into Shen Zhining outside? You were even saying that she was traveling with a big belly. But when I looked at her just now, she was very slim and there was no sign of her pregnancy at all." Chapter 39. My roommates. Yi Tian shook her head. "I don't know. My childhood friend insists that she's the most beautiful girl in our department, but I haven't seen her with my own eyes. I guess it's just hearsay." Guo Chun, who hadn't spoken for a while, glanced at them and said with a stern face, "Stop gossiping about her behind her back. She might come back later." Jiang Ruoqing and Yi Tian immediately shut their mouths. Not long after, Shen Zhining pushed open the door and came in. As soon as she stepped into the room, her three roommates were already sitting in their respective seats. Yi Tian was holding her books as usual, while Jiang Ruoqing was playing games on her phone with her head down. Guo Chun, who always had a serious demeanor in the dormitory, was currently watching a drama on his tablet. Shen Zhining stepped into the room, and none of the three of them broke the silence first. Shen Zhining didn't take the initiative to speak, but went straight to her desk and started organizing the pile of daily necessities that her mother had just bought. Jiang Ruoqing turned around and continued playing the game, but her eyes kept glancing at Shen Zhining. Finally, she couldn't suppress the urge to play the game anymore. Holding her phone, she wandered over to Yi Tian's bunk and glanced sideways at Shen Zhining, who was packing her bags. "Chun, was the person you just ran into downstairs a close relative of yours?" "It's my mother," Shen Zhining replied succinctly. "Oh, I see." Jiang Ruoqing nodded in sudden understanding, her almond-shaped eyes crinkling as she said, "Auntie has such an outstanding temperament. You and your daughter are both so beautiful." "Shen Zhining, what have you been busy with all this time? We haven't seen you for almost half a year." "It's some personal business to handle," Shen Zhining said, unwilling to elaborate further. Jiang Ruoqing stared intently at her face, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise as if she had discovered a new continent. "You actually put on makeup today?" This is the first time I've ever seen you with makeup on. You look absolutely stunning. Everyone usually considers you a natural beauty with no makeup, but I think you look even more beautiful with makeup on. By the way, have you been to that business school next door recently?" Yi Tian has a best friend who studies there. She swears that she saw you on campus and even mentioned that you were heavily pregnant when you went to see the handsome guys at their school. Jiang Ruoqing got carried away and started talking, inadvertently revealing the gossip that had been circulating behind her back. Realizing it was inappropriate to bring up this topic, she quickly laughed it off, saying, "But everyone knows it's definitely made up. You couldn't have gotten pregnant for no reason, and besides, your figure is absolutely stunning. You don't look like someone who's ever given birth, right?" Shen Zhining paused slightly as she tidied her package, but did not respond to the probing question. The smile on Jiang Ruoqing's face froze instantly. Shen Zhining's current attitude clearly shows that she neither acknowledged nor denied it. She secretly gave Yi Tian a knowing look, as if she had done something wrong. Guo Chun, who had been staring at the screen in silence the whole time, suddenly spoke up. "Shen Zhining, when do you plan to move back to the dormitory?" This unexpected interruption instantly shifted the previously awkward atmosphere. Shen Zhining glanced at her with slight surprise and replied, "It's not decided yet. This semester is almost over. Even if you've earned all the credits you need to take ahead of time, you still have to show up for the final exam. It's scheduled for June 28th and 29th, so don't get it wrong." "Okay, thanks for reminding me," Shen Zhining replied softly. Guo Chun turned his head away with a cool air and continued to immerse himself in his own little theater. After Shen Zhining had tidied up all the clutter on the table, she took out her phone to send a WeChat message to Gu Che. She would have to return to the postpartum care center tonight. The babies were now entirely breastfed, and she couldn't afford to linger outside for too long. "Gu Che, I've finished taking care of all the trivial matters here." The WeChat message had barely been sent when Gu Che's voice call came through almost instantly. His caller ID was specially customized by Shen Zhining. Whenever the ringtone vibrates, a heartwarming family photo of the five of them will automatically pop up in the center of the screen. Jiang Ruoqing happened to be standing not far from her side. Out of girlish curiosity, she glanced sideways and happened to catch this group photo. In an instant, she was frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. "My goodness, what an adorable and soft little puppy. Chun, look at this handsome guy and these three little ones in the group photo." Deep down, Shen Zhining was unwilling to reveal her secret of getting married and having children to her roommates. When she left school, she also took a cold approach. Subconsciously, she felt that it would be unbelievable for her peers to get pregnant and have children at such a precious age in college, and they would inevitably spread rumors about her. Therefore, at this moment, she did not intend to explain further, but simply gripped her phone and said perfunctorily, "I'll go out and take a call first." After saying that, she quickly walked to the small balcony outside the dormitory, clutching her phone. "Hey, Zhining, has Annie set off safely?" "Yes, my mom is already on the bus to the airport. She'll be taking a flight back tonight. So where are you hiding right now? Don't just walk back on your own. Wait patiently for me to come pick you up." Gu Che's tone was domineering and left no room for argument. Shen Zhining smiled sweetly. "Okay, I'm still in my dorm at school. I'll share my location with you via WeChat later." After exchanging a few words, the two ended the call. Shen Zhining sent her real-time location before returning to her dormitory. The atmosphere in the dormitory became even quieter than before. Finally, unable to hold back her chatter any longer, Jiang Ruoqing turned around and tentatively asked, "Chun, that caller ID picture, was it a family photo of your family?" Shen Zhining knew perfectly well that this secret could no longer be kept from her roommate's eyes and ears. Besides, she'll have to return to the classroom sooner or later next semester. And who knows, she might have to bring her baby to class every now and then. Eventually, the truth will come out. Having figured this out, she nodded slightly, a very small gesture, which could be considered as giving her acquiescence in front of everyone. Jiang Ruoqing immediately covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes sparkling as she stared at her. "My God, Shen Zhining, you're so cool and decisive. So you really did go off to get married and have a baby during those 9 months you disappeared. Zhining, could you please show me that photo from earlier so I can get a good look at it? Your little ones are absolutely adorable, and your husband is incredibly handsome. It's just a shame I only glanced at it and didn't get a proper look." Shen Zhining gripped her phone with a mix of uncertainty and trepidation, but seeing Jiang Ruoqing's envious and expectant gaze, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to refuse. Taking a deep breath, she finally unlocked the album and presented the carefully preserved heartwarming family photo, filling the entire screen. Seeing this, Yi Tian, who had been secretly listening to the gossip, couldn't sit still any longer and strode forward. Shun, please show me around. Can you let me see what it's like? Sure. Wow, what soft and beautiful babies. Shen Zhining, the combination of your two excellent genes is just too amazing. There are actually 3 little lives in one go. Zhining, your belly is so amazing. You gave birth to triplets in one lifetime. Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Right. It's absolutely incredible, the two exclaimed in almost unison. You too. Turn the volume down a bit. Guochen suddenly shouted sternly. Zhang Ruoqing and Yi Tian were so shocked that they quickly covered their mouths with their hands. Shen Zhining's heart skipped a beat, thinking to herself that not every person her age could calmly accept such an advanced lifestyle. She was about to reach out and take her phone back when, unexpectedly, the usually aloof Guochen strode over and, relying on his tall and slender figure of 1.7 meters, bent down and stared intently at the phone screen. You two are such a bunch of clowns. At least keep your voices down. The soundproofing in this dilapidated building is terrible. Guochen muttered to herself, but her almond-shaped eyes were fixed on the baby in the photo. These 3 little ones are quite good at inheriting genes. They picked the best features from their parents and are really adorable. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head to look directly at Shen Zhining and said, word by word, Shun, since you don't want to publicize this private matter, we won't gossip about it outside. From today onwards, this happy event will be an absolute secret within our 333 dormitory, and no one else will know about it in advance as long as you don't reveal it yourself. Shen Zhining never expected that Guochen, who was usually the most rigid and taciturn in the room, would actually say such heartfelt and righteous words to her. Seeing her 3 roommates gathered around her small phone screen, displaying various loving anti-smiles, Shen Zhining quietly lowered her head, her fair lips subtly twitching upwards. Just then, Gu Che sent a WeChat message urging her that his car had come to a steady stop outside the school gate. Shen Zhining quickly picked up all the neatly arranged items. The pile of snacks that Yao Jinyao had just given her was too much to count, and she couldn't possibly finish them all by herself, so she simply shared a large portion with her roommates. Yi Tian declined, saying, Chun, you've left us so much delicious food all of a sudden. How can we just sit back and enjoy it? Why don't we escort you downstairs? Zhang Ruoqing had already stuffed her mouth full of dried fruit and mumbled incoherently, echoing, Yeah, Zhining, your body is definitely not fully recovered yet, so you must not exert yourself to carry heavy things. Let's all lend a hand and take you downstairs. Chapter 40 Zhining, your boyfriend looks so handsome. Guochen didn't say a word, but directly snatched the heavy package from Chun Jining's hands. The miscellaneous items on their arms were all divided up by them, while Shen Zhining, who was about to return to her nest, was left behind with a light heart. Watching her roommates laughing and joking as they walked away, Shen Zhining felt a warm glow in her heart. Zhining, your 3 babies are absolutely adorable. Are they boys or girls? The eldest, Gu Yao, is a little guy, while Xing He and Tang Yu are identical twin girls. This is too perfect. 3 babies in one belly, and a dragon and a phoenix together. Zhining, you must have been blessed with good fortune in your past life. Zhang Ruoqing's eyes were full of stars. Guochen, standing beside him, said, Gu Yao, Gu Xinghe, Gu Tangyue, the children's names are quite charming. Hearing others praise her precious children, Shen Zhining felt genuinely pleased and was happy to say a few more words. The children's names were something they figured out themselves by looking up words in the dictionary. Yi Tian clicked her tongue in amazement and said, These 3 little guys have really picked some really good names for themselves. That's right, look at Zhining's babies. They're not only adorable, but they've also inherited their mother's intelligence. I really wish I could meet these little darlings, Zhang Ruoqing muttered with anticipation. Shen Zhining looked somewhat troubled, and Guochen immediately stepped in to stop her, saying, It's probably not the right time now. Shen Zhining is still in her postpartum period and needs to focus on recuperating. It's not appropriate for her to entertain outsiders. Zhang Ruoqing suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh right. Zhining, you're still at home in postpartum confinement, so are you living in a rented private house? I live in a special facility, Shen Zhining said. Zhang Ruoqing quickly chimed in. A postpartum care center? That's certainly inconvenient. But I'm really itching to see your little ones. I'm just naturally powerless against children. Seeing her sincere and earnest expression, Shen Zhining said softly, There will be a reason. After the four of them chatted and laughed as they stepped out of the dormitory building, they wisely stopped dwelling on what the doll had said and started talking about trivial things on campus. Before long, the four girls arrived at the parking area outside the dormitory building. After all, vehicles can only be parked on the side of the main road and cannot drive directly into the building. Gucci was still on his way, and his roommates didn't leave immediately, staying behind to wait with Shen Zhining. Although they claimed to be concerned about Shen Zhining's safety during her nighttime journey, deep down they were filled with curiosity about the little one's biological father and were determined to see the handsome man in the photos with their own eyes. A bright red Porsche suddenly stopped right in front of them. The driver was none other than Chao Yunjua. After showing off under Yao Jinyao's nose in the evening, Chao Yunjua thought it over and decided to press his advantage. So he stepped on the gas and decided to try his luck in the girls' dormitory area. Unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to run into Shen Zhining. Even fate was on his side. Chao Yunjua pushed open the car door, strode up to Shen Zhining, and said with a warm smile, "Student Shen, what a coincidence, we meet again." Shen Zhining glanced at Chao Yunjua sideways, but didn't say anything, only nodding slightly out of social politeness. "Are you planning to leave school?" Chao Yunjua glanced at the backpacks her roommates were carrying for her. Remembering that he had heard that Shen Zhining had moved out to live this semester, Chao Yunjua immediately offered to help, saying, "It's so late. It's not safe for a weak woman like you to wait for a ride-hailing car on the street. I'll drive you there." Shen Zhining coldly replied, "No need." As luck would have it, at that very moment, several students from the same school happened to be passing by. When they saw Chao Yunjua's car, one of the girls couldn't resist taking out her phone and snapping photos. A red Porsche 911. This sports car looks really cool. Sitting in the driver's seat would definitely be incredibly stylish. Having just been snubbed, Chao Yunju straightened his back again upon hearing this, deliberately showing off the shiny car key in his hand, saying, "Chun, you don't need to be so formal with me. We're from the same school, and we've done errands together before. It's only proper for a senior to give you a ride." Shen Zhining frowned, a hint of disgust in her expression, and said, "Someone is coming to pick me up." Chao Yunjua didn't take those words to heart at all, thinking they were just an excuse Shen Zhining used to brush him off. Just as he was preparing to launch another offensive, the girls who had been taking pictures suddenly gasped. "Wow, that's a Rolls-Royce. What's going on at our school gate today? Why are there so many amazing cars all of a sudden? Quick, press the shutter. This luxury car is worth way more than a Porsche 911. You rarely see one like this." Upon hearing this, Chao Yunjua couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction everyone was looking. A jet-black Rolls-Royce was parked perfectly beside the 911, its long, flowing lines and luxurious silver finish instantly capturing all eyes. The Porsche next to it suddenly looked rather small and insignificant in comparison. Sitting comfortably in this amazing car was Gucci. It was quite a coincidence. He casually ordered a ride on a ride-hailing app and never expected to be randomly matched with a Rolls-Royce. He happened to be working part-time in such an expensive luxury car. He truly has incredible luck. Shen Zhining had never been interested in these top-of-the-line industrial products, but the moment she saw Gucci push open the car door and step out of the Rolls-Royce, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. His roommates immediately recognized Gucci as the handsome guy on the caller ID, and they all stared at him with undisguised elation. Jiang Ruoqing crouched down and whispered to Shen Zhining, "Zhining, your boyfriend is absolutely stunning. He's even more beautiful in person than in the photos." No wonder he was able to completely capture the heart of Shen Zhining, the campus belle of Lanzhou, during his university years, and even make Shen Zhining willingly bear his children outside of school. He's incredibly handsome. He's 100 times more handsome than those heavily made-up young idols or even famous movie stars on TV. The sight of a top-of-the-line sports car paired with a stunningly handsome man instantly sparked a flurry of screams and cheers from the girls watching the spectacle. The extremely handsome Gucci didn't care about the noise around him at all. After getting out of the car, he walked straight towards Shen Zhining's location. The couple stood close together, and the scene became even more dazzling and captivating. The girls in the dorm wisely took a half-step back, their faces full of envious smiles as they scrutinized the two of them. Gucci gently draped the coat he was clutching over Shen Zhining's shoulders and scolded her in a low voice. "Why did you come downstairs to wait so early? It's very windy outside. Why didn't you stay inside and wait quietly?" A ripple of emotion stirred in Shen Zhining's heart. She said, "I just came downstairs too." Shall we set off now? Gu Che asked softly, glancing around at the many people and eyes watching. Shen Zhining nodded slightly and turned to introduce her roommates. Gu Che, these are my roommates. The bags they are carrying are mine. Gu Che quickly took over the luggage, smiled, and bowed to the three girls, saying, hello. Hello, handsome. The three of them greeted Gu Che in unison. Jiang Ruoqing and Yi Tian blushed and were very shy, while Guo Chun was relatively calm, but his eyes couldn't help but look at Gu Che a few more times. The man Zhining chose is truly astonishing. Zhining's body can't withstand the cold wind right now, so everyone will take their leave first. Thank you all for your help tonight. After saying goodbye to Shen Zhining's roommates, Gu Che carried his belongings in one hand and held Shen Zhining's hand tightly in the other, heading towards the Rolls-Royce. From beginning to end, he and Shen Zhining never even glanced at Chao Yunjue standing to the side. Chao Yunjue felt utterly humiliated, his newly acquired car and his own limelight completely ignored. He felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath, and was extremely frustrated. He couldn't help but squeeze out a ruthless glint from between his teeth and glared fiercely at the back of Gu Che's head. Once the luxury car was out of sight, the crowd of onlookers scattered like birds and beasts. Chao Yunjue leaned against the car, looking annoyed, and smoked a cigarette furiously. Just as Jiang Ruoqing and the others were about to return to their dormitory, Guo Chun suddenly tugged at them and deliberately raised his shrill voice to shout, Zhining's boyfriend is really handsome. The two of them are a perfect match. They look so much like a married couple. Jiang Ruoqing's eyes darted around, instantly understanding her deeper meaning. She cleared her throat and said, who says otherwise? But they're not just dating, they're probably already married. After all, they've even given birth to a big, healthy baby. After uttering those two barbed and sarcastic remarks, the women crossed their arms and leisurely left. Chao Yunjue stared intently at the backs of the girls, impatiently shoving the cigarette, but from his fingertips onto the bluestone slab, then fiercely crushing it into dust with his toe. Endless anger and astonishment surged wildly deep within his mind. Shen Zhining got married? Married to that pretty boy from earlier? Damn it. Chapter 41. It feels so good to accept my wife's allowance. The young couple returned to the postpartum care center, where Shen Zhining inquired about the expenses for the evening. She was genuinely surprised that Gu Che could actually call a Rolls-Royce to pick her up. The price is definitely not cheap. Gu Che smiled and told Shen Zhining that this was just luck that the ride-hailing service had brought them together, and the fare was actually the same as that of a regular private car. Shen Zhining was taken aback, then recalled seeing a post on the trending topics where netizens had unexpectedly summoned top-of-the-line cars like Ferraris and Rolls-Royces by using ride-hailing services. Gu Che, you're really lucky, Shen Zhining said with a hint of envy. If she were to book a car herself using her phone, even if she chose a premium car service, she would usually be met with either a Honda or a Volkswagen. They'd never even encountered a car of the Audi or BMW caliber before, but Gu Che's casual call brought forth a Rolls-Royce. His luck was simply incredible, Gu Che jokingly replied. Ever since you showed up at my door with your big belly and started clinging to me, my luck has soared and I've been unstoppable. Not only did he unexpectedly gain a school beauty as his wife, but he also ended up with 3 babies and conveniently activated the system. What man in the world has such incredible luck? Haha. Hearing Gu Che's teasing, Shen Zhining felt as sweet as if she had been given honey. The two tiptoed back into the inner room, where the 3 little ones were fast asleep, sprawled out on their backs, enjoying a sweet and peaceful sleep. When Shen Zhining came out after taking a bath and changing into a loose nightgown, the nourishing late-night snack that Gu Che was simmering in front of the stove had just been cooked. The two sat down at the small dining table and started eating. Suddenly, Shen Zhining lifted her eyelids and looked directly at Gu Che, saying, Gu Che, the guy who was pestering me at the school gate just now was a senior in his 3rd year. His name is Chao Yunjue. He insisted on driving me around, but I refused on the spot. I have no feelings for him. When Gu Che got out of the car and opened the door, he keenly sensed that something was wrong, especially when he held Shen Zhining's hand tightly and walked away. Chao Yunjue's eyes were filled with undisguised jealousy and resentment. He could tell with his eyes closed that Chao Yunjue had ill intentions towards Shen Zhining. However, he was also certain that Shen Zhining disdained Chao Yunjue, and now that Shen Zhining was taking the initiative to clear up the misunderstanding with him, his heart melted completely. Okay, just eat your food without worry, Gu Che muttered nonchalantly. Shen Zhining obediently lowered her head, then buried herself in the soup in front of her. The fresh fish soup was simmered over a low flame until it was as white and bright as milk, and the broth was rich and fragrant. She took a big mouthful with relish. Was it a good idea to have this meal with Annie today? Shen Zhining nodded, her expression revealing a charmingly naive look, and said, well, although there were some minor mishaps along the way, we managed to get through this hurdle without any major incidents. That's good. Guche reached out his large hand and affectionately brushed the stray hairs from her forehead a few times. Shen Zhining looked up at him, puffed out her pink cheeks, and said coquettishly, why do you always like to ruffle my hair? I'm not a 3-year-old child. Guche withdrew his hand and looked at the web between his thumb and forefinger. He realized that he did indeed often use this move. There was no particular explanation for it. It was simply something he couldn't help himself to. Whenever he saw Shen Zhining display such a charming and adorable appearance, he couldn't help but want to touch her hair and pinch her plump, collagen-filled face. That smooth and delicate touch is simply irresistible. If I won't let you rub your little head, then where do you think I should hit you? Guche teased with a wicked smile, his eyes sweeping meaningfully towards a certain spot as he inquired. Shen Zhining keenly caught Guche's slightly aggressive and fiery gaze. She quickly grabbed the tissue box next to her and used it to block his malicious spotlight. She lowered her head, blushed, and silently ate her rice, refusing to say another word. As the night wore on and people settled down to rest, Shen Zhining curled up on the large, soft bed, her mind still racing with the trivial matters that had occurred that night. She treated that guy named Chao Yunjua as nothing, but this incident did serve as a reminder that Guche, after all, was a grown man, and he needed to save up some money for socializing. Guche has now handed over all his savings to her without reservation, so as the head of the household, she naturally has to give Guche some pocket money on time. A competent and good wife can't just be someone who takes everything and never gives anything back. With that thought in mind, Shen Zhining opened Alipay on her phone and transferred a full 200,000 yuan to Guche's account in one go. The next morning, as soon as Guche got out of bed, he rushed into the kitchen to prepare a postpartum meal for Shen Zhining. Only after he had put the cooked meal into a special insulated box did he have time to take out his phone to check his unread messages. Upon unlocking the home screen, a huge remittance from Shen Zhining's Alipay account immediately came to mind. It also comes with a heartwarming little sticker that will make you smile. Here's your pocket money. Guche couldn't help but grin and laugh out loud. He tilted his head and glanced at the tightly closed boudoir across the street, thinking to himself, it feels so good to receive a reward from my wife. After Yao Jinyao set off on her return journey, Shen Zhining's peaceful days at the postpartum care center returned to normal. The babies all seemed to have grown taller each day, and Shen Zhining's health improved day by day. It was almost time to pack up and go home at the end of the year. Guche thought he should go to the rental house to clean and tidy it up in advance, so he asked Shen Zhining for the security key of the rental house and prepared to go and check it out during the free time in the afternoon. The apartment hadn't been cooked in quite some time, and with Lanzhou currently experiencing a prolonged rainy season, Guche had just unlocked the door and stepped inside when he was greeted by a slightly sour, musty smell in the air. Ever since Shen Zhining successfully gave birth in the delivery room, the hourly cleaning lady she had hired at home went to the hospital for a visit. Finding that she couldn't be of much help at all, she wisely paid her bill and left, leaving the small house abandoned and unattended for days. Guche hurriedly opened all the lattice windows to ventilate the space, and then looked around in the small room. This is a tiny 2-bedroom apartment with an area of only about 60 square meters. Due to the limited area, it has been partitioned into 2 tiny bedrooms, so every corner feels extremely cramped. In the living room, a mini fabric sofa and a low table almost fill the passageway with no room to stand. The 2 bedrooms are also shrunken. The main room can barely fit a double bed and a wardrobe, while the guest room only has a single wooden bed that is 1.2 meters wide. The entire old and dilapidated apartment only has 1 bathroom. Due to the severely reduced area, the toilet and shower head are almost mixed up. Guche scanned the area inside and out, and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Thinking of the difficult situation Shen Zhining had previously encountered, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart, and felt even more sorry for this silly girl. Having roughly figured out the details of the rental house, Guche stopped cleaning and had already made a more appropriate plan in his mind. Once Shen Zhining successfully left the postpartum care center, it was clear that heaven could no longer allow her to continue suffering in this cramped apartment. The place was too cramped and suffocating. These days, the little ones need to be breastfed regularly in the middle of the night, so the baby railings have to be squeezed right next to the main room. However, the current layout of the main room is obviously not enough to accommodate them, and the hall is so small that when the babies grow a little taller, there won't even be enough room for them to crawl and play. This has clearly crossed his bottom line. Gucci locked the window and went downstairs to the chain real estate agency across the street. Taking into account the distance from the university and Shen Zhining's fondness for the area, he decided to find a more spacious apartment in this established neighborhood. Since he was currently flush with cash, the entire signing and transfer process was completed swiftly and smoothly. Gucci browsed 2 existing apartments before finally deciding on a classic 4-bedroom apartment of 150 square meters. The house only had the basic hard furnishings that came with it when the developer handed over the property, and there was nothing else around it. This feature, on the contrary, was exactly what he wanted. After all, their 3 little darlings, who are just beginning to blossom, have completely different requirements for their home environment compared to ordinary tenants. In this way, he can freely express his feelings and create a warm and cozy little home for himself, Shen Zhining, and their 3 precious children. The final rent was settled at 4,500 yuan per month. The landlord said that if an annual payment was made, the rent could be reduced by 200 yuan per month. Nowadays, young people are good at managing their finances. With the cost of milk powder for 3 babies on their shoulders, they naturally want to save every penny they can. So Gucci readily agreed to the annual payment plan. The total rent for a year, plus a month's deposit and a small agency fee, came to 58,050 yuan. Seeing that Gucci was efficient and decisive, the landlord offered to round down the amount. In the end, Gucci took out his bank card and swiped 58,000 yuan in one go. Stepping out of the agency's door, Gucci clutched the warm paper contract and a bunch of keys in his hand, a genuinely satisfied and contented smile spreading across his face. Although this property is currently only temporarily leased, for the next year, it will be his secret little base where he, Shen Zhining, and their 3 beloved daughters can find shelter from the wind and rain. Chapter 42 Settlement, Leaving the Club. Stepping into the newly rented suite, Gucci first opened all the windows and doors to ventilate the room. The landlord had specially hired someone to clean the apartment before handing it over, but since it had been left unattended for some time, dust had inevitably settled on it. Gucci placed an order for professional cleaning on his phone, and while the workers came to clean the apartment, he strolled to the parcel pickup point outside the gate to pick up the package that he and Shen Zhining had ordered from the online store earlier. The number of items was ridiculously large, so the innkeeper lent him his moving cart to handle them. All the items that Shen Zhining and I ordered from the online store last time have arrived. The little one's playmates, equipment, clothes, crib, and other miscellaneous items mostly need to be assembled by hand. Fortunately, Gucci chose science when he was in high school, and his hands-on skills in disassembling and assembling things were outstanding. Tackling these small parts is quite simple. Just follow the blueprint step by step. Gucci was assembling the crib in the inner room. By the time he had finished assembling the crib, the housekeepers had already cleaned the house inside and out until it was spotless. After the cleaning lady paid and left, Gucci looked around the bright and clean apartment, his heart brimming with boundless energy. He planned to furnish the room properly before Shen Zhining and the children returned to their nest, so that he could give the mother and her 4 children a big surprise. After working for most of the day, the whole house is finally looking brand new. Gucci stood in the hall, his mind constantly conjuring up a warm scene of his whole family living here in the future. He made a phone call and invited an interior designer to come and view the house. She then shared her entire home decoration concept with the landscape architect. For example, instead of placing a coffee table in the center of the hall, place a large sofa to eliminate all sharp and harsh corners. In this way, after another month or so, when the babies start to learn to crawl, they can run around freely in this bright and open space without bumping or hurting themselves. Furthermore, there is the functional division of the 4 empty rooms. For example, the most spacious main room was reserved for Shen Zhining and the children to rest. He had a small guest room for himself to sleep in. Another guest room was converted into a study room, as he and Shen Zhining are still university students and their studies must not be neglected. 2 desks need to be placed side by side here, one in his preferred minimalist gray-black tone, and the other in the pinkish color favored by young girls. The remaining empty room will be used as a storage room for the baby's belongings, where they can store their clothes, formula, diapers, cleaning wipes, etc. It is necessary to customize enough multifunctional storage cabinets. Next is the washing and drying area on the outer balcony. 3 little lives, a young master and 2 little princesses. The baby boys' and baby girls' personal clothing must never be mixed together in the same bucket. Moreover, the child's mother's personal items of clothing should not be confused with his own. Finally, after consulting with the set designer, we decided to install 4 dedicated washing machines, 2 wall-mounted and 2 floor-mounted, which would be both aesthetically pleasing and space-saving. The set designer casually suggested that since it was currently raining continuously, the doll's bibs would need to be changed and washed several times a day, and that Gucci should get a high-powered dryer. Gucci found the suggestion extremely useful and promptly arranged for a clothes dryer. Next comes the detailed planning of the kitchen. The basic interior decoration already includes a wall-mounted gas boiler and integrated kitchen cabinets. However, there was no food preparation equipment such as pots, pans, and bowls. The set designer provided Gucci with comprehensive and thoughtful suggestions, such as installing a fully automatic dishwasher, a food waste disposer, an automatic sensor-activated pull-out faucet, a point-of-use water purifier, and a constant temperature electric kettle for mothers to warm milk daily, etc. Gucci's attitude was extremely decisive. One word: buy. Even if the house is rented, my wife and children must enjoy the best treatment. Next comes the consideration of choosing a pot. The set designer did not recommend that Gucci buy nonstick pots on the market, saying that most nonstick coatings are made of aluminum, which can have a negative impact on the intellectual development of infants in the long run. I recommend that Gucci use a high-end enamel pot or an old-fashioned pure iron cast pot. Finally, after comparing the product catalog, Gucci, taking into account the romantic feelings of a young girl who naturally loves beauty, decided to buy a complete set of high-quality enamel cast iron pots. Includes a complete set of rose-red hot milk pots, slow cookers, large frying pans, and more. With the kitchen issues resolved, the last thing to do was the washroom. This large apartment has 2 bathrooms. The main room has its own private bathroom, and there is also a shared bathroom outside. The public restroom features a squat toilet design, which conveniently provides space for a foldable baby bathtub, making it easy to give the little ones a bath. The main room is equipped with a toilet, but it's just a standard, fully furnished toilet, not a smart one. The set designer suggested upgrading it to a smart toilet, since it has a warm water bidet function specifically designed for postpartum women's care, taking great care of new mothers' daily lives. Upon learning that it would alleviate the mother's suffering, Gucci made a decisive decision. One word: change. The entire house design was finalized, and the set designer promised to immediately render a panoramic view of the new house's interior design for Gucci upon returning to the studio. This would allow for a very intuitive preview of the finished product, and the house would be ready for handover in 2 days. Gucci stated frankly that there was absolutely no problem. After finalizing the details with the set designer, it was already close to 8 p.m. when we returned to the postpartum care center. This was the latest Gucci had ever returned home. Shen Zhining had been leaning against the headboard without closing her eyes, because the little ones were already fast asleep. She herself was not sleepy, so she left a soft bedside lamp on the wall. When she keenly caught the soft sound of a key turning in the lock outside the suite's main door, her heart skipped a beat. She carefully lifted the thin blanket and got out of bed, taking small steps into the living room, where she bumped into Gucci, who was deliberately keeping his pace low as he walked back. Gucci, Shen Zhining called softly in a low voice. Gucci looked up and saw Shen Zhining standing gracefully in the hall. He gently closed the door so as not to disturb his sleeping darling in the inner room. Then he walked over and asked Shen Zhining in a low voice, "Aren't you resting yet?" I couldn't sleep well." Actually, she really wanted to find out where Gucci had been busy all afternoon. But when she thought about the unspoken bond between them, she suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask a single question. "Is your stomach empty?" Gucci asked Shen Zhining with concern. As he spoke, he casually placed his backpack on the sofa cushion, rolled up his sleeves, and made as if he was about to go to the kitchen to get busy. There is a little bit. Deep down, she was actually having trouble sleeping because she couldn't wait for him to return, and she felt guilty. But she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. So, When Gu Che mistakenly thought she was just pretending to be pregnant, she simply took the opportunity to obediently nod her head. I'll go make you a bowl of hot noodles to tide you over. Okay, remember to add 2 poached eggs. All done. Don't sprinkle scallions on top. No problem. Gu Che replied softly with doting eyes as he slipped into the empty kitchen. Shen Zhining stared intently at his broad and sturdy spine, bathed in the warm, dim light of the house beside her. She felt her heart instantly fill with an invisible emotion. For many days and nights afterward, Gu Che basically stayed at the postpartum care center and his newly rented suite. By the time the day finally arrived, the day she would leave the clubhouse and get married, her newly purchased private residence had already been arranged in perfect order. I'm just waiting for things to go smoothly, so I can bring Shen Zhining and her 3 precious little ones into our new family. Gu Che was filled with endless anticipation for this day. After all, staying at a specialized postpartum care center is quite different from actually settling down in your own space. On the morning he regained his freedom, Gu Che immediately took Shen Zhining and the 3 babies and drove to their new residence. Shen Zhining didn't realize what was happening when the luxury car drove into the main gate of the community. She assumed it was just a return to the small apartment she had previously rented. But when the car drove straight past the number 6 residential building where she had been staying and continued deeper into the secluded part of the park, she finally realized that something was wrong. Gu Che, did we go too far? Shen Zhining asked tentatively. Gu Che glanced at her with a smile and shook his head slightly, saying, "How could that be? We haven't even reached our destination yet." But wasn't her original status clearly listed in Building 6? The car finally came to a smooth stop in front of a residential building marked with the number 9. This area was a high-rise residential building that was later expanded in the community. The first 6 buildings in the front row were all old-style walk-up buildings. The elevator buildings that were built in the second phase started from building number 7. But why did Gu Che bring her here for no reason? As Gu Che stepped into the elevator and ascended the stairs, he slowly said, "That day, I went back by myself and took a look. The original small partition room was too cramped. With 3 little ones and 2 adults in our family, there was simply not enough room to move around. So, I took it upon myself to find a more spacious suite." Chapter 43. The first night in the new home. Shen Zhining asks Gu Che for help. Shen Zhining was stunned when she heard Gu Che's words. I was pleasantly surprised too. While she was recuperating at the clubhouse, she had actually considered the current situation of her previous residence being too cramped and was thinking about moving to a larger house. But then she thought about the future expenses for her 3 money-devouring monsters: milk powder, diapers, playmates, toys, and even minor illnesses, and realized that the future seemed like a bottomless pit that would require a huge amount of money to fill. After all, babies are very delicate. If they get a little sick, having more money can always help them suffer less. Because of this concern, she wanted to save more money. That's why he hasn't revealed his intention to upgrade to a larger suite. Unexpectedly, Gu Che managed to get the matter done quietly. Although renting a spacious apartment would certainly be more expensive, now that Gu Che had already made arrangements, she no longer cared about the rent and was filled with joy. For their new life together, she was determined not to place the entire burden of earning a living on Gu Che's shoulders alone. She wanted to work together with him to raise their children. With high hopes for the future, the two finally stepped into the gate of 1502. As Shen Zhining opened the security door, she smelled a faint floral fragrance in the air of the entryway. Turning her head, she saw a fresh bouquet of flowers neatly arranged on the shoe rack by the door. Before she could even take a closer look, Gu Che had already picked up the bouquet of flowers and considerately handed it to her. "Welcome to our new home, Zhining. You've really had a tough time these past few days. Pregnancy and childbirth are not only life-threatening for a girl, but the hardships involved are also beyond the comprehension of outsiders." Shen Zhining really did not expect that Gu Che would be so thoughtful as to take care of such small daily rituals. A sweet smile curved her eyes as she accepted the flowers he offered. She was about to say thank you instinctively, but then she remembered that Gu Che had previously stated that they didn't need to be too formal and private. So, she swallowed the polite words that were on the tip of her tongue and instead said, "These flowers smell really nice. I like them from the bottom of my heart. If you like it, then come inside with me and take a look." The postpartum care center was extremely considerate in its aftercare for high-end clients. In response to Gu Che and his family's return home, the center even provided a dedicated nurse to escort them. The three little ones lay peacefully in the covered stroller the whole way. Only after they arrived home did the nurses solemnly hand the children over to Gu Che before politely taking their leave. After closing the door, only the five of them remained in the empty house. The little ones were sleeping soundly. Gu Che placed the stroller steadily in a corner of the living room, put his arm around Shen Zhining's slender waist, and began to inspect the house. After touring the entire apartment, the surprise and delight in Shen Zhining's almond-shaped eyes grew even stronger. Especially when you see the large solid wood bed in the master bedroom seamlessly joined together with the children's individual cribs and the exquisite little toys scattered in every corner, as well as the giant plush bear placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Everything is simply dreamlike. The main house of the new house also comes with a small, well-furnished bathroom. The living area in each room is much more spacious than the previous cramped dwelling. The rooms are bright and airy. Gu Che even specially made room for the babies to store their belongings. 3 mini wardrobes stand in a row against the wall, looking incredibly cute and adorable. Several high-powered washing machines and dryers were lined up side by side on the balcony. After Gu Che patiently explained the functions and uses of these machines to her, she felt her heart be enveloped by a surge of warmth. After all, during the lecture at the club, the parenting instructor had repeatedly reminded these new mothers that babies' clothes should never be mixed with adults' clothes, so as to avoid introducing some infectious germs. She had been secretly thinking that she would have to wash the children's bibs herself from now on, but she never expected that Gu Che had already made all the necessary arrangements. Moreover, it comes with a highly efficient drying device, so you no longer have to worry about your baby's bib not drying properly during long rainy days, or about bacteria growing due to lack of sunlight. Then there was the kitchen area. The moment she stepped into the kitchen, she was completely stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Is this really just a kitchen for cooking? Or is it a miniature art salon? Those exquisitely designed enamel cookwares are simply soothing and pleasing to the eye. Not to mention they are equipped with a host of cutting-edge technologies such as automatic dishwashers, food waste disposers, and point-of-use water purifiers. The cat gets its 3 meals a day prepared here. It must be in a wonderful mood all day long. Looking back on these past few days, Gu Che has been working tirelessly, seemingly devoting all his energy to building their cozy and peaceful little home. That really took a lot of painstaking effort. Shen Zhining walked through the entire new house, then turned to Gu Che and exclaimed, "Gu Che, this apartment is absolutely amazing. The planning inside and out is so thoughtful and considerate. I really love it. And I'm sure the little ones will love it when they grow up." As Gu Che gazed into her bright, star-like almond-shaped eyes, he felt all the fatigue he had been feeling vanish in that instant, making everything worthwhile. Despite saying that, Shen Zhining continued to wander around the various rooms with great enthusiasm, and couldn't help but excitedly pull Gu Che along to refine their future plans. "Gu Che, I think the white wall behind the sofa in the living room looks a bit plain. Let's pick out a few cute hand-painted pictures to decorate it. I'll listen to you." Gu Che, the edges and corners of the long dining table, and some of the chairs seem a bit sharp. The little ones might accidentally hurt themselves when they're running around. How about we order some soft silicone bump protectors online later? No problem. Gu Che, when the baby starts to crawl, he always likes to reach out and poke at those power sockets. We need to prepare some insulated socket safety plugs in advance to seal up all the power sockets that are not frequently used. As you wish. Gu Che. As she intently described every detail of their new home, Gu Che followed closely behind her, his face beaming with a warm and contented smile. This feeling of living at home is truly novel and wonderful. The symphony of life for this family of 5 has officially begun. Even after nightfall, Gu Che still personally cooked nutritious meals for her. Although Shen Zhining has already finished her postpartum confinement, her diet during the breastfeeding stage still needs to be both light and nourishing. Therefore, Gu Che plans to continue to prepare 5 meals for her every day without fail. After dinner, Shen Zhining breastfed the 3 little ones in the inner room until they were full, then stepped out and said, "Gu Che, I'll clean up the rest of the pots and pans." These days are different from when she was in the postpartum care center. There are no staff to help with the chores like washing and cleaning, so she really wanted to lend a hand to Gu Che. However, Gu Che shook his head without hesitation and refused, saying, "No need. You should go back to your room and rest." Shen Zhining initially wanted to be stubborn, But in the end, she couldn't change Gu Che's resolute attitude that left no room for negotiation. In the end, she had no choice but to obediently return to the master bedroom to take care of the sleeping babies. In the middle of the night, Shen Zhining led the 3 babies to rest in the master bedroom, while Gu Che stayed in the secondary bedroom diagonally opposite. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, a sudden, loud cry of a baby instantly woke Shen Zhining from her deep sleep. She jumped up and hurriedly and carefully took the fussy baby into her arms. Shen Zhining gently untied Sanbao's diaper and looked her over. She found that her bottom was clean and there was no poop or pee. The urine was also very little. She figured that her belly was probably empty. So, with her tired eyes half closed, she leaned against the headboard and began to breastfeed Tangyu. Before they could even take a few sips, another loud howl exploded in the quiet night sky, waking up the eldest, Gu Yao, and then the second child was also awakened by the 2 consecutive howls. Seeing that the 3 little devils all started to cry loudly, Tangyu, who was nestled in Shen Zhining's arms, was still breastfeeding. If she moved even an inch away, Tangyu would start wailing at the top of her lungs with her eyes closed. Shen Zhining was so flustered that she couldn't keep up with anything, so she could only turn her neck and shout towards the closed bedroom door, "Gu Che, Gu Che." There was no sound from outside the door for a long time, but the children lying in the bedding inside the house cried louder and louder. Left with no other choice, Shen Zhining grabbed the smartphone from the bedside table and dialed Gu Che's private number. The call was answered almost immediately after the second ring. "Hey Zhining, what's wrong?" Gu Che's voice on the other end of the line was hoarse, as if he had just been woken up. "Gu Che, all the babies are awake and I can't handle it all by myself. Could you come and help me out?" Gu Che didn't even bother to hang up the call. Just a few seconds later, he hurriedly pushed open the door and stepped inside. The young couple displayed remarkable teamwork at this moment. Shen Zhining turned to the side and continued to breastfeed the 3 babies attentively, while Gu Che skillfully checked the bottoms of the eldest and second babies one by one. The eldest has pooped, and the second one was probably just woken up by the noise next to him. "I'll take the eldest to the bathroom to change his diaper." Gu Che gently carried his son and slipped out. When he returned to the house, Sanbao and Erbao had already filled their bellies and were happily kicking and playing on the big soft bed. Chapter 44: The Children's First Holiday. Shen Zhining continued to breastfeed Dabao, while Gu Che played with his 2 daughters on the side. "The soundproofing in the house seems to be too good. I can't hear the children crying in my room. I'll leave the door open to rest later, and I won't close the bedroom door either, so I can notice any noise from the children immediately." Shen Zhining nodded. Having filled their bellies, Xinghe and Tang Yue were exceptionally energetic, waving their little hands and interacting with Gu Che. Looking at his daughter's adorable appearance, Gu Che clenched his fists and interacted with them. "Xinghe, Tang Yue, are you planning to spar with Dad?" Upon hearing Gu Che's voice, the little ones immediately began to move their arms even more vigorously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a heartwarming fist bump with the babies. The host is rewarded with basic combat skills, which will allow him to master skills that surpass those of special forces. Gu Che looked at his daughter's fair little fists, and his eyes immediately lit up. A friendly fist bump with the babies can give you fighting skills that surpass those of special forces soldiers. How awesome is that? With these skills, protecting the babies and their mothers will be a piece of cake. Fusing skills. In those brief 2 seconds, Gu Che truly experienced a physical transformation. His arms seemed to instantly fill with power, the contours of his muscles filling the cuffs of his pajamas. His abdominal muscles had become even more resilient, and although he had just woken up from a dream, he felt refreshed and energetic, as if he had inexhaustible energy in his body. After feeding Dabao and tidying up her clothes, Shen Zhining turned around and was stunned when she saw Gu Che. Is it just my imagination? Why does Gu Che seem to have suddenly become more muscular? On their first night in their new home, Gu Che and Shen Zhining made love 3 times in the latter half of the night. In the early morning, Shen Zhining was still fast asleep, but Gu Che opened his eyes early. He had only rested for 4 hours in total last night, and even those were scattered. But Gu Che was not tired at all and was full of energy. His integrated combat skills instantly elevated his physical attributes to a new level. At exactly 9 o'clock, Shen Zhining woke up, but when she sat up, she couldn't see the children. The crib was completely empty. She quickly threw off the covers, got up, and promptly washed up before stepping into the living room. Upon discovering that 3 folding strollers were neatly placed at the boundary between the lobby balcony and the interior, Gucci moved a small round stool and stood guard beside the strollers. Awake, Gucci noticed the movement and turned to look at her. Shen Zhining nodded her pretty face and walked over, only to find that the 3 little ones had their eyes open and were chewing on wooden objects that Gucci had carved himself. Their upper bodies were shaded by the stroller's sunshade, but their little feet and legs were bathed in the warm morning sunlight. Gucci, is this considered letting the babies bask in the sun? Shen Zhining inquired. Yes, it's good for babies to get plenty of sunshine, but there are many things to consider when sunbathing newborns, and the timing is very strict. 9 to 10 in the morning is the most suitable time. You absolutely cannot do it through a glass window, as glass will refract and filter out some essential trace elements in the sunlight. Moreover, you have to get used to it gradually, starting with their little feet and legs. Gucci explained some basic knowledge to her from the side, and Shen Zhining listened with great attention. After hearing this, Shen Zhining couldn't help but smile and said, I was the one who attended the parenting class at the postpartum care center, but you seem to know more about it than I do. Gucci responded, as the children's father, I've been studying a lot in private. However, there's still a vast amount of knowledge for the children to acquire as they grow. We'll explore and study together as we go. Okay, Shen Zhining nodded with a smile. At noon, just as Shen Zhining finished her lunch, her phone rang. Yi Tang sent her a WeChat message. The small group chat for roommates was unusually lively today. Shen Zhining glanced through the list and discovered that Yi Tang's roommates were all mentioning the same thing. Yi Tang, Zhining, you've moved back home from the postpartum care center, right? Tomorrow is Children's Day, and I'm going to visit my little darlings. Jiang watching. At Shen Zhining, Zhining, are you busy? Are you taking care of the children? Tomorrow is Children's Day. Everyone has prepared some small items for the little ones. Is it convenient to send them over to the babies? Yi Tian, Zhining, are you still hiding in the clubhouse? Everyone's thinking of going over to visit you and the kids. Is that convenient? Guochun, at Shen Zhining, if it's appropriate, everyone should go and check on the kids. I'm so tired of Jiang watching nagging me. She's always saying she wants to see the baby and has bought a ton of toys for the children. She's practically turned our dorm room into a mother and baby room. As Shen Zhining examined these words, the corners of her fair lips involuntarily curled up slightly. Tomorrow is June 1st, and she almost completely forgot about Children's Day. After all, she has been out of the role of a child for quite some time now. Now that I'm married and have children, and they're about to celebrate their first Children's Day, I feel a sudden sense of maturity. This is the first holiday in the baby's lives. Shen Zhining was typing on her phone and did not give a reply immediately. She moved closer to Gucci and began to discuss with him. Gucci, tomorrow is Children's Day. Tang Tang and my roommates just sent me a WeChat message saying they wanted to come over and visit the kids and spend the holiday with them. Is that all right? Gucci chuckled and said, what's wrong with that? They're happy to come see the kids, and they're always welcome. Tomorrow is Children's Day, and I was originally planning to have a celebration at home anyway. Since so many aunties are eager to come and help the children, let's all have a big, joyful celebration. Shen Zhining beamed with joy. Okay. She immediately replied to Yi Tang's roommate on WeChat. Shen Zhining, no problem, I'll send you the exact location later, and you can all come directly to our door tomorrow. The girls in the room immediately cheered with joy, knowing that they would be able to see the baby tomorrow. Jiang Ruoqing and Yi Tian were overjoyed. Guochun didn't say much, but it was clear that she was also very excited. Yi Tang glanced at the location sent and immediately noticed something was wrong. Yi Tang, what's going on? Zhining, weren't you originally supposed to be staying in Building 6? Shen Zhining, I made room for Gucci. He felt that the original cramped living space was too small, so before my children and I got married, we rented a large suite again. Yi Tang, your Gucci is really something. That old house was definitely too cramped. How could 5 of you fit in there? I'll head over to your new house tomorrow and give you a sneak peek at your new place. The next morning, Gucci prepared lunch and put it in the insulated box before heading out to buy groceries. Today, the family was hosting a banquet and helping the children celebrate the festival, so he was determined to put together a lavish feast. The community is surrounded by large supermarkets and is also next to a farmer's market. Due to its proximity to the university town area, these public amenities are extremely comprehensive. Gucci possesses exceptional cooking skills and is also very knowledgeable about the quality of ingredients. The vegetables and fruits sold at the market in the early morning are fresher than those in supermarkets, and many are grown by local farmers themselves, making them pure, natural, and pollution-free green foods. It is naturally safer to personally inspect and select the food for the children and Shen Zhining at the market. Outside the community gate, Chao Yunzhua watched as Gu Che strode out of the porch and immediately sat up from the leather seat of his car. Chapter 45. If you're going to fight, fight them completely and thoroughly. That evening, Chao Yunzhu saw Gu Che taking Shen Zhining away on campus and overheard Shen Zhining's roommates grumbling that they had been living together for a long time. Chao Yunzhu was furious. He was trying to verify the matter and figure out who Gu Che really was. Driven by this momentum, he spent the next few days searching and staking out the neighborhoods around the university. Finally, last night, he caught wind of the situation and learned that Gu Che had settled in this area. Chao Yunzhua overheard Gu Che's informant telling him in private that young women's underwear was being dried on the balcony of Gu Che's current residence. Upon hearing this confirmed information, Chao Yunzhua was so angry that he smashed the white porcelain ashtray next to him. Gu Che really did start living with the goddess he had been longing for. Chao Yunzhua tossed and turned all night without sleeping, unable to figure it out. He couldn't understand where he had lost to his opponent. Apart from being handsome and owning a luxury Rolls-Royce, what did Gu Che have that he was better at? He couldn't swallow this insult and insisted on personally investigating the whole grudge. Watching Gu Che step out the door, he immediately opened the car door, picked up his phone, dialed a number, and then quietly followed him. Having incorporated Special Forces-level combat skills, Gu Che quickly noticed the tail dangling behind him. His face darkened. Originally, he was supposed to cross the road and head to the vegetable market across the street. But in a flash, he turned and walked into a closed alleyway that was under construction to the side. This main road is part of a newly planned project, with construction barriers piled up on both sides. The deepest part of the road is also blocked off by cement blocks, making it a dead end. During the day, almost no vehicles or pedestrians venture here. Seeing that Gu Che had plunged into this dead end, Chao Yunzhua immediately pulled a long face and sneered. Huh. He really doesn't take the road to heaven when there is one. As Gu Che ventured deeper into the area, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, with only the muffled roar of heavy machinery emanating from the distant construction site. Those trailing behind naturally became unrestrained and reckless in this kind of place. Intuitively sensing that the footsteps behind him were only 5 or 6 meters away, Gu Che suddenly stopped and turned around, directly facing Chao Yunzhua. With just a quick glance, Gu Che immediately recognized him. This guy was none other than Chao Yunzhua, the senior who had been relentlessly pursuing Shen Zhining. Behind Chao Yunzhua were 4 or 5 tall, strong young men. This group stared intently at Gu Che, their faces filled with arrogance. Some of them even clenched their fists so tightly that their knuckles cracked. Gu Che faced the uninvited guests alone, showing no sign of fear in his aura. His cold, sharp eyes, on the contrary, made Chao Yunzhua, who was standing at the front, feel a strange sense of unease. They gathered such a large group of people to surround him, yet Gu Che showed no fear whatsoever. Seeing that Gu Che remained silent with his lips tightly closed and exuded a chilling sense of oppression, Chao Yunzhua felt an inexplicable anger rising within him. He took a step forward and questioned, "What exactly is your relationship with Shen Zhining?" Gu Che had been pondering who was secretly following him, but now that he had run into Chao Yunzhua, he suddenly found the whole thing rather boring. He was just a persistent suitor. Since Shen Zhining had made it clear that she didn't care about him, he naturally didn't take Chao Yunzhua seriously either. Not wanting to waste time shopping, Gu Che made a move to slip away and leave. Gu Che's indifferent attitude reminded Chao Yunzhua of the humiliation he felt a few days ago when he was ignored in front of the school gate. He was instantly enraged and stepped forward to block Gu Che's path, shouting, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me asking you a question?" The guys following behind him understood perfectly and surrounded him, completely blocking the narrow passage. Gu Che slowly lifted his eyelids, his sharp, eagle-like eyes coldly scraping across Chao Yunzhua's cheek, and he said domineeringly, "Get out of here." Chao Yunzhua was absolutely not going to back down. He stretched his neck and continued to press. "I'll ask you one last time. What stage have you and Shen Zhining reached?" Gu Che's lips curled into a smile, but this cold smile only made the murderous aura around him even thicker, causing Chao Yunzhua and the young men behind him to tremble slightly. Shen Zhining is my lawfully wedded wife. Upon hearing this thunderous declaration, Qiao Yunzhua was instantly enraged, roaring hysterically. Wife? Bah! I'm warning you, stay away from Shen Zhining from now on. Who do you think you are? You dare to stand here and point fingers at me? Guche scoffed. With veins bulging on his forehead, Qiao Yunzhua swung his right fist in a wide arc and roared at the top of his lungs. With these fists as big as earthenware pots, I'll show you what I'm made of. He swung the blow at Guche's face with a whooshing sound. Guche's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he nimbly dodged the brute force with a quick step. At the same time, his right fist slammed out and landed squarely on Qiao Yunzhua's cheek. Qiao Yunzhua was thrown to the ground by the force without even uttering a sound. He turned his head to the side, spat out the thick blood in his mouth, and stared incredulously at Guche in front of him, whose clothes were not even ruffled. This man's hand and foot skills are incredibly powerful. Fortunately, he was meticulous and had taken precautions in advance, bringing along a few of his close friends to bolster his presence. Stop watching the show, everyone. Let's all work together and take him down. He completely disregarded all the rules of the underworld and immediately ordered his accomplices to start a group beating. A disdainful sneer appeared on Guche's lips, and every fighting spirit within him was ignited at that moment. 2 nights ago, he had just integrated basic combat skills into the system. The mechanical voice declared that his skills were approaching those of a special forces elite. He was just worried about not finding a human punching bag to test his abilities when Qiao Yunzhua unexpectedly came to his door to deliver himself to death. It's time to show these arrogant fools what true overwhelming power is. Guche clenched his fists like iron, his powerful body moving leisurely through the gaps between the 5 people who were surrounding him, like a ghost. Qiao Yunzhua quickly struggled to join the attack. This group of people were the mainstays of the school basketball team. They were strong and healthy, but in the end, they had never been trained in formal combat. Their moves were completely without any rules or routines. They just relied on brute force to hit and punch randomly. But Guche was completely different from them. He not only possessed explosive power, but also had exquisite fighting skills. Every hook punch he threw accurately targeted the opponent's weak point, directly aimed at the faces of these guys. His lower body movements were incredibly fast, a powerful sweeping leg instantly sending the 2 boys flying at him sprawling. The next second, a barrage of heavy punches rained down, viciously striking their cheeks 6 or 7 times in succession. As the gust of wind swept past his head, he nimbly somersaulted in midair, deftly dodging the sneak attack. Upon landing, he followed up with a high roundhouse kick, sending Qiao Yunzhua, who was charging at him, flying more than 2 meters away through the chest. The 6 burly men on the opposing side endured less than 3 minutes on the field before being knocked to the ground, unable to move. Each person had bruises and bloodstains on their face, lying haphazardly on the gravel ground, emitting cries of agony. Only Guche stood unharmed in the very center of the battlefield, looking down at them coldly and spitting. Are you convinced now? Qiao Yunzhua swallowed his pride and refused to submit. He knew he couldn't possibly beat Guche with his skills alone, and his basketball buddies would be easy prey for him too. But the fire in his veins hadn't been extinguished yet, so he hurriedly pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Brother Long, quickly gather all your men and come over here to help me take care of this mess. Guche coldly observed his little actions, calmly patting the dust off his sleeves, completely disregarding his death throes. Qiao Yunzhua was so angry that his eyes almost spit fire. He tilted his head, spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, and roared, "Hurry up and get going. It's on North Alley Street." Guche took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and just as he brought it to his lips for a puff, he suddenly thought of the newborn baby in the house. He had previously made a vow to quit smoking completely, so he didn't savor the taste for more than 2 puffs before casually throwing the cigarette but on the ground. "No need to panic. I'll wait here for your reinforcements," he said with a cold glint in his eyes. If this kind of ridiculous trouble isn't dealt with thoroughly and completely once and for all, there will definitely be a lot of flies buzzing around in the future. To deal with such an ungrateful person, we must use swift and decisive measures to strike him into the bone and instill fear in him. Using this as an excuse, he simply stayed put and waited for the enemy to attack. Just 5 minutes later, a group of burly men dressed in black training shorts marched in unison into the dead end. At that moment, Qiao Yunzhua and his men were struggling to get up from the ground, helping each other. During those suffocating 5 minutes, Not one of them dared to move even half a step towards Gu Che. They cowered timidly in the corner. If Chao Yunjia hadn't been staring at them with a sinister gaze, these people might have already run away. Seeing that the strong reinforcements he had spent a lot of money to hire had arrived, Chao Yunjia immediately endured the soreness all over his body and ran to meet them. Brother Long. The man, respectfully addressed as Brother Long, appeared to be in his early 30s. He had a slicked-back hairstyle and wore a black mandarin jacket with 4 large characters embroidered in gold thread on the wide sleeves. Hanyuan Martial Arts Academy. Tian Juan, who looked at Chao Yunjia's bruised and swollen face and couldn't help but furrow his thick eyebrows. How did you end up looking like this? Chapter 46. Handsome guy, we know we were wrong. This is compensation. Chao Yunjia immediately pointed at Gu Che and shouted, "That's the guy. He beat me and all my buddies to a pulp. Brother Long, you have to teach him a lesson." Tian Juan, who glanced at Gu Che. As someone who ran a martial arts school, he was exceptionally perceptive of the aura of an expert. Unlike a naive young man like Chao Yunjia, he knew that Kung Fu had different levels of skill. People with advanced skills have completely different mannerisms in their gestures and movements. The moment he saw Gu Che clearly, the hair on his body stood on end. The undercurrent of power within Gu Che's body warned him that this was a behemoth, not to be trifled with. Tian Juan, who realized the danger and immediately changed his expression. He raised his hand and shoved Chao Yunjia aside. Then, with a fawning smile, he ran towards Gu Che like a Sichuan opera mask changer. With a fawning expression, he spoke to Gu Che. "Handsome, my bunch of good-for-nothing brothers are brainless and have offended you. Please forgive them this time, Prime Minister, for you are magnanimous." After Tian Juan, who finished speaking, he eagerly offered Gu Che a cigarette, hunching over and holding a windproof lighter, preparing to light it for himself. But Gu Che ignored him completely. Tian Juan, whose face stiffened slightly. He immediately kicked the group of youths who had previously attacked Gu Che hard and scolded them. "Don't you have any brains? This is a society governed by law. How dare you engage in gang fighting? If people accuse you of being involved in organized crime, you can go to jail and eat cornbread." He then continued to fawn over Gu Che with a smile, saying, "Handsome, these greenhorns only joined the martial arts school this month. They don't know their place. I will definitely keep a close eye on them and discipline them properly when I take them back. I apologize to you on their behalf for today's incident. This 200,000 silver dollars is a token of our martial arts school's sincerity. I hope you will accept it." As he spoke, he gently waved his right hand, and his attendants, though not quite understanding the current situation, hurriedly ran over with the canvas bag containing the training fees they had just collected. Tian Juan, who respectfully pushed the leather bag in front of Gu Che. Gu Che glanced at him indifferently, but did not reach out. If he accepted the money, and the other party turned around and sued him for extortion, Gu Che wouldn't be that stupid. Tian Juan, who slapped his forehead hard and said with a forced smile, "Handsome, I didn't think it through. I'll write a note to clarify that this 200,000 is a small compensation for my offense to you." After saying that, Tian Juan, who kicked the clueless lackey again and scolded, "What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and get some pen, ink and paper." The subordinate, with his rear end sticking out, hurriedly ran to the private car to search for stationery. Chao Yunju stared at this farce with an incredulous look on his face. "Brother Long, what are you up to?" He never expected that Tian Juan, who had gone to such lengths to come over, would not only fail to help him get back at Gu Che, but would instead grovel before Gu Che and even offer to pay Gu Che out of his own pocket. What's even more outrageous is that they demand a handwritten statement declaring its compensation. Their attitude was so subservient. What the hell is going on? In his view, Tian Juan, the head of Hanyuan Martial Arts Academy, was a master whose strength should not be underestimated. So why was Tian Juan so afraid of Gu Che? Brother Long glared at Chao Yunjia and cursed angrily. "If it weren't for your father's influence, I would have kicked you to the sky. A few men, take him away." Immediately, Chao Yunjia was forcibly dragged away by 2 burly men, and his mouth was tightly covered so that he could not make a sound. At this moment, the subordinate who was searching for stationery rushed back. Tian Juan, immediately wrote on the white paper that the 200,000 yuan was compensation from their Hanyuan Martial Arts Academy for Gu Che's offense. Not only that, but Tian Juan, also pressed his red fingerprint heavily after signing his name. He then bent down again and presented the paper to Gu Che. Gucci glanced at him sideways. This guy was quite good at taking advantage of situations. He wasted precious time going to the market to buy groceries and cook for his wife and twins, and now he's getting 200,000 yuan in compensation for his mistake. It's not entirely unreasonable. After accepting the huge sum of money, Gucci coldly snorted. I'm not going to bother with this grudge anymore. Remember, this is a one-time thing. He was currently preoccupied with taking care of his wife and children and had no interest in arguing with these street thugs about any Jianghu grievances. If we can live in peace and keep the peace, then we should just let things slide. Yes, it will never happen again. I swear on my life. Tian Juan, who hurriedly bowed and flattered. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly ordered his companions to clear a path in the middle of the narrow passage and respectfully said to Gucci, "Thank you for your understanding, hero." Gucci casually brushed the dust off his clothes and strode out of the dead end with his long legs. She first went to a nearby bank counter to deposit the cash into her account, then went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. When she returned to her residence with bags of things, the guests she had invited had not yet arrived. Shen Zhining had just finished sunbathing the children on the balcony, but since the sun was scorching, she settled the little ones back in the nursery to rest. As she leaned out, Gucci was putting on an apron and preparing the ingredients for lunch. Shen Zhining rinsed her slender fingers under the tap and strolled over to help her pick the vegetables. However, before her delicate hands could even touch the bunch of rapeseed, they were firmly grasped by Gucci's large hands. Don't get your hands on these raw and cold things. I can handle it myself. Let me help you out. There are a lot of guests today. You'll be exhausted if you do it all by yourself, Shen Zhining said considerately. Gucci gently stroked her cheek with his slightly damp fingers, leaving a cool, watery trail on her delicate skin. With eyes full of love, she muttered, "No need. Although you've finished your postpartum period, pregnancy and childbirth have still taken a toll on your health. It's best to rest for a while longer. You can avoid cold water later. Go and rest. I'll take care of these chores in a bit." Shen Zhining couldn't resist his temper, so she had no choice but to stand up. But just as she was about to turn around, a glimpse of blood on the edge of Gucci's white t-shirt caught her eye. Her heart clenched, and she asked anxiously, "Gucci, where are you injured and bleeding?" Gucci followed her concerned gaze and looked down, naturally catching sight of that crimson stain. Noticing the anxiety on Shen Zhining's pretty face, Gucci quickly comforted her. "Don't panic. This isn't my blood. On my way to the market today, I ran into some scoundrels who were trying to pick a fight with me, so I taught them a lesson. This stain is from those thugs." Hearing Gucci's explanation, Shen Zhining's furrowed brows remained furrowed. "There's still a bunch of scoundrels. You faced them all by yourself? Did you really not get hurt?" "No, I have to check it myself." Gucci couldn't help but chuckle, straightening his back and teasing. "All right, so how do you plan to check?" Shen Zhining carefully lifted the hem of his blood-stained white short-sleeved shirt. When she caught a glimpse of Gucci's healthy bronze skin and firm, well-proportioned abdominal muscles, her eyes darted back as if burned by hot coals. She felt guilty and shrank back. But with the thought that Gucci might be hiding his injuries weighing on her mind, she mustered her courage and stared intently at him. "I'm truly safe and sound. Look, I don't even have a white mark on my body," Gucci said with a smile. Shen Zhining was still somewhat skeptical and asked in return, "What about the other places?" Seeing her stubbornness, Gucci simply spread his arms and ripped off his cotton short-sleeved shirt, throwing it aside. The streamlined, almost perfect bronze body was presented to her eyes without any obstruction, and Shen Zhining's pupils contracted sharply for a moment. Gucci's physique was simply superb. He usually appeared quite slender due to the loose clothing he wore, but when he suddenly took off his clothes, Shen Zhining was shocked to realize that the man's frame and muscles were in perfect proportion. This is practically the perfect specimen of the classic, looks slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed, type described in online novels. Full and muscular pectoral muscles, and well-defined 8-pack abs that extend all the way down to the waistband of the elastic pants. Every inch of the lines are exquisite, exuding an overwhelming burst of hormones. Shen Zhining felt as if a spark had been thrown into her heart, making her feel short of breath, her heart pounding, and dizzy. However, she hadn't forgotten her original intention. She frantically cheered herself up in her heart. "Shen Zhining, wake up. You came here to check if Gucci had been bumped or injured. Under no circumstances should you let yourself be seduced by such a stunning appearance. Cheer up, Shen Zhining. You can do it. Start the investigation boldly. Chapter 47, Serving the Three Money-Eating Beasts During Their Bath. Shen Zhining slowly let out a long breath, forcefully pulling her scattered thoughts back, and focused on examining Guche's body. His skin was a healthy bronze with a sunny glow, but the texture was extremely fine, smooth, and resilient, making people's hearts itch to reach out and touch it to check out the feel. Realizing that her thoughts had strayed, Shen Zhining quickly looked away. Seeing her rosy complexion, Guche teased her. How about we take off your pants while we're at it and thoroughly check your legs? Before Shen Zhining could even react, he brazenly pulled down his outer trousers. Two long, straight legs create a visually striking and powerful effect. There's only this tiny bit of mysterious area left. How about we take a look at it together? Guche muttered, making a move to take off the last pair of shorts. Shen Zhining quickly turned around, her pretty face burning with shame and indignation, and said coquettishly, Stop, stop. I believe you weren't hurt at all. Quickly wrap your clothes up. I'm going to get bath water for the little ones. Shen Zhining left with this instruction and disappeared without looking back. Guche watched her shyly slip away and couldn't help but chuckle before leisurely putting his clothes back on. Shen Zhining returned to the inner room, pressed her back firmly against the door, and took several deep breaths. It's so hot. She felt like she was about to spontaneously combust. Shen Zhining covered her burning cheeks with her small hands, her mind filled with Guche's alluring figure after taking off his short-sleeved shirt. Those firm, muscular abs and pectoral muscles. If she really reached out and touched them, the feel would be absolutely amazing. The more Shen Zhining pondered, the more her face burned. She quickly closed her eyelids and kept shaking her head. She slowly moved to the edge of the bed and stared intently at the three little ones in the blankets for a long while before finally calming her restless heart. Let's go, little ones. Mommy's taking you all for a nice bath. Shen Zhining pushed the double stroller and carried the dolls to the washroom. The outdoor public restroom area is quite spacious, easily accommodating a folding wooden tub and also providing a stable parking spot for children's vehicles. 3 strollers were arranged in a line inside the bathroom doorway, so that while she was washing her eldest child, her second and third children could see where their mother was as soon as they looked up, which made her feel at ease. On the way back home, Guche had always taken care of bathing the children himself for the past 2 days, and this time it happened to be the first time that Miss Shen Zhining was getting into the sedan chair. Full of anticipation, she turned on the heater, set up the folding plastic basin, and watched as the warm water gradually filled the basin. The temperature of the steam in the bathroom also rose. Only then did she gently take Gu Yao into her arms and remove the baby's sweater. Xinghe, Tangyue, Mommy will take care of your brother first. It'll be your turn soon, sisters. Everyone, please stay put and behave yourselves. The 2 daughters were lying quietly in their little cars, but Gu Yao, who had just been put into the warm water basin, immediately started to get restless. The little guy has long since gotten used to being enveloped by the water. As soon as his bottom touched the bottom of the basin, he started splashing around happily. Water splashed everywhere in the small space. Before Shen Zhining could even rub him, her clothes were already soaked. She said softly, half laughing and half crying, Yao Yao, behave yourself, Mommy. Unfortunately, the little guy couldn't understand his mother's nagging at all and happily waved his arms around. Seeing her son's radiant smile in the basin of water, Shen Zhining's complaints vanished instantly. What can you do when your baby is too naughty during bath time? You can only let them be, of course. Shen Zhining wet Yao Yao's little body with warm water, squeezed out a gentle baby bath wash, and used the bath sponge to rub out a large amount of dense white bubbles, which she then carefully spread on the little guy's belly. Yao Yao didn't seem to care much about the white bubbles, and she swung her little arms and legs hard. The foam that had just been applied evenly suddenly splattered out, and several playful clumps of foam accurately hit Tangyu and Xinghe's faces. The 2 well-behaved little girls were instantly frightened by this unexpected disaster and burst into loud wails. Guche was preparing breakfast for Shen Zhining in the kitchen when he heard his 2 daughters crying pitifully in the bathroom. He quickly put down his spatula and ran towards the source of the sound. When he arrived at the bathroom door, he saw that it was a complete mess. The 2 little girls lying in the stroller had their palms and cheeks covered in white foam, which mingled with their tears. Yao Yao, still tirelessly and excitedly shaking off the remaining foam in the bathtub, continued to play with the suds. Shen Zhining huddled awkwardly on the plastic stool, her hair and skirt completely soaked. When she saw him appear, she raised her small face, revealing a helpless and alone expression. Guche witnessed this embarrassing scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He stepped forward, grabbed Shen Zhining by the waist, and pulled her up. He then grabbed a large bath towel hanging nearby and wrapped it tightly around her petite body, teasingly asking, "Zhining, are you helping the children bathe or taking a shower yourself?" I originally wanted to." Shen Zhining blushed and buried her head in the thick bath towel, annoyed that she had made such a mess of things. "All right, leave this mess to me. You're still weak after giving birth and easily catch a cold. Go to the in-suit bathroom in the master bedroom, take a hot shower, and change into clean clothes." Shen Zhining grabbed a large bath towel and quickly moved into the master bathroom to shower. By the time she came out, all three little monsters had already been washed clean. The room was warm and cozy with the air conditioning on. The three little ones, wearing only diapers, lay naked and plump on the 2-meter-wide bed, their faces full of contentment. Guche was focused on giving them an infant massage, and Shen Zhining moved to the side, watching intently as she studied the details of his technique. "Guche, you're really something. How come I can even mess up the most basic thing like taking a shower?" Shen Zhining pouted her petal-shaped lips, looking aggrieved. Taking care of 3 babies during their bath was like fighting a tough battle. She simply couldn't figure out how Guche managed to manage everything all by himself. Seeing how well Guche managed things, she subjectively thought it was nothing special. But when she tried to do it herself, she was shocked to realize that it was indeed quite difficult. Guche came to his senses and looked at her delicate appearance. He originally intended to reach out and rub her pink cheeks, but when he saw that his 10 fingers were covered with baby massage oil, he couldn't bear to see Shen Zhining so discouraged. So he simply lowered his head and gently pressed his smooth forehead against Shen Zhining's forehead. "We're not that close. We'll learn slowly. Our family suddenly has 3 mouths to feed, so as parents, we naturally have a huge amount of parenting knowledge to learn. Besides, even if the sky falls, I'll still be there to hold it up." That warm and soft touch was fleeting, and Shen Zhining subconsciously touched her forehead, her cheeks burning slightly. "Come help me dress the dolls." Upon hearing Guche's call, Shen Zhining quickly snapped out of her daze, grabbed the children's soft cotton underwear from the top of the dryer not far away, and worked together with Guche to dress up the 3 little ones. As the little ones grow older, their daily movements become more varied, and they are extremely restless even when wearing a bib. Shen Zhining was about to help her daughter put on her sleeves when the little girl started waving her chubby hands around for no reason, talking in riddles with her older brother next to her. When it was finally time to put on her underwear, Tang Yu suddenly curled up her 4 chubby little hooves and kicked her legs frantically. The young couple spent a great deal of effort to finally tidy up the sweaters and underpants of these naughty children. Looking down at her adorable little darling on the soft mat, Shen Zhining pondered for a moment and suggested, "Guche, shouldn't we consider hiring a reliable nanny?" Shen Zhining subconsciously felt that at this stage, the amount of household expenses she could share was negligible. The household shopping, the preparation of 5 meals a day, the cleaning of the house, and other chores, along with the trivial daily care of the babies, all fell on Guche's shoulders alone. If this continued, he would surely be exhausted. Hiring a part-time housekeeper can at least lighten Guche's burden a little. Guche replied, "That's feasible." His ulterior motive was that he could still handle many trivial matters by staying indoors during the day, but once he got through this period, he would have to return to the ivory tower to continue his unfinished studies. At that time, the children would need special care, and Shen Zhining would also need careful treatment. Since he was stuck at the school, the household chores would also need to be handled by someone else. He couldn't bear to see Shen Zhining suffer. She had just given birth to 3 precious babies and would have a long breastfeeding period ahead. He absolutely did not want her to do any rough work like washing clothes or cooking. Furthermore, having an extra helper at home means that if you're out and about, at least you'll have someone to keep an eye on you. However, to ensure the nanny's background is safe, one must use connections to find someone with a clean record and absolutely trustworthy credentials. Chapter 48, Fu Qinglian sees her daughter buying baby products. Then I'll call Aunt Wang later. She took care of me in that single room for several months. She was very meticulous in her work, and she's a close friend and confidant. I feel more at ease in trusting the children to her care. That's feasible. Guche nodded. After feeding the little ones until they were full and lulled to sleep, Shen Zhining grabbed her phone and dialed Aunt Wang's number. "Hello, Miss Shen. Why are you calling me out of the blue? Are you heading home? Aunt Wang's tone was unusually warm on the other end of the line. Yes, Aunt Wang. I've been home for about 2 days. I'm contacting you today to ask if you found a new job yet. I was thinking of asking you to come back and help take care of the 3 children. No problem, Miss Shen. I haven't taken on any jobs yet. As you know, I became a nanny because I couldn't stay idle and wanted to find something to do for fun. So I've been looking around our neighborhood to see if anyone needs a nanny. My daughter is very reluctant to work too far away. Perfect timing, Aunt Wang. Please continue to come and help me take care of the babies. Okay, Miss Shen, I'm happiest to be able to work at your house. My daughter is a staunch advocate of singlehood, but I happen to love children very much. When I was taking care of you before, I was already thinking that once the little ones are born, I'll be there to protect you and help raise the children. By the way, is your house still at the same address as before? Aunt Wang, I've moved to a different location, but don't worry, it's still in the same community, in Building 9. I'll send you the real-time location on WeChat in a bit. This time, you don't need to stay home and watch over things. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., you can go back to your own home to rest at night. It's extremely convenient for everyone to stay in the same community. Sure, I'll leave it to you. Miss Shen, you've probably finished your postpartum confinement by now, right? Have you been taking care of the children all by yourself these past few days? Aunt Wang asked with concern. Shen Zhining smiled faintly, her words subtly tinged with a hint of sweetness. No, Aunt Wang. The children's father is here with them right now. Aunt Wang on the other end of the phone immediately gave a knowing, ambiguous laugh. Miss Chin, I'm so happy for you. Now you've finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel, and your family is reunited. Miss Shen, isn't the father of your little ones the handsome young man who helped you with your luggage at the postpartum care center last time? He's incredibly good-looking, and he and Miss Shen look like a perfect couple. Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Wang. We'll start coming to help tomorrow morning. Does that sound all right? Shen Zhining inquired. No problem at all, Miss Shen. I will be waiting outside the door at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries over the radio before hanging up. Just then, Gu Che on the other end called out to her, urging her to come over for breakfast. After breakfast, the little ones lay flat on the soft sofa in a row, while a soothing piano piece for prenatal education was playing on the large LCD screen. Shen Zhining stayed by their side, joking and playing with the children. Gu Che was meticulously arranging the side dishes to be cooked at noon in the kitchen when he turned his head and came across this heartwarming scene. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. These days of staying at home are truly wonderful. Xinghe was the most restless and active of the 3 little lives. After lying on the soft mat for only a short while, she became a little impatient and let out 2 loud howls, which successfully attracted her mother's attention. Shen Zhining had no choice but to quickly pick her up from her swaddling clothes. Xinghe, don't cry, Mommy will play with you. Xinghe's little mouth was still twitching with grievance, and her pair of bright black eyes were staring straight at the kitchen threshold. When she saw Gu Che's sturdy back as he was busy, the little girl let out another loud wailing. Is our Xinghe so eager to go and get a hug from her dad? Shen Zhining hugged her second daughter and strolled into the kitchen. Gu Che was happily preparing a few shrimp when he heard the noise. He turned around and asked with a smile, Xinghe, why are you shedding tears again? Xiao Xinghe let out a sob. Her shoulders twitched twice, and she stopped crying after a short while. Shen Zhining teased and laughed. It seems that our Xinghe is thinking about her father. She stops crying as soon as she sees him. Gu Che quickly came forward and gently rubbed his clean cheek against Xinghe's delicate pink face. Xinghe, be good. Dad is helping the aunties who are visiting today prepare lunch. I'll come and play with you and your brothers and sisters when I'm free. Xinghe, 3 beautiful aunties are coming to visit later, and Godmother will be coming too. They're all here to see the babies, and will bring lots of fun things and gifts. Dad's cooking a big meal for the aunties right now, so let's not stay here and bother him, okay? The young couple teased Xinghe with their banter, and the little girl soon turned from sadness to joy. Once she stopped crying and smiled, Shen Zhining hugged her and moved back to the living room area. On the other side of the street, Yi Tang had just stepped out of a high-end baby product flagship store, her 2 pink fists full of exquisite gift boxes of various sizes, each one carefully selected by her for her godson and goddaughter. She muttered to herself with a beaming smile, my godson and goddaughter will be so envious when they see all these high-end goods I've bought. The words had barely left his lips when a very familiar voice suddenly called out from the other side of the street. Tang Tang. Fu Qinglian had specially arranged to go shopping for clothes with several wealthy women she knew. She had just stopped at the main entrance of the shopping center when she unexpectedly bumped into her own daughter. Fu Qinglian's gaze naturally focused on the shopping bag that Yi Tang was holding in both hands. The huge brand logo on it was particularly eye-catching. Mommy Baby Infant Product Store. Why would Yi Tang suddenly go and buy things for little kids? Sensing her mother's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Tang instinctively hid her hands behind her back, feeling guilty. Forcing herself to remain calm, she quickly stepped forward and greeted her with a smile. Mom, are you out shopping with some aunties? Fu Qinglian nodded slightly, pointed to the packaging bag sticking out from behind her back, and asked, what are you doing with all this baby stuff in your pocket? Yi Tang had already prepared her response in her mind, and quickly replied, a senior colleague of mine recently had a baby, and I was just thinking of bringing some gifts to visit the little one. Fu Qinglian was somewhat skeptical, and after carefully examining the corners of the clothes peeking out of the packaging bag, she said, why did you buy so many all at once? And at first glance, there are vests for little boys and dresses for little girls mixed in. Yi Tang nodded repeatedly. That's right, they had triplets this time. There were a lot of kids making a fuss at the front door, including little boys and little girls, so I just brought a little of each kind along. Upon hearing the words, triplets, Fu Qinglian was momentarily stunned. The frequency with which this obscure term has been heard lately is far too high. It should be noted that the probability of triplets being born is extremely rare in medicine. Could it be that this unusual family of triplets is the same group I bumped into a few days ago? The more Fu Qinglian pondered it, the more she felt there was such a huge coincidence. So she casually asked, weren't the babies in that acquaintance's family previously settled in a top-notch postpartum care center for treatment? Where did my mother hear about the prestigious postpartum care center? Zhining had been resting there for the past few days. Yi Tang was feeling very uneasy and dared not say anything more, so she could only agree and say, yes, that organization is one of the top high-end brands in Lanzhou. Mom, I can't keep chatting with you any longer. I'm in a hurry to get to my business lunch. It's my first time visiting someone's home, and it would be very impolite to be late. I'll take my leave now. Yi Tang was terrified that if the conversation continued, Zhining's secrets would be exposed, so she quickly made an excuse and slipped away. Fu Qinglian stared at her daughter's flustered back, and the more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Just then, her phone started vibrating violently in her pocket. The caller ID on the screen was Yao Jinyao, who had just returned to her hometown of Jincheng. Qinglian, are you busy with something? I secretly came up with a new nourishing soup recipe yesterday. Jinyao, I happen to have something that's been bothering me, and I'd like to talk to you about it. Fu Qinglian interrupted her directly. What's the latest news? Yao Jinyao asked over the phone. I was out shopping with some of my girlfriends when we bumped into my daughter Tang Tang at the entrance. She was carrying 2 big, heavy bags of baby items and was just saying that a colleague of hers had a baby. Isn't that just normal social interaction? Tang Tang isn't young anymore, and she's already in the workforce. It's perfectly normal for her colleagues to get married, start families, and have children. Yao Jinyao chuckled reassuringly on the phone. Chapter 49 Yao Jinyao. This is just too much of a coincidence. That's not true, Yixian. I noticed that Tang Tang had bought a lot of things, so I casually asked her about it. I didn't expect Tang Tang to tell me that a colleague had given birth to triplets and that she had been receiving treatment at a top-notch postpartum care center a few days ago. Fu Qinglian frowned slightly and continued. Yixian, don't you think this is a bit too coincidental? Tang Tang also happens to know the biological parents of those triplets at the postpartum care center. Yao Jinyao instantly understood her old friend's unspoken meaning. Her heart skipped a beat, and the smile on her face vanished in an instant. Earlier, I accidentally glimpsed a maternity registration form at the hospital, and there was a registrant with the same name as my daughter, along with the exact same first 4 digits of her ID card. Later, in the lobby of the postpartum care center, she bumped into a blurry figure that looked exactly like her daughter. Both of these places were related to the triplets. Now, Fu Qinglian has revealed that Yi Tang is acquainted with the young couple who had triplets. If all these clues were simply attributed to coincidence, that would be far too absurd. A thought flashed through Yao Jinyao's mind. If these coincidences were pieced together, the most absurd idea might just be the truth. Who knows, the biological mother of those 3 little ones might be their own precious daughter. Thinking about this, Yao Jinyao couldn't contain herself any longer. She quickly took out her large-screen phone, intending to call her daughter, but hesitated for a few seconds when her fingertip landed on the virtual call button. Then, she decisively opened WeChat, and a video call invitation popped up. You can lie and make excuses over a radio call, but once you turn on a video call, there's absolutely nowhere to hide. Lanzhao Land. Shen Zhining has now moved back to the master bedroom. The three little ones had just settled down to sleep when Gu Che helped them get back into their little blankets before heading downstairs to throw out the trash. The guests she had invited were still on their way. Shen Zhining thought she should take the opportunity to close her eyes and rest for a while, but before she could even touch the bed, her phone rang loudly. She hurriedly grabbed her phone and pressed the lock screen button on the side. Only after the noise subsided did she swipe back to unlock the screen. Deep down, I thought it was a WeChat message from Yi Tang or my roommates. But who would have thought that it was a video call from Yao Jinyao? Shen Zhining stared at Yao Jinyao's conspicuous chat box, along with the video call notification page that kept flashing and vibrating on the screen, and her heart jumped into her throat. What should we do? Why would her mother send her a video at this crucial moment out of the blue? Should I answer or not? Given the current situation, the children haven't had a proper rest yet. Any slight noise could easily wake them up unexpectedly. Besides, the decor of this new apartment is clearly not that of a school dormitory or a large lecture hall. If the video is connected, Yao Jinyao reckons she'd spot the trick immediately. Shen Zhining was pondering this over and over, unable to make up her mind, when the long ringing of the line automatically disconnected due to timeout. As Yao Jinyao gripped the slightly warm phone, the feeling of unease in her heart grew even stronger. The daughter refused to press the answer button, and the more she refused, the more it proved that there was a secret she was hiding. Driven by this suspicion, she gritted her teeth and immediately sent another invitation. The sudden, sharp ringing of the cell phone easily woke the three toddlers who had just drifted off to sleep. They all pouted and began to wail under the covers. Shen Zhining immediately turned off the phone and tossed it onto the large, soft bed next to her, then hurriedly bent down to comfort the children. The three little ones had just eaten and drunk their fill and were half asleep when they were suddenly jolted awake. They were all grumpy, and no matter how much Shen Zhining tried to soothe them, she couldn't. In addition, Gu Che hadn't returned yet, and she couldn't possibly hold all three little lives at the same time with just her two arms. Left with no other choice, Shen Zhining could only gather the children together in the center of the large bed and lay them horizontally, picking up some scattered toys to try and distract them. The phone, which she had carelessly tossed on the bed, just happened to be under Tang Yu's little feet. Her chubby little toes kicked off her socks as she scratched them, and her round toes, like little peas, suddenly swiped across the phone screen, and by sheer coincidence, the video call was connected. Yao Jinyao held her phone and waited quietly on the other end for a while. Just when she thought her daughter would avoid her again, the call was suddenly answered amidst the flickering screen. She hurriedly raised her voice and called out, "Zhining." However, the video feed that connected smoothly did not show Shen Zhining's stunningly beautiful face. Instead, it showed a large expanse of dazzling white wall with a petal-shaped ceiling light protruding from the center, looking at the ceiling of what resembled a master bedroom. But everyone knew perfectly well that this layout couldn't possibly be the ceiling of a student dormitory. You have to understand that Yao Jinyao had just returned home from Lanzhao the day before yesterday, and she had spent quite a bit of time in her daughter's small dormitory room. She remembered that the ceiling lights in that dormitory were definitely not this kind of fancy design. Moreover, after the connection was established, the faint, intermittent wailing of a small baby could be heard from the other end. When Yao Jinyao's high-pitched call suddenly came through the receiver, the three little ones seemed to be immediately captivated by this novel sound source. They stopped crying and quietly and curiously twisted their necks to search for the source of the sound. Even so, Yao Jinyao managed to catch those few fleeting moments of unease at the very beginning, and her voice trembled as she called out, "Zhining?" Shen Zhining heard her mother's question clearly at this moment. She lowered her eyes and saw the live video call on her phone. She froze as if struck by lightning. "Zhining." Yao Jinyao's tone became increasingly stern and harsh. Shen Zhining dared not delay any longer. She closed her beautiful eyes, took a deep breath of dry, cold air, and tried her best to adjust her chaotic state of mind and facial expression. She grabbed her phone and pointed the front camera at herself. "Mom, why did you video chat with me at this hour?" "Zhining, where are you hiding right now?" Yao Jinyao completely ignored her banter and instead asked sternly with a tense expression. In those few seconds, Shen Zhining had already prepared a cover-up in the depths of her mind. With a relaxed and extremely confident expression, she replied, I am currently a guest at an acquaintance's house. What kind of acquaintance is this? It's not the weekend. Why aren't you staying in your ivory tower? I happen to have no classes scheduled this afternoon, so I thought I'd drop by some acquaintance's house and have a bit of fun, Shen Zhining said. Then what was the reason for the little kid crying on the phone just now? Before you even finished speaking? Yao Jinyao asked this question, her entire right arm and voice trembling uncontrollably. Shen Zhining's heart was also pounding with excitement, but she still managed to force a faint, sweet smile on the surface. That was the background noise from the large LCD TV. I was so engrossed in watching TV that I almost missed your video call. The sound of a baby crying on TV? What a coincidence. Yao Jinyao's face was full of undisguised doubt, and just then, a new WeChat notification from Yi Tang suddenly popped up on Shen Zhining's screen. She glanced at it and saw a long string of exclamation marks at the end, knowing full well that the truth had come out and the situation was critical. She quickly opened Yi Tang's chat interface with lightning speed. Zhining, something terribly wrong has happened. I just bought a bunch of gift boxes for my godson and goddaughter from a maternity and baby products flagship store, and before I knew it, I bumped into my own mother on the street. I lied and said that a colleague in the office had just had a baby, and that's why I bought them. I never expected that she would ask me if those babies had been taken to a top-notch postpartum care center. I guess my mother must have caught wind of something. Fortunately, she hasn't questioned you yet. I made up an excuse and ran away, but I don't think I'm being very trusting with my mother's eyes. She's been inseparable from Aunt Yao for the past few days. I think I need to let you know about this beforehand, so you won't be caught off guard when Aunt Yao suddenly starts questioning you. Upon reading these words, Shen Zhining couldn't help but let out a helpless, bitter smile. She really wanted to reply, but her mother's video call invitation was already prominently displayed on the screen, and she was currently in a predicament where she was being beaten up without any ability to fight back. Shen Zhining quickly skimmed through the urgent text message sent by Yi Tang, finally getting a clear understanding of the whole story. No wonder Yao Jinyao's face was so ashen. As soon as she appeared, she kept staring at her location and even reacted to the slightest crying of the dolls with such suspicion. It turned out that she had just communicated with Aunt Fu over the radio. After figuring out the intricacies of the situation, Shen Zhining's anxious heart finally relaxed. She immediately took the initiative and playfully said, Mom, you sent me a video call in such a hurry today. Could it be that you wanted to wish your daughter a happy Children's Day? Yao Jinyao was amused by her sudden act of coquetry and couldn't get angry. She pointed at the screen and laughed and scolded. You brat, how old are you? How dare you celebrate Children's Day? Chapter 50 Daughter, what's the father's name? Shen Zhining smiled and said, the festive atmosphere on campus is really strong. Even on Children's Day, everyone wants to join in the fun. It just so happens that an old friend of mine recently had a new baby, so I'm actually here today to celebrate Children's Day with their little ones. Tang Tang will be coming over later too. Upon hearing this, Yao Jinyao looked at her daughter on the other end of the video with suspicion, but Shen Zhining's face remained calm and composed, and there was no trace of lying at all. Faced with these strange coincidences, Yao Jinyao couldn't shake the feeling of unease, so she inquired, who is this acquaintance? Someone you know who you and Tang Tang both know? They should be around your age, right? How come they're already married and have children so early? Shen Zhining said, they are Tang Tang's colleagues, a few years older than everyone else. Besides, they had triplets this time. It's the first time I've ever seen triplets, and I find it really rare. She tried to distract Yao Jinyao with the babies, but Yao Jinyao had no interest in the infants at the moment. When she heard Shen Zhining mention the triplets, she became increasingly anxious. All of this happened so coincidentally, it's impossible to convince yourself of it. You mentioned that the little kid's parents are Tang Tang's colleagues? Are they the little kid's mother or his biological father? Yao Jinyao began to subtly probe for information. Shen Zhining was also very alert and knew what she was up to, so she began to fabricate a story, half truthfully and half jokingly. The baby's biological mother is Tang Tang's colleague. If it were the baby's biological father, how could we all just come to his house to visit and have some fun? Oh, what is this colleague's name? Yao Jinyao remembered it all. The obstetric registration form was signed Shen Zhining. If her daughter didn't say those two words, it would prove that her daughter was deliberately lying. Shen Zhining figured that her mother must have something to say about her questioning, so she boldly blurted out, My full name is Shen Zhining. Yao Jinyao, on the other end of the phone, was completely stunned. She had never expected her daughter to dare to reveal that name so directly. Shen Zhining smiled and comforted her. Mom, you also think this is too much of a coincidence, right? Tongtong's colleague just happens to have the same name as me. What's more, it's even more coincidental that the other person is also a native of Jincheng. It is because of this divine coincidence that Tang Tang got along so well with her and even introduced us to each other. And we became close friends. Having just noticed the twitch in Yao Jinyao's facial features, Shen Zhining was certain that she had made the right move. My mother had visited the postpartum care center herself before and lingered in room 301 for quite a while. She probably heard the names of the triplets' mother from other people there, so she absolutely couldn't hide the names. Having the same name was the most foolproof excuse. Even though Yao Jinyao felt that these coincidences were somewhat suspicious, she couldn't find any real flaws no matter how hard she tried. Yao Jinyao's mind was indeed in complete chaos at the moment. These trivial coincidences were too much to bear, but her daughter covered up every suspicious point so well that she couldn't find any excuse to refute them. Listening to her daughter's description, these coincidences seemed to be just ordinary name clashes, and everything made sense. Furthermore, subconsciously she truly didn't believe that her daughter would secretly marry and have a child at this stage. The last time she saw her daughter, she was exactly the same as always, except that she was a little thinner and wrapped in a thicker sweater. There was nothing unusual about her. Yao Jinyao fell silent, but Shen Zhining on the other end of the phone took the initiative and asked, Mom, why are you suddenly so concerned about this matter today? Caught off guard, Yao Jinyao quickly gathered her thoughts and covered up, saying, It's nothing. I just remembered a young man I bumped into in the emergency room of Lanzhou Hospital a few days ago, and I figured he must be the male head of the household where you're staying right now. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhining's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly covered it up and asked with a smile, Mom, you actually know the children's father? How exactly did my mother get to know Gu Che? I've never heard Gu Che mention this in private before. Yao Jinyao on the other end of the phone then gave a detailed account of the events leading up to her encounter with Gu Che at the hospital and later in the lobby of the postpartum care center. Shen Zhining was extremely surprised after hearing this. So, without her knowledge, her mother and Gu Che had already met twice and even exchanged pleasantries. However, it's likely that Gu Che is still completely unaware that the older woman is his future mother-in-law. After hearing this, Shen Zhining was afraid that continuing to dwell on this topic would give her away, so she quickly looked away and teased, Mom, do you want to see the triplets with your own eyes right now? These three little monsters of theirs haven't completely shed their newborn innocence yet. At this stage, most of the baby's features closely resemble their father. Yao Yao, Xing He, and Tang Yu are all obvious replicas of Gu Che at first glance. As for their resemblance to themselves, that's still a long way off. Newborn babies generally resemble their fathers more. Only after this period will they slowly begin to show their mother's features. There seems to be a rather comical anecdote about this in science, which claims that because newborns are born after their mothers have been pregnant for 10 months and have faced many dangers, they don't need to worry about the blood ties with their mothers. However, since it is their first time interacting with their fathers, they must use similar appearances to gain their father's trust and favor. It was precisely because of this confidence that Shen Zhining dared to openly invite Yao Jinyao to examine the children through the screen. Yao Jinyao accepted her daughter's flawless explanation, and the knot in her heart was naturally untied. Thinking of the triplets' family that she had heard about countless times but had never met, she felt a little more curious and decided to take a look through her daughter's lens. The three little ones woke up at this hour and lay side by side in the middle of the big double bed. Yao Yao was sucking on his thumb with relish, while Xing He and Tang Yu were grabbing and scratching each other's little fingers and trying to put them into their mouths. The three chubby little ones were so cute and endearing. The moment Yao Jinyao on the other end of the phone saw them, she instantly forgot all her previous suspicions. Oh my goodness, what adorable babies! She couldn't help but squint her eyes with joy, her face filled with a kind and gentle smile. This is the ironclad rule that adults are completely captivated and conquered by the cuteness of human babies, all in the blink of an eye. These three little kids look exactly like their father, Yao Jinyao asserted, having seen Gu Che in person. Shen Zhining nodded repeatedly. Yes, everyone teases her like that in private. The children's mother even complained about it, muttering that none of her three precious children were born with her best features. Yao Jinyao smiled and said, as time goes by and you grow up, you'll be able to tell what your mother looks like. Sons, in particular, will definitely look more like their mothers. When you were a child, you were a spitting image of your father, but as you grew up, your eyes became more and more like mine. Zhining, since you're visiting your best friend's house, and she just had 3 precious babies, you absolutely must give the little one some big red envelopes when you visit today. I heard Tang Tang has a huge collection of gift boxes in her pocket. Did you bring anything for her? Yeah, I picked up some fresh fruits on the way, Shen Zhining replied casually. Sending fruit is a bit meager, but it's not a big deal. After all, Tang Tang is already working and earning a lot of money while you're still a student. It's okay to be a little less formal, but you absolutely can't skimp on the red envelope. I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you via WeChat. Please pass it on to these 3 annoying little guys for me. After giving that instruction, Yao Jinyao swiftly transferred 2,000 yuan directly into the WeChat chat box. Before Shen Zhining could even open her mouth to refuse, Guche's shout suddenly rang out from the direction of the main hall. Zhining. Yao Jinyao, on the other end of the screen, was taken aback for a moment. The voice was clearly that of the extremely handsome guy I had met earlier in the hospital emergency room and later in the lobby of the postpartum care center.